Chapter 2173. Previously, although Taoist Jing Ru chased Xiao Hua to the Kuei He Si using a secret technique, he didn't put Xiao Hua in his eyes. Moreover, Xiao Hua's position didn't change at all. Therefore, Taoist Jing Ru chased after him slowly and didn't use much magic power. Now, Taoist Jing Ru discovered that Xiao Hua's position suddenly changed and seemed to be far away from him. That flying speed was absolutely terrifying for a Foundation establishment cultivator. He couldn't help but reconsider the problem of how to kill Xiao Hua. I absolutely can't let Xiao Hua go ashore. Taoist Jing Ru narrowed his eyes. The magic power in his body suddenly surged and he struck out with a spell. A faint red shadow appeared in front of him and he sped up again. Taoist Jing Ru's flying speed increased again and unexpectedly intercepted Xiao Hua horizontally. Why does it feel so intense? Xiao Hua was alarmed. His magic power had already been pushed to the limit. The true essence in his body wasn't little consumed during this period of time. The true essence generated by the mental cultivation method was gradually unable to keep up with the consumption of the bright thunder escape. What should I do? Xiao Hua also released his Buddhist sense. Unfortunately, although his Buddhist sense had a much larger range than his divine sense, it still couldn't discover Taoist Jing Ru. Moreover, in his Buddhist sense, all he could see was the boundless sea. There was no land at all. Xiao Hua could only rely on the lightning escape technique to escape. Earth escape, wood escape, and fire escape were all useless. If only there was a water escape technique. Xiao Hua was somewhat rueful. Just as he was thinking, his Buddhist sense suddenly encountered an extremely powerful divine sense. Nascent soul cultivator. In an instant, Xiao Hua determined the cultivation level of the newcomer. When did I offend a nascent soul cultivator? Xiao Hua's face was pale. At this moment, Taoist Jing Ru's divine sense seemed to have sensed something and immediately probed towards his Buddhist sense like a tentacle. How could Xiao Hua dare to let his Buddhist sense stay? He immediately withdrew his hand and formed a water-dispelling technique, plunging into the Kuei He Si. However, in merely a moment, Xiao Hua came out of the Kuei He Si again and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, this young master's brain is dizzy from being chased by that damned nascent soul cultivator. This young master's flying speed in the Kuei He Si can't compare to flying in the air. I actually want to escape in the Kuei He Si, won't be caught by that bastard soon." Immediately after, Xiao Hua flicked his hand and took out a bright flower pill. He consumed it without the slightest hesitation and did his best to activate his mental cultivation technique to refine it. He once again increased the speed of the bright thunder evasion. Xiao Hua's divine senses once again, SSS once again, his sense. He S's was a lot closer to him. Not SSS, S's. TSSS, T's. His S-have test. SSSS, SSS, S-cheese, SST-ons his TS2s to he 2s. ATSS to T-S-S, the rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth quickly evaporated. Right at this moment, Xiao Hua's heart was moved again. Sunset Island's imbuement technique was precisely to directly inject endless heaven and earth spirit chi into the body, borrowing the valiant body to convert the heaven and earth spirit chi into true chi, and then inject it into the meridians. The efficiency of this conversion was related to the cultivator's fleshly body. If one's physical body was strong enough, they would naturally be able to convert more heaven and earth spiritual chi. Otherwise, if too much heaven and earth spiritual chi entered one's body, one's physical body could even explode. The disciples of the Sunset Island had to practice the bone tempering technique first. They could only practice the body imbuing technique after their bodies were fully developed. And Xiao Hua is not as good as Kua Heng. He has long practiced the bone tempering technique, and his bones have already been refined to one color. At this time, using the immortal baptism technique is just right for him to bring out the best in each other. As soon as Xiaohua used the body-imbuing technique, the earth spirit qi of heaven and earth that was wrapped in the innermost layer of his body immediately entered his fleshly body. Under the urging of Xiaohua's cultivation method, strands of spiritual qi were refined and poured into his meridians. Although Xiaohua was a beginner, the amount of spiritual qi he could refine at the beginning wasn't much, and the amount of true essence he could increase was even less. But now that he was being chased to the point of urgency, this strand of true essence could be urged to fly. At a critical moment, this strand of true essence could be used to save his life. After another hour, Taoist Jing-Ru caught up a bit closer. Xiaohua could almost use his Buddhist sense to perceive that Taoist Jing-Ru's divine sense was already only a few dozen feet away from him. This won't do, I can't keep flying like this. This guy seems to know that this young master wants to fly towards the Dawn Rain continent. Xiaohua made a prompt decision, turning his head and flying towards the interior of the Gui He Sea. Xiaohua's move actually caught Taoist Jing-Ru somewhat unprepared. Although he had some secret techniques, he couldn't always check. By the time he checked again, Xiaohua had already flown extremely far away. How did this guy know that this old man was chasing after him? Xiaohua's change of direction made Taoist Jing-Ru even more aware. However, he also became even more confused. If he's a nascent soul cultivator, this old man would still suspect that he has some magical ability. But a foundation establishment cultivator, how is that possible? Humph, why think so much? Capture him and directly search his soul. If there's something good, this old man's anger will be appeased. If there's nothing good, this old man's face will be restored. Taoist Jing-Ru had long regarded Xiaohua as a dead man. However, Taoist Jing-Ru chased for more than 2 hours. Xiaohua was like a slippery loach. Within the range of his secret technique, he seemed to already be near, but his divine sense couldn't find him. Moreover, whenever Taoist Jing-Ru had some certainty, Xiaohua would suddenly change direction. Damn it! Taoist Jing-Ru also cursed. He really didn't expect that killing a trifling foundation establishment cultivator would be so troublesome. After thinking for a moment, Taoist Jing-Ru's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. He withdrew his divine sense, slowed down his flying speed, and put part of his magic power into the secret technique. Sure enough, the direction indicated by the faint blood color was especially messy at first. One moment it was east, the next it was west, and it was even going up. Taower, after half a meal's time, it said that it was stable, and it kept going in the direction of the Dawn Rain continent. Hee. Taoist Jing-Ru saw that the fish had taken the bait, and a cruel smile hung on his face. He put away the secret technique, aroused his magic power, and intercepted Xiaohua's direction. As for Xiaohua, when he released his Buddhist sense, he didn't encounter Taoist Jing-Ru's divine sense. Knowing that he had shaken off Taoist Jing-Ru, he felt relieved and took advantage of this opportunity to quickly fly in the direction of the Dawn Rain continent. However, just when Xiaohua was slightly proud of himself and felt that he had shaken off the other party, that feeling of dread that had previously disappeared because of Taoist Jing-Ru's appearance once again attacked him. Good heavens, could it be that there's another nascent soul cultivator chasing after this young master? Xiaohua was completely stupid. One nascent soul cultivator was already enough for him to suffer. If there was another, wouldn't he be caught like a turtle in a jar? Chapter 2174. This nascent soul cultivator might be related to the great expert who sealed this young master's middle Dantian and Naiwan palace. What about the other nascent soul cultivators? Xiaohua speculated inwardly, but his figure was dissatisfied. He hastily turned around and flew towards Kueha Sea again. Xiaohua's wild guess was naturally wrong, but Taoist Jing-Ru missed. When he estimated the difference, he suddenly released his divine sense and cast it like a net in the sea, wanting to lock onto Xiaohua with his divine sense. Contrary to Daoist Jing Ru's expectations, he missed again. This Daoist Jing Ru was really ashamed and angry, so he had no choice but to use his secret technique again. When Daoist Jing Ru saw it clearly, he almost vomited blood. The cunning Xiaohua actually flew towards the depths of Kueha Sea again. Based on Xiaohua's previous speed, Daoist Jing Ru was actually quite far away from him. This old man is going to waste time with you. Daoist Jing Ru laughed from extreme anger. The spiritual energy in Kueha Sea is thinner the deeper you go. This old man has a nascent soul, but what do you have? I'm afraid that before you reach the depths of Kueha Sea, the medicinal pills in your storage bag will be used up. This old man doesn't believe that even if this old man chases you slowly from behind, I won't be able to catch up. I won't be able to capture you. This old man will definitely use a secret technique to torture you 1,000 times. This old man wants to see what the origin of your Imperial Thunder School's lightning evasion technique is. Kueha Sea was vast and boundless, so it naturally stretched as far as the eye could see. However, Xiaohua was, after all, over 100 li away from Daoist Jing Ru. Moreover, Xiaohua deliberately lowered his altitude and flew close to the sea surface. Daoist Jing Ru really couldn't see Xiaohua with his naked eyes or other magical abilities. Of course, Daoist Jing Ru was a nascent soul cultivator, so he naturally had magical abilities and magic techniques that Xiaohua didn't know about. Unfortunately, Daoist Jing Ru couldn't even see Xiaohua's face and couldn't catch up. All his magic techniques were also empty talk. This was also one of the reasons for Daoist Jing Ru's shame and anger. Because Daoist Jing Ru had to rely on a secret technique to determine Xiaohua's position, he couldn't use all his magic power on a flying technique. Moreover, Daoist Jing Ru wasn't good at flying techniques, and this rainbow flying technique consumed a lot of magic power. So much so that he didn't bring his flying magic tool with him. All of these coincidences created an awkward situation for Daoist Jing Si when she was chasing after Xiaohua. Right now, Daoist calm consideration's only hope is that Xiaohua's magic power is exhausted. Without spirit pills to replenish his true essence, his speed will drop. Or perhaps Daoist Jing Ru's divine sense could lock onto Xiaohua. Daoist Jing Ru wouldn't need to use a secret technique and could pursue Xiaohua with all his might. However, dozens of days quickly passed, and the distance between the two of them didn't change at all. Xiaohua was still recklessly rushing around like a headless fly. Daoist Jing Si also frequently used secret techniques to intercept Xiaohua from behind. Although there were mountain-like tsunamis, although there were lightning flashes and thunder rolls in the dark night, although sea beasts occasionally emerged from time to time, and even experienced cultivators encountered them, Xiaohua's magic power wasn't as exhausted as Daoist Master Jing Si thought. Moreover, Xiaohua's cultivation had actually increased extremely quickly due to Daoist Jing Ru's constant pressure. It was much faster than his usual cultivation speed. Motherfucker, this is my fate. Xiaohua used the lightning evasion, and his flowing cloud movement technique also steadily improved. His flying speed was clearly faster than before. He couldn't help but secretly grumble, that year, under the pursuit of 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, I suddenly rushed to the 10th level of Qi refining. Today, I'm being chased by a nascent soul cultivator. This guy is even more powerful than those 4. Since he's following orders, even if he doesn't kill me as soon as he sees me, he'll completely imprison me. If I see the almighty person who sealed me, do you think I'll still be alive? I reckon that under this guy's pursuit, I'll rush to the gold core stage. Daoist Jing Ru was even more astonished than Xiaohua. This wasn't a few days, nor was it a dozen days. It had already been more than a month, but Xiaohua's speed didn't show any signs of slowing down. This guy, where did he get so many spirit pills? Humph, spirit pills. Although your Imperial Thunder sect has a lot of spirit pills, I want to see how a Foundation establishment cultivator can completely refine the medicinal power after taking so many spirit pills all at once. Even if they're all used for flight, won't the medicinal power accumulated in the meridians leave behind future troubles? Even if I can't catch up to you, do you think you can still continue to advance? Won't your cultivation be damaged? Another dozen days passed, and Taoist Jing Ru was still the same as before. He withdrew his secret technique and chased after Xiao Hua in the direction he estimated. At this time, Xiao Hua had just turned around and wanted to fly in the direction of the Dawn Rain continent. Because there were no warning signs in advance, Xiao Hua didn't pay too much attention to it. He had just retracted his Buddhist sense and thought that Taoist Jing Ru was still chasing after him. However, after the time it took to eat a meal, the familiar divine sense that his Buddhist sense had already come into contact with swept over like a waterfall and locked onto Xiao Hua all of a sudden. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He released his Buddhist sense and suddenly discovered that Taoist Jing Ru was only a dozen li away from him and was at the edge of his Buddhist sense. Looking at this young nascent soul cultivator and the sinister smile on his face, Xiao Hua's soul flew out of his body and his heart jumped for no reason. He clapped his hands and sent a handful of bright flower pills into the air. Then, he immediately urged the Dragon Transformation secret art, the Celestial Body-Filling Technique, and the Heart Sutra to refine the Earth Essence Yao Milk. Under these several methods, Xiao Hua's flying speed suddenly increased greatly. What kind of flying technique is this? Taoist Jing Ru's divine sense finally saw Xiao Hua. He saw that Xiao Hua's body was wrapped in a layer of earthy yellow spiritual energy. Moreover, there were many faint whirlpools appearing on the surface of his body, stirring up the surrounding spiritual energy and pouring it into his body. Taoist Jing Ru was quite astonished, especially when he saw that Xiao Hua's flying technique was actually comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. After all, he had previously used a secret technique and couldn't urge the flying technique to its limit. But now, he had almost pushed the flying technique to its limit. Of course, if he had used the secret technique before, Taoist Jing Ru would still be somewhat worried. After all, the distance between the two was more than 100 li and his divine sense hadn't locked onto Xiao Hua. But now, it was different. Taoist Jing Ru didn't need to consume magic power to support the secret technique and his divine sense had locked onto Xiao Hua. Taoist Jing Ru's heart had long since returned to his stomach. If he could still let Xiao Hua escape under these circumstances, then he, Taoist Jing Ru, would truly have no face to hang around in the cultivation world of the Dawn Rain continent. After another half a day, Taoist Jing Ru felt that he seemed to be a bit too optimistic. The distance between him and Xiao Hua was now about 70 li, which was within the range of his divine sense. However, in this half a day, although this distance had somewhat decreased, the decrease was really limited. Moreover, Xiao Hua's current direction was already rushing towards the Dawn Rain continent because of the turn just now. Rise! Taoist Jing Ru's flying speed slowed down slightly and his hands formed a seal. A trace of redness appeared on Taoist Jing Ru's face, and a dark green sword-shaped magic weapon emerged from the top of his head. It slightly flashed in the air and unexpectedly disappeared into the void. Since you've been locked onto by this old man's divine sense, doesn't this old man have countless methods to deal with you? Taoist Jing Ru's face revealed a sinister smile. Xiao Hua naturally didn't dare to withdraw his Buddhist sense. Although it wasn't completely unfolded, it still extended to the left. Suddenly, a wave of ripples abruptly flashed in the space around 3m behind Xiao Hua, and then the jade-green magic treasure actually appeared out of thin air and pierced directly towards Xiao Hua's back. What kind of method is this? Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He already had nowhere to hide, but at this dangerous moment, Xiao Hua relied on the ethereal steps to dodge the attack. That flying sword precisely hit Xiaohua's shoulder blade. Peng, like the sound of metal striking stone, Xiaohua's figure admittedly staggered a little, but his flying speed unexpectedly didn't slow down at all. In fact, he even flew a bit more because of this. What made Xiaohua feel most at ease and what made Daoist Jing Ru's eyes pop out the most was that Xiaohua actually didn't suffer the slightest injury. Ha ha ha, celestial infusion technique. It's really a divine technique, an ancient technique. Xiaohua almost wanted to laugh out loud. During this month, he didn't stop cultivating the celestial infusion technique at all. This technique not only transformed the world's spiritual energy into true qi, but also gradually strengthened Xiaohua's physical body. Daoist Jing Ru's hasty attack actually didn't injure Xiaohua in the slightest. With this delay, Daoist Jing Ru once again pulled away from Xiaohua. Looking at Xiaohua's lively appearance, Daoist Jing Ru didn't know what to say. His flying technique was so outstanding, and his physical body was also so valiant. This kind of cultivator, if his magic power was similar to those of the same stage, then he would be a near-invincible existence. If he was allowed to cultivate to nascent soul, then perhaps the order of catching up to him would completely change. So much so that he simply wouldn't have the opportunity to escape. Thinking of this, Daoist Jing Ru's eyes slightly narrowed, and his desire to kill Xiaohua became even more resolute. Quick! Daoist Jing Ru threw a scarlet medicinal pill into his mouth. His entire physical body suddenly swelled up, and his flying figure naturally slowed down a little. Soon after, Daoist Jing Ru made a hand seal, and his index and middle fingers condensed together, just like a sword technique. The sword-type magic weapon that had just struck Xiaohua, under the control of Daoist Jing Ru, suddenly flew up, quickly raised its head, and suddenly overtook Xiaohua's figure, directly stabbing towards Xiaohua's throat. Humph! Seeing the sword-type magic weapon stabbing towards him, Xiaohua knew that Daoist Jing Ru wanted to use it to slow down his flight. He only needed to close the distance between them, and he would have no means to fight back. Open! Xiaohua shouted, clenching his hand into a fist. Without the slightest hesitation, he used the Big Dipper Divine Fist on the back of the sword-type magic weapon. The Big Dipper Divine Fist was so wondrous that Xiaohua's figure flew like moving clouds and flowing water, and his fist hit the back of the sword. The condensed earth-type spiritual energy shell on his fist blocked Xiaohua's skin, but Daoist Jing Ru's heart shook, and his figure also slightly swayed. Obviously, his magic weapon had received the attack, and he also suffered some damage. Looking at Xiaohua again, he unexpectedly borrowed the force of the attack to once again increase the distance between them. Chapter 2175. Xiaohua was determined. No matter how Daoist Jing Ru attacked, he only dodged and didn't fight back. He only increased the distance between them. Daoist Jing Ru was somewhat at a loss for words. He didn't dare to use spells or activate magic treasures again. If he slowed down his flying speed again, maybe Xiaohua would really escape from the range of his divine sense. Therefore, Daoist Jing Ru spared no effort to fly again. It took him nearly half a day to close the distance again. Obviously, Daoist Jing Ru consumed more magic power to close the distance this time. It was just that this magic power was really too small. It was difficult for Daoist Jing Ru to detect it in his pursuit. Seeing Xiaohua enter his attack range again, Daoist Jing Ru slightly hesitated. Then, he clenched his teeth and raised his hand to slap his forehead. A multicolored light blossomed from the top of his head, and a foot-long infant flew out from the top of Daoist Jing Ru's head. This infant had white teeth and red lips. Its facial features were exactly the same as Daoist Jing Ru's. Its body was covered in a small spiritual armor. The spiritual armor was faintly overflowing with brilliance, and the infant was holding a cauldron-like magic treasure in its hand. At the bottom of the magic treasure, purple true samadhi fire licked the cauldron like tongues of fire. This was the nascent soul that Taoist Jing Ru gave birth to. As soon as the nascent soul came out, it immediately stretched and opened its small mouth. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rumbled and was sucked into the nascent soul's body like a hurricane. Immediately, the nascent soul's eyes flashed with malevolence. It had the same expression as Taoist Jing Ru. Hearing Taoist Jing Ru's berate, his body slowed down. The nascent soul jumped with joy and waved the cauldron in its hand. Its figure turned into a stream of light and chased after Xiaohua's back. Although the nascent soul flew very fast, it would take half a meal for it to catch up with Xiaohua. Xiaohua's Buddhist sense had already sensed the abnormality of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His complexion was deathly pale, but he had already prepared the tip of the demonic spear. The nascent soul flew to about 10 zhang behind Xiaohua and waved its small hand. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Xiaohua was sucked dry by the nascent soul. Moreover, a suffocating imprisoning force was born in this space. It wanted to choke Xiaohua's entire body. Rise! Magic power surged on Xiaohua's body, and an earth-yellow brilliance surged forth. The phoenix Dharma body flew out of his body. With a "ga" sound, a bright light flashed through his phoenix eyes. The phoenix Dharma body actually struggled to break free from the confinement force. A cold light flashed, and its phoenix claws grabbed at Taoist Jing Si's nascent soul. True bloodline. The nascent soul's small mouth was also shocked, but he was not nervous. He pointed his finger, and a force was directed at the phoenix celestial body. It was like a rope, trying to bind the phoenix celestial body. Caw! The phoenix Dharma body flapped its wings with all its might and struggled to break free from the shackles. On the other hand, the nascent soul's body was also flashing with light. It was obvious that it was also consuming its magic power to cast the confinement spell. Xiaohua, on the other hand, was fiercely struggling with his arms. While he was using his physical body to break free from the shackles, he was also repeatedly using the heaven and earth within sleeves technique. Unexpectedly, he was evenly matched with the shackles of a nascent soul cultivator. Since he saw that the shackles were ineffective, Xiaohua immediately rushed forward and flew towards the nascent soul. The nascent soul was not afraid of Xiaohua's counterattack at all. Seeing Xiaohua stop, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. He threw his hand, and the pill furnace immediately flew out. Samadhi true fire, more than 100 feet long, shot out from within and pounced towards Xiaohua. Ha ha ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly. Under the cover of his Taoist robe, the heaven and earth within sleeves technique mixed with the Samadhi true fire, also pounced towards the pill furnace. You also know Samadhi true fire? The nascent soul's small voice was filled with astonishment. Go to hell. It was just a simple astonishment. The nascent soul's small hand clenched, and Xiaohua immediately felt the true essence in his body congeal. It seemed that he could not use his magic power. Good, a nascent soul cultivator's methods are indeed not simple. While Xiaohua was praising, he raised his left hand and took out the devil hammer. Pung, pung, pung. He struck at the space. The shackles of the nascent soul were once again shaken by the devil hammer. Xiaohua's strength had once again increased a bit under the cultivation of the celestial body bestowment technique. Devil weapon. In the distance, Taoist Jing Ru's speed had also slowed down a lot. He looked at the huge devil hammer in Xiaohua's hand with some disbelief. He was very clear that devil weapons were the nemesis of Taoist cultivators. His nascent soul was also afraid of devil weapons. If this devil hammer struck the nascent soul, there would definitely be irreparable damage. Fortunately, Although this guy's magic power is not bad, it still can't compare to this old man's. Admittedly, the strength of his fleshly body is valiant, but he can only barely resist this old man's magic power. Taoist Jing Ru was actually somewhat glad. It was far from the previous aloof attitude of a nascent soul cultivator. Instead, Taoist Jing Ru only rejoiced for a moment when he saw a black light unexpectedly flash in Xiaohua's hand. A black iron needle flew out and pierced between the nascent soul's eyebrows. This black light was extremely fast, scaring the nascent soul into a slight daze. He hastily waved his hand and used a spell to block the black iron needle. However, this black iron needle was covered by Xiaohua's concealment. Taking advantage of the nascent soul's distraction, Xiaohua's figure suddenly sped up. His originally empty left hand suddenly flashed with the tip of a devil spear. It swiftly pierced towards the nascent soul's body. This devil spear tip had yet to reach the body when Taoist Jing Ru's nascent soul immediately gave birth to a chill. Almost without thinking, the nascent soul's figure suddenly swayed and unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared, it was already several zhang away, leaping high out of the range of Xiaohua's devil spear tip. This was precisely the nascent soul's special teleportation technique. What kind of strange devil tool is this? Taoist Jing Ru was greatly shocked. His previous rejoicing had long since disappeared. It seems, this old man has a feeling that if this devil spear tip brushes against my nascent soul will be absorbed by this devil spear tip. Damn it, what kind of strange cultivator is this Xiaohua? You're not cultivating your heaven-reaching Tao sect cultivation, what kind of strange thing are you doing? At this moment, Taoist Jing Ru almost wanted to teach Xiaohua a lesson. Xiaohua, this kind of cultivator who refined his body to a certain degree, was precisely the nemesis of nascent souls. Taoist Jing Ru was only at the early nascent soul stage and had yet to condense his nascent soul. If his nascent soul was slightly touched, it was possible that he would lose several decades or even several hundred years of cultivation before he could recover. If he wasn't careful, there would really be the danger of being destroyed. Taoist Jing Ru saw that Xiaohua was a foundation establishment cultivator, so he released his nascent soul. He wanted to use his nascent soul to catch up to Xiaohua, but when he released his nascent soul, he was also hesitant because he was afraid of the current situation. However, Taoist Jing Ru wasn't too afraid. After all, Xiaohua's cultivation was too far apart, and his nascent soul still had too many divine abilities that it hadn't used. Therefore, Taoist Jing Ru's nascent soul leaped high into the sky and immediately pointed its hand. The pill furnace surrounded by Xiaohua's true samadhi fire suddenly expanded, and an enormous suction force was born from that pill furnace. Not only did it cover Xiaohua's phoenix dharma body, it even sucked Xiaohua inside. Chapter 2176. Xiaohua's figure had already reached the mouth of the cauldron and was about to fall into it. The nascent soul let out a small wild laugh. Ha ha ha. This old man wants to see what ability you have to escape from this old man's one chi divine cauldron. However, he was only able to finish his words when he saw Xiaohua's somewhat despairing eyes slightly brighten. A yellow figure flashed out from Xiaohua's chest and pounced on the nascent soul like a yellow wind. Ah! In an instant, the nascent soul's eyes contracted. A feeling of being stared at by his natural nemesis involuntarily flashed from the bottom of his heart. The nascent soul made a prompt decision and immediately teleported, disappearing from its original place. It rushed towards Taoist Jing Rong in a panic, as if only Taoist Jing Rong's body was the safest place. Spirit beast! Taoist Jing Rong, who was watching from a distance, almost wanted to cry. He clearly knew in his heart that Xiaohua's spirit beast was the kind that could devour nascent souls. Otherwise, his nascent soul wouldn't have disregarded everything and run back with all its might. Taoist Jing Rong didn't dare to be careless. This nascent soul was his foundation. He hastily swallowed another spirit pill and once again urged his magic power to welcome the nascent soul. The one Qi divine cauldron's suction force suddenly stopped. Xiaohua's Dharma body and physical body both stopped under the cauldron. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment. When he saw Goldie, he was somewhat confused. Goldie was afraid that it wouldn't be able to catch up with the nascent soul before Taoist Jing Rong could welcome it. He didn't dare to stay for a moment, so while calling Goldie back, he flicked his big sleeve and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique to cover the one Qi divine cauldron. Seeing Xiaohua easily receive the cauldron, Taoist Jing Rong was stunned, truly stunned. Silly, how could a first-level Qi refining idiot? He didn't even pay attention to the nascent soul that was rapidly flying over like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Taoist Jing Rong really couldn't understand. This was because this one Qi divine cauldron was used to refine tools, and it was a life-bound magic treasure refined with his true life essence. It was connected to his primordial spirit. Not to mention that Xiaohua was a foundation establishment cultivator, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to receive it so easily. Even if a spirit-severing stage cultivator came to collect it, they would have to use a great deal of magic power. Without a rumbling sound like a mountain shaking sound, it was absolutely impossible to collect it. The most important thing was that Taoist Jing Si only needed to think about it and the divine furnace would immediately fly back to Taoist Jing Si's side. It was absolutely impossible for it to be taken away by others. And, even if it was taken away by someone else, Taoist Jing Si still had a way to take it away from someone else's storage pouch. Just like how Her Highness's token was in Xiaohua's storage pouch that day, it could fly away at any time. But now? Taoist Jing Si's lifebound magic treasure was unexpectedly taken away by a puny foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, it was so easy to take it away without the slightest trace, just like a spring dream. Taoist Jing Si couldn't sense the slightest trace of the one Qi divine furnace inside Xiaohua's storage pouch. "You brat, if I don't capture you, pull out your tendons and skin you alive, grind your bones and scatter your ashes, and let you taste the pain of having your soul searched, my name is not Jing Liang." Taoist Jing Si stomped his feet in midair, stirring up all the magic power in his body to welcome his nascent soul and chase after Xiaohua. Unfortunately, although the magic power of a nascent soul cultivator was formidable, Xiaohua was currently several tens of li away. How could he hear his thunderous roar? Xiaohua, who had always been a thief, didn't leave empty-handed, at this time, withdrew his phoenix Dharma body. Like Taoist Jing Si, he once again stirred up his magic power and rushed forward. It had to be said that Xiaohua's method of stealing things in passing was wonderful. Taoist Jing Si's nascent soul fled in panic, simply not caring about the one Qi divine furnace. Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve technique was an ancient magic technique. Although Xiaohua's cultivation was still shallow, it could still temporarily cut off the connection between the magic treasure and Taoist Jing Si's primordial spirit. Of course, if Xiaohua was an ordinary cultivator, he would use magic power to put the magic treasure into his storage pouch. It would be tantamount to a baby moving a huge mountain, it would be almost impossible. But Xiaohua's method of putting the magic treasure into his space was his primordial spirit. The one Qi divine furnace only had a connection with the primordial spirit, there was no primordial spirit attached. And, even if there was a primordial spirit attached, in front of Xiaohua's powerful primordial spirit, it was no more than an ant. Therefore, Xiaohua very simply put the one Qi divine furnace into his space. The things inside the space were Xiaohua's personal belongings. Even a Mahayana cultivator wouldn't be able to take anything out of it. However, Xiaohua still lost the best opportunity to escape from Taoist Jing Si's pursuit. This was because Taoist Jing Si underestimated Xiaohua and rashly released his nascent soul. One must know that he was merely an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. His nascent soul hadn't completely solidified, and his magical power was limited. Moreover, he flew several tens of li away to kill Xiaohua. For an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, this was very dangerous. Otherwise, Daoist Jing Si would have been frightened when Xiaohua took out the demonic tool just now. If Xiaohua had risked sacrificing half of his magic power and used the spiritual fire, with the might of the spiritual fire and Xiaohua's fire control technique, he would definitely be able to kill the nascent soul cultivator in one blow. How could Daoist Jing Si, who had lost his nascent soul, still dare to chase after Xiaohua? Unfortunately, the opportunity was lost, and it couldn't come back. Xiaohua being able to escape from a nascent soul cultivator so calmly was already a legend. How could he possibly think of killing a nascent soul cultivator? Not only did Daoist Jing Si's assassination attempt fail, but he also lost the One Qi Divine Furnace. What made Daoist Jing Si angry the most was that he still hadn't shrunk the distance between him and Xiaohua. In fact, he had pulled the distance even further and was about to approach the limit of 100 li of spiritual sense. In the following 2 days, Daoist Jing Si no longer had any distractions. He only urged his magic power and took medicinal pills, wholeheartedly chasing after Xiaohua. He wanted to get close and then use his methods to kill him. Soon, Daoist Jing Si was only about 20 li away from Xiaohua. Daoist Jing Si's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He had been holding back for a long time. He slightly slowed down his flying speed and secretly formed hand seals, brewing a great spell. When he flew a little closer, he would use his thunderous methods. But right at this moment, the figure of Xiaohua who was flying within a stretch of dark green pine trees suddenly vanished. Daoist Jing Si was stunned. His spiritual sense swept, but there was no trace of him. Moreover, because Xiaohua's whole body was surrounded by a layer of earth attribute spiritual energy, Daoist Jing Si's spiritual sense didn't mark him. He couldn't rely on his spiritual sense mark to find Xiaohua. Why does this guy have so many strange spells? Daoist Jing Si was helpless. He had no choice but to disperse the spell in his hand and use the secret technique. Fortunately, the secret technique was still effective. The cunning Xiaohua was actually within the range of Daoist Jing Si's spiritual sense, but he had already changed direction and fled towards the north. Damn it! Daoist Jing Si roared and chased in that direction. Because Daoist Jing Si still had to rely on the secret technique to find Xiaohua's position, his flying speed inevitably slowed down. And Xiaohua, who was using the wood escape, was also pleasantly surprised. He also saw that the distance between the two people was getting closer and closer. He knew from his Buddhist sense that Daoist Jing Si was brewing magic power, so he took the risk and gave it a try. He also didn't know whether or not he had a nascent soul cultivator's spiritual sense mark on his body, but since Daoist Jing Si's speed had slowed down, that meant he had no choice but to find his trace. This wood escape was effective. Of course, Xiaohua's wood escape was still a bit slower than the thunder escape. However, it had the advantage of not leaving any trace. Daoist Jing Si's spiritual sense couldn't see him, so he could calmly escape, especially when he was running all over the place. As a result, the distance between Xiaohua and Daoist Jing Si increased again. A few days later, Xiaohua flew out from the other end of the forest. He swept with his Buddhist sense and was very satisfied. At this time, the distance between him and Daoist Jing Si was just right for him to escape into the mountains. But at this time, Xiaohua's brows slightly wrinkled. His Buddhist sense saw that there was a lot of barren land at the edge of the nearby mountain forest, and there was some sparse rice planted on it. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and his figure flew up again. With a wave of his hand, fine rice seeds continuously flew out from the space and landed on the ground below him. These seeds couldn't all land in suitable rice fields. Some fell on rocks, some fell on trees, some fell in the water, and even more fell in the moist soil. Huh? This guy actually appeared. Sensing Xiao Hua's appearance through his spiritual sense, Taoist Jing Si was happy at first, but then he was astonished. He didn't understand what Xiao Hua was doing. He thought he was laying down some magic array. However, those tiny things Xiao Hua scattered didn't have a trace of magic power. Moreover, they were all over the ground. Even if he was laying down a magic array, he couldn't be so wasteful, right? When those farmers on the barren land discovered these fine seeds, they thought they were bestowed by the heavens and fell to the ground to kowtow. Only then did Taoist Jing Si suddenly realize, damn it, isn't this the immortal rice seeds I obtained when I searched that farmer's soul? What is this Xiao Hua doing? At this time, he's still doing these meaningless things? This is humiliating me. Taoist Jing Si suddenly came to a realization, and his anger unconsciously soared to the sky. But Taoist Jing Si was really at his wit's end at this time. He chased for nearly 2 months, not daring to be distracted. He just wanted to catch up and then attack, but this Xiao Hua's strange methods always pulled the distance apart at the most dangerous time. Although Taoist Jing Si flew a bit faster than Xiao Hua, he couldn't stop himself from using Xiao Hua's magic power. This won't do, I have to find a helper. Taoist Jing Si suddenly had this thought, but it was immediately stifled. Yes, a nascent soul cultivator couldn't kill a foundation establishment cultivator, but he still needed to find a helper? If this helper was a core formation cultivator, he feared it wouldn't work. He had to be a nascent soul cultivator, but the favor of another nascent soul cultivator wasn't easy to accept. 2 nascent soul cultivators intercepting a foundation establishment cultivator, if this spread out, it would make others laugh their heads off. I must take back the flying magic tool. Taoist Jing Si clapped his hands, and a 1,000-mile sound-transmitting talisman was sent out. He needed to take advantage of the fact that Xiao Hua was still in Meng country to get the flying magic tool. If he left Meng country, even if someone delivered the magic tool, he feared he wouldn't be able to receive it. Chapter 2177. This old ghost is looking for a helper. Xiao Hua was shocked. He instantly thought of the cultivator who sealed his Naiwan palace. Damn it, I'll risk it all. Before that person comes, I'll run as far as I can. The pitiful Xiao Hua still didn't know the origin of Taoist Jing Ru. His figure was still flying within Meng country. While planting rice seeds, he also urged his flying technique. Soon, more than half a year had passed and Xiao Hua was running around in Meng country. The earth crystal Yao milk in his body was gradually refined and the yellow color on his body gradually faded away. Xiao Hua knew that this nascent soul cultivator's social network was definitely wider than his. He must know a lot of cultivators. Moreover, the other party had already sent out a sound-transmitting talisman and was looking for people to find him. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't dare to go to places with many cultivators and only looked for remote and dangerous places to escape. Even when Xiao Hua passed by Mo Zhao Black Forest, he thought of the secret area inside. However, the secret area was a natural restriction and he couldn't control the time when it was opened. If he rashly went in, he might be caught like a turtle in a jar and end up like the corpse he encountered at that time. Moreover, Mo Zhao was everywhere in Mo Zhao Black Forest and there were many dangers. Xiao Hua didn't have absolute confidence that he could escape from the joint attack of Mo Zhao and the nascent soul cultivator. Today was a day of continuous rain. Xiao Hua's body was surrounded by a faint brilliance, blocking all the rain outside of the brilliance. In the distance, Taoist Jing Ru had just used a secret technique to find the direction of Xiao Hua. He was within 100 miles. After sweeping with his divine sense, he was suddenly shocked and secretly said, "Isn't this Xiao Hua a foundation establishment cultivator?" The yellow heaven and earth spiritual qi outside his body has gradually faded away, but now he still has a protective brilliance. Isn't this a magical ability that only gold core cultivators have? Could it be that this guy is hiding his cultivation? Just as he was thinking, Daoist Jingru raised his eyebrows and became happy. His figure flew towards Xiaohua's right without hesitation. At this time, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense to find traces of Daoist Jingru. Suddenly, almost parallel to Xiaohua's right hand, there was a flying magic tool flickering with brilliance approaching at an extremely fast speed. I understand. Xiaohua immediately understood. This nascent soul cultivator wasn't looking for any helpers. Instead, he asked someone to bring his own flying magic tool. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have strolled around Meng country. Why not just charge straight into the Mo Zhao dark forest? It's also better than being attacked from both sides. While thinking, Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out another drop of earth crystal ya milk. Without hesitation, he slapped it on his own arm. Instantly, a thick layer of earthen yellow spirit energy of the heavens and the earth surged out from the surface of Xiaohua's body. At the same time, Xiaohua's meridians, body, and Phoenix Dharma body madly absorbed the earth element spirit energy once more. Xiaohua's comprehension of the celestial body bestowment technique was also very good now, and he was operating it to the limit. As Daoist Jingyu approached the flying magic tool, he sent out a sound-transmitting talisman. Once the flying magic tool received the sound-transmitting talisman, it immediately changed direction. Together with Daoist Jingyu, it flew towards Xiaohua in a pincer attack. How could Xiaohua let them succeed? He immediately changed his direction and flew towards the direction of the country of Xi. After flying for another half a day, the flying magic tool speed was actually only similar to Daoist Jingyu's. It was not much faster, so how could it catch up with Xiaohua? Therefore, Daoist Jingyu had no choice but to get on the flying magic tool. On the flying magic tool was his disciple, Hu Guanju. Reporting to master, disciple has brought the flying swallow. Hu Guanju had an indescribable expression on his face. He took out a storage pouch and said respectfully, "This is the medicinal pill that master wants." In addition, disciple followed master's sound transmission and came here by myself. I didn't tell anyone. Good. Daoist Jingyu didn't say much to him. He sat cross-legged on the flying swallow, stretched out his hand, and placed it on a bulge. Immediately, Daoist Jingyu's divine sense increased by 20%, and the flying speed also increased by 20%. You can go now. Daoist Jingyu saw Xiaohua with his divine sense. His heart relaxed, and he indifferently ordered Hu Guanju. Yes, disciple understands. Hu Guanju unexpectedly acted as if he didn't see anything. Without saying anything, he turned around and jumped off the flying swallow, heading in the direction of the Changbai sect. Humph, this old man wants to see. Daoist Jingyu coldly snorted. You've been flying for nearly a year, and you still haven't used up all your medicinal pills? Besides, this old man has a flying magic tool, and my speed is already much faster than yours. Moreover, my divine sense has also expanded. How can I not catch up with you? Oh. Xiaohua's body surface, how can there be so much spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Daoist Jingyu calmed his heart and looked. He was immediately surprised. What is this? It seems to be earth crystal ya milk. How can Xiaohua have such a strange thing? Previously, Xiaohua was urging the earth crystal ya milk in his body to turn black, so Daoist Jingyu didn't notice it. Now that Xiaohua was using the earth crystal ya milk, Daoist Jingyu was belatedly aware of the abnormality. But at this moment, a strange thing happened again. Xiaohua, who was in front of him, saw Daoist Jingyu's speed increase. He stretched out his hand, and a little ink-like thing was in his hand. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. What strange thing is this? At this time, Taoist Jing Yu was already somewhat used to it. He only wanted to know what kind of effect this thing could bring to Xiaohua. Whoosh, with a sound, the earth-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Xiaohua's body seemed to have been ignited, and all of it began to roll. Xiaohua's body seemed to have been pierced by needles into millions of small dots, and a tiny vortex was set off. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth spiraled in. Does this guy want to fight to the death? Taoist Jing Yu narrowed his eyes. He clearly understood in his heart that forcibly pouring in spiritual energy of heaven and earth was a great taboo for cultivators. Although it could increase one's magic power for a short period of time, the damage to one's physical body, meridians, and even one's Tao heart was too great. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would drink poison to quench their thirst. However, Xiaohua once again made Taoist Jing Yu's eyeballs fall out. The thing that Taoist Jing Yu was most worried about happened again. Xiaohua's flying speed unexpectedly increased again. There's no mistake, right? Taoist Jing Yu almost jumped up on the flying swallow. He's as fast as an early nascent soul cultivator. This guy actually wants to surpass a nascent soul cultivator? Immediately, Taoist Jing Yu clenched his teeth and took out a medicinal pill from a new storage pouch. He threw it into his mouth and said fiercely, "Good, since you want to play with this old man will play with you. Even if this old man can't catch up to you, I'll still force you to a dead end and make your cultivation unable to increase in this lifetime. I'll make you unable to fly, and when you stop, your meridians will burst, and your physical body will collapse and die." Alas, Taoist Jing Yu himself probably hadn't thought of this at this time. What he was thinking now was not to personally kill Xiaohua, but to take a step back and force Xiaohua to take a medicinal pill and die. Chapter 2178. Unfortunately, Taoist Jing Ru, a nascent soul cultivator, had such a simple idea, and in the end, it wasn't realized. 2 years later, when Xiaohua bypassed Meng country, circled into Huan country, and finally rushed into Shi country. When he arrived in the vicinity of Imperial Thunder Sect, Taoist Jing Ru still couldn't catch up. In the end, Xiaohua's bright thunder escape was forced to practice to the extreme, but he couldn't break through to the thunder eclipse stage. Because of this, Taoist Jing Ru was no longer able to steadily catch up with Xiaohua. Occasionally, he had to rely on secret techniques to find Xiaohua's whereabouts. In fact, Xiaohua couldn't be blamed for teasing Taoist Jing Ru, who was a nascent soul cultivator. Xiaohua had already been flying in a mess, so how could he know which direction was Imperial Thunder Sect? He could go from Meng country to Huan country, discover the wrong direction in time, and didn't rush into the sword cultivator's territory. Instead, he returned to Shi country in time, which made Taoist Jing Ru laugh his head off. Besides, our family's Xiaohua is sowing seeds, and good deeds must be done along the way. Along the way, who knows how many rice seeds have been sowed, and who knows how many commoners have benefited from this. Seeing the familiar mountain range, which was the place where Xiaohua experienced the lightning tribulation for the first time with Sun Shu and the others, Xiaohua's heart settled. He had already used the last drop of earth crystal Yao milk, and there was still a lot of unrefined spiritual energy left in his meridians. Moreover, there were still many grains of earth crystal Yao milk left in his meridians. Although the massive amount of spiritual energy had been refined, raising his realm to the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment. However, just as Taoist Jing Ru thought, if he flew for a while longer, even if Taoist Jing Ru didn't kill Xiaohua, Xiaohua's body and meridians would absolutely not be able to withstand the spiritual energy that couldn't be refined, and he would explode to death as Taoist Jing Ru predicted. Of course, now that he was already in Imperial Thunder Sect's territory, Xiaohua could naturally calm down, properly adjust his meridians, and stabilize his realm. Using a few years of effort to raise his cultivation level from the middle stage of foundation establishment to the peak stage was like forcing an infant boy to climb up a cliff. If he was not careful, he would be doomed eternally. Ha ha ha! Xiaohua suddenly stopped. His face flashed with an earthy yellow color. It was obvious that the spiritual aura in his body was surging. Xiaohua hurriedly operated his cultivation method to suppress it. He laughed loudly and fully operated his cultivation method. He transmitted his voice, "Senior nascent soul with deep feelings, thank you for escorting me all the way back to the Imperial Thunder sect from the Gui He Si. You even gave me a cauldron for refining weapons. This Xiao will never forget this kind of righteousness. Right now, this Xiao has already returned to the entrance of my Imperial Thunder sect. This Xiao sincerely invites Senior to come to my Imperial Thunder sect for a chat. This little one has delicious spirit wine to offer. I also want to have a drink with Senior and discuss with Senior about the wind, frost, snow, and rain along the way. Then, we should talk about life, love." "Oh, wrong, those are for female cultivators. With a Senior of such noble character and unquestionable integrity, we should talk about how to give away our magical treasures to others without making them feel grateful to us. This is a very difficult thing to do. And, in addition, if possible, I ask Senior to bestow me a name. This junior will definitely engrave it in my heart. In the future, if I see Senior's disciple or Senior's disciple, this junior will definitely give them a peach and repay them with a plum. And, since Senior is unwilling to return to the Imperial Thunder sect with this Xiao, then this Xiao has no other choice." Xiaohua simply didn't care whether Daoist Jing Si could hear him or not. He continued, "This Xiao has no way to repay Senior's kindness. This low-grade spirit stone will be this Xiao's reward. I also ask Senior to not dislike it. As the saying goes, a goose feather sent from 1,000 miles away is light, but the feelings are more important. Senior's gift to this junior is not just 1,000 miles, this little one spirit stone is also much more valuable than a goose feather. And, don't say, this junior has never given anyone a spirit stone before. Senior is the first." Ha ha ha! Xiaohua's Buddhist sense swept over. He had already seen Daoist Jing Si several dozen miles away. His nose was crooked from anger. He waved his hand and the low-grade spirit stone flew over. Soon after, he no longer cared about what was behind him and flew towards the Imperial Thunder sect like a wisp of smoke. Puff! Daoist Jing Si spat out a mouthful of blood on the flying swallow. At this time, Xiaohua's magic power was truly profound. Daoist Jing Si was also on top of the magic tool, so he had already heard these words. He had exhausted all the spirit pills in his storage pouch and exhausted all the magic power in his body, but unexpectedly, he couldn't even touch a single hair on Xiaohua's head. How could he not be angry? His heart was originally filled with anger. Being lured by Xiaohua like this, he immediately vomited blood. However, not to mention that he couldn't catch up to Xiaohua now, even if he could, the Imperial Thunder sect's territory was in front of him. If he rashly entered, not only would the matter of him chasing Xiaohua be exposed, he would also provoke some trouble by coming to the Imperial Thunder sect for no reason. He had no choice but to stop. At the same time Daoist Jing Si stopped, he immediately urged his primordial spirit to sense his life source magic treasure. Unfortunately, it was the same as the countless times he had sensed it in the past 2 years. That one gasification divine furnace seemed to not exist. There wasn't any movement. This brat is bullying me too much. Not only did he take this old man's magic treasure, he even used words to despise this old man. Daoist Jing Si shouted loudly. He stood up and hatefully stamped his foot. Soon after, his eyes flashed with a trace of severity. "Humph, don't look at how you're somewhat well off now. You know your own situation. Previously, your face had a faint yellow brilliance. Wasn't that because too much spiritual energy had been deposited in your body? Even if you return to the Imperial Thunder sect and ask Daoist Thunder Meng to take action and stabilize your realm, what about yourself? Your cultivation, can you still take another step forward? In the end, other people's stable realms aren't your own. Ha ha ha. Daoist Jing Si spat out a mouthful of congested blood. He also felt a lot more carefree. He laughed a few times, patted the flying swallow, turned around, and left. As for Xiaofan, who had executed the Bright Thunder escape art to the extreme, his heart was also perturbed. After all, this lightning escape art was something that even Reverend Lei Tan did not cultivate. How could his execution of this art not attract attention? But under Daoist Jing Si's coercion, he still prioritized preserving his life. When Xiaofan saw that Daoist Jing Si had unexpectedly stopped in midair, his heart was overjoyed. He immediately reduced his flying speed and changed to an ordinary flying technique. He slowly moved forward. Of course, he was moving. Just a moment ago, he was still a rabbit, but now he was a tortoise. Xiaofan didn't hear Daoist Jing Si's words. Currently, Daoist Jing Si's magic power consumption was enormous. He was unwilling to spend energy in this aspect. After all, he still had to return to Meng with his tail between his legs. Damn it, I finally got rid of this guy. Xiaofan let out a long sigh of relief. He felt uncomfortable all over. Not only was his physical body sore, there was also a dull pain in his meridians, and even extreme mental exhaustion. Xiaohua's physical body had been tempered by the lightning tribulation, Xiaohua's meridians were operated by the dragon transformation art, and Xiaohua also cultivated secret techniques such as the celestial body bestowment technique. Although Xiaohua had too many, yes, he had used up 2 drops of earth crystal ya milk within 2 years. This half-drop of earth crystal ya milk could temper the physical body of a late gold core stage cultivator, allowing them to rely on this physical body to step into the nascent soul stage. Xiaohua had actually used 3 times as much. He was a foundation establishment cultivator. And, even if his cultivation was comparable to the middle gold core stage, he still couldn't bear it. I was chased for thousands of miles and forced for 2 years, but in the end, I still don't know who this guy is. After escaping from death, Xiaohua was still somewhat gnashing his teeth. In his heart, he understood that in the end, his flying technique had already surpassed the nascent soul cultivator's magic tool. He could have escaped earlier, but he also wanted to see if he could find a flaw in the other party's technique. He wanted to see if he could find out the other party's background, so that he could know the origin of his enemy. From there, he could find out why he came to the Dawn Rain continent from the 10,000 demon realm. Forget it. Since I know the appearance of the person who came, there are only so many nascent soul stage cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent. I can always find out who the person who sealed me is. Xiaohua thought hatefully, but, if that enemy is too powerful, I don't know if my Imperial Thunder sect can come out for me. His divine sense swept across the road that he had flown before, and a trace of homesickness suddenly appeared in the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. It was as if he was a wanderer returning home, and when he came close, he felt a kind of attachment, a kind of security, a kind of peace, and a kind of expectation. This was a feeling that Xiaohua had never felt before. Maybe I'm old? Xiaohua touched his nose and secretly laughed. It said that only the old will be nostalgic. In the past, I didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the Imperial Thunder sect, but now I actually think so much. It's good to have a sect. Not only do you have cultivation methods and pills, even if someone is chasing you, you have a harbor to hide in, and a place to escape to. So many disciples of cultivation families and rogue cultivators want to join a cultivation sect. This is probably a more important reason. Oh right, I don't know if Xue is back yet. Xiaohua was a little emotional, and immediately thought of Xue. He hurriedly clapped his hands, took out 1,000-mile sound-transmitting talisman, and threw it in the air with his magic power. Huh, great. Seeing that the red-yellow talisman didn't fly elsewhere, but directly flew to the Imperial Thunder Sect, Xiaohua was overjoyed, knowing that Xue had returned safely. Xiaohua flew to the Sky Thunder Peak while waiting for Xiaohua's response, or Xue's warm welcome. However, before Xiaohua could see Xue, he saw a group of qi refining disciples flying over. How come there are disciples traveling again? Xiaohua thought to himself, but then he changed his mind and laughed inwardly. Of course, I've been gone for nearly 10 years. Isn't today the Foundation Establishment experiential learning for qi refining disciples? Greetings, Martial Uncle. When the several disciples in front saw Xiaohua, they didn't care whether Xiaohua was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, and hurriedly bowed to pay their respects. You all are going to Foundation Establishment experiential learning? Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes, Martial Uncle knows, we juniors are going to look for an opportunity to Foundation Establishment. The quick-witted disciples hurriedly replied, I don't know if Martial Uncle has any instructions, please give us some pointers. Chapter 2179. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand, saying, everyone has their own fate, others can't use it as a reference. However, if you wholeheartedly follow the Tao, treat others with compassion, and cultivate with sincerity, the heavens will certainly take care of you. Yes, we understand. The several disciples were confused, and some even showed disdain on their faces. Xiaohua understood that he was still concealing his cultivation level to the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, and his appearance was so young. In other people's eyes, wasn't he just lucky enough to enter the Foundation Establishment realm? Admittedly, this was what Xiaohua really said, but in other people's ears, most of them were perfunctory, and a few were showing off, right? Xiaohua didn't say much. He flew up and smiled at the disciples who came out to gain experience. There were so many aura-refining disciples who went out to gain experience, and many of them came back, but what about those who entered the Foundation Establishment realm? How many could there be? Among the oncoming qi refining disciples, Xiaohua actually saw a few familiar faces, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember them clearly. However, when he saw these disciples evade him and fly away, Xiaohua already understood that they should be fellow disciples who had joined the Imperial Thunder Sect with him, or he had met them when he went out to gain experience in the past. Alas, Xiaohua sighed. He knew what they were thinking, so he pretended he didn't see them and flew directly to Sky Thunder Peak. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at Sky Thunder Peak, it was even more lively. He saw a thunderboat stopped in mid-air, and a gold core cultivator stood at the bow of the boat with his hands clasped behind his back, looking into the distance. Under the thunderboat, there were dozens of disciples and a few masters of different cultivation levels clustered around. Feather Immortal Assembly? Xiaohua smiled. Another Feather Immortal Assembly, I wonder who will win this year. Wuxia Fairy, how are you doing in the Huanhua sect? For no reason, Xiaohua's heart was suddenly drowned by longing. That longing was even vaster and more boundless than the water of the Guihe Sea. Xiaohua. You've also entered the Foundation Establishment realm? A very shocked voice came from not far away. Xiaohua's longing was interrupted by this sudden voice, and he raised his eyebrows absent-mindedly. He saw a middle-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator flying over with a 12th-layer aura-refining disciple. This voice came from that middle-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. Enemies are really destined to meet. This young master had just returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect and ran into this guy. When Xiaohua saw that cultivator, he couldn't help but be overjoyed in his heart. This cultivator was none other than Zhen Weisheng of Swallow Thunder Ridge. Greetings, Senior Brother Zhen. Xiaohua wasn't polite either. He cupped his hands and called Zhen Weisheng Senior Martial Brother, saying, Little brother hasn't done anything outrageous, so why can't I build my foundation? Is it strange for senior brother Zhen to see me build my foundation? Oh, right, where's my junior martial brother Yan? What about junior brother now? Or martial nephew? The astonishment on Zhen Weisheng's face disappeared as he said coldly, even in my thunder manipulation sect, it's extremely rare to reach foundation establishment in a few decades. You have nothing to be proud of. Let this old man tell you this as your senior brother. Modesty makes one improve, while pride makes one fall behind. Pfft! Xiao Hua almost fell from the sky. He smiled and said, "Many thanks for senior brother Zhen's pointers. My master told little brother several decades ago that senior brother doesn't need to worry. However, it seems that martial nephew Yan hasn't built his foundation yet, so senior brother should say these words to encourage him." Oh, right, this is also senior brother's disciple, right? Are you going to participate in the Feather Immortal Assembly? Zhen Weisheng's face was gloomy when Xiao Hua mentioned Yan Xiafeng again. Yan Xiafeng was quite famous in the Feather Immortal Assembly back then. After returning, he excitedly confronted Xiao Hua, wanting to destroy Myriad Thunder Valley's face. Who knew that he would be beaten up like a punching bag by Xiao Hua? This probably left an inner demon in his heart. It had been 10 years, but he still didn't show any signs of building his foundation. This also left a regret in Zhen Weisheng's heart. Xiao Hua poked his sore spot again and again, so how could he not be ashamed and angry? Junior Shuqing greets martial uncle. The 12th layer Qi refinement disciple didn't know the grudge between Xiao Hua and Swallow Thunder Ridge. When Xiao Hua mentioned him, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "And this is Myriad Thunder Valley's Xiao Hua, also your Thunder Manipulation Palace's martial uncle." Zhen Weisheng pointed his hand and said, he also participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly back then with the cultivation of the 11th layer Qi refinement. Xiao Hua. Martial Uncle Xiao. Xiuqing had obviously heard of Xiao Hua's name, and her face immediately showed astonishment. "And, it's that Xiao Hua." Zhen Weisheng said disdainfully, "When he participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly back then, he made my Thunder Manipulation sect lose face. A female cultivator from the Washing Flower sect betrayed us on the spot. However, don't learn from him. He couldn't build his foundation for dozens of years, and in the end, who knows what kind of opportunity he encountered to reach this step. If you can't build your foundation for dozens of years, you'll make me lose face. I'll slap you to death." "Yes, disciple understands." Xiuqing naturally didn't dare to say more. She smiled embarrassedly at Xiao Hua and bowed to Zhen Weisheng. "Let's go." Zhen Weisheng didn't pay attention to Xiao Hua anymore. He waved his hand and said, "He's already on the thunder boat, don't waste time here." After saying that, Zhen Weisheng ignored Xiao Hua and flew away first. Xiuqing cupped her hands towards Xiao Hua again and activated the yellow talisman. "Hehe, this disciple called Xiuqing looks pretty good. Don't learn bad things from Zhen Weisheng." Xiao Hua smiled and said in his heart, "I don't want to kill any more disciples of the Thunder Manipulation sect." Then Xiao Hua looked at the disciples on and off the thunder boat. He didn't see anyone he was familiar with, so he didn't care. He stood up and flew towards the Myriad Thunder Valley. But what he didn't know was that when he flew far away, the middle gold core stage cultivator standing on the thunder boat looked at Xiao Hua's back and frowned. Xiao Hua, this guy is still alive? He actually built his foundation? This is really troublesome. This favor. I have to find a way to return it." Flying close to the Myriad Thunder Valley, bursts of silent thunder rushed into Xiao Hua's ears. Just when Xiao Hua wanted to use the secret technique to avoid thunder, he felt the spiritual aura in his meridians and even in his body suddenly jump, as if it was somewhat out of control. However, before he could use the mental cultivation method in his shock, the spiritual aura flowed extremely slowly, as if it was about to be refined. "Io!" Xiaohua suddenly woke up, and he was overjoyed. The reason why the spiritual aura was deposited was because the mental cultivation method wasn't good enough. But when the mental cultivation method was used again, new spiritual aura would enter, and this spiritual aura couldn't be refined. Over time, it would be deposited. When the mental cultivation method was used again to refine the spiritual aura, this spiritual aura would have already entered the depths of the meridians or the minor branches of the body. The mental cultivation method was already powerless. Of course, Xiaohua didn't have the opportunity to refine the spiritual aura in detail, but his thoughts were the same as Taoist Jing Ru's. He didn't have much confidence in his heart, but when he saw the effect of the silent thunder, Xiaohua thought of the feeling in his body when he shattered that huge meteor in the huge stone formation. Chapter 2180. Could it be that, this silent thunder is also useful for the heavenly infusion technique or the bone tempering technique? Xiaohua guessed. But then, Xiaohua frowned. He was about to reach the myriad thunder valley, but Xue's communication talisman hadn't arrived. He didn't know why. Although he knew that Xue was safe and sound, Xiaohua still wanted to see her with his own eyes. Which fellow Taoist came to my myriad thunder valley? While Xiaohua was thinking, a Foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense swept over from afar, and a voice familiar to Xiaohua was heard. He, Cui Hongshan. Xiaohua stopped in midair with a faintly discernible smile on his face. So it's you? Cui Hongshan's divine sense swept over Xiaohua, and he immediately recognized him. His tone carried a trace of astonishment, and a trace of surprise that almost couldn't be felt, pleasant surprise. You were actually able to escape from the hands of Taoist Jing Ru? Cui Hongshan's second sentence made Xiaohua even more astonished. Taoist Jing Ru? Xiaohua was stunned. But then, his mind turned quickly, and he immediately understood what was going on. He couldn't help but feel a burst of warmth in his heart. Xue, you are really my wife. Who is Taoist Jing Ru? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. Strange. Cui Hongshan flew closer, looked up and down at Xiaohua, and said indifferently, Xue rushed back to the Imperial Thunder Sect 2 years ago, and first came to my myriad Thunder Valley, saying that you were being chased by a nascent soul cultivator, and wanted us to save you. But, you also know that Master is only at the late stage of Foundation establishment. How could he dare to provoke a nascent soul cultivator? So, he took Xue to the Thunder Palace to see Taoist Lei Meng. When Xue described the appearance of the nascent soul cultivator, Taoist Lei Meng knew that it was Changbai Sect's Taoist Jing Ru. So, we naturally knew that this was the trouble you caused at the Feather Immortal Assembly. Cui Hongshan said coldly, since you know how your body is, don't provoke some people you can't afford to provoke. Otherwise, not only will you lose your life, you will also provoke others to suffer. From his tone, it was obviously an elder reprimanding a junior. There's no need for fellow Taoist Cui to worry. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said indifferently. He didn't say another word. I naturally won't worry about it. Everything will be decided by Master. Cui Hongshan didn't say much. He clapped his hands, took out the messaging talisman, and said a few words. Then, he raised his hand and sent it out. He then said, I'm patrolling the Myriad Thunder Valley today, so I won't take you back. Master is in the cave residence today. Got it. Xiaohua didn't wait for Cui Hongshan to finish speaking. With a flick of his sleeves, he grew taller than Cui Hongshan by half a figure. Then, he swept past Cui Hongshan and flew towards the Immortal's cave in the Myriad Thunder Valley. However, before he could fly for half an hour, a communication talisman flew back and landed in the hands of Cui Hongshan, whose face was slightly pale. Cui Hongshan took the communication talisman and looked at it. A trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Then, he flew up and followed Xiaohua to the Immortal's cave. Before he could fly to the Immortal's cave, the Immortal's divine sense swept over. However, it only swept over Xiaohua's body for a moment before withdrawing. It didn't stay for too long. Meanwhile, Zhuo Minghui's figure was already standing outside the Immortal's cave. When Xiaohua saw his master's wife, his nose turned sour for no reason. An inexplicable sadness welled up in his heart. Xiaohua landed early without leaving a trace. He quickly ran in front of Zhuo Minghui and bowed. Disciple really can't bear the burden of troubling master's nascent soul. You child. Although Zhuo Minghui had already seen Xiaohua, she still looked him up and down for a long time. Then, she stretched out her hand and touched Xiaohua's hair. She said lovingly, "It's really hard for you to become a disciple of your master." Although this sentence didn't have much explanation, it was really better than a million sentences. Xiaohua's previous unhappiness because of Cui Hongshan immediately disappeared. I don't dare. It's all because disciple is too naughty and has caused trouble for master. He bowed again and said very sincerely. It's not naughty at all. At this time, Cui Hongshan also stepped forward to greet Zhuo Minghui. When Zhuo Minghui saw Cui Hongshan's appearance, she obviously already knew that he had suffered in front of Xiaohua. She smiled and said, "Your eldest senior brother is too slow. Hongshan is also a man of the rules. If it weren't for a naughty disciple like you, master's wife would be really boring. Disciple understands. Disciple will do his best to learn from eldest senior brother," Xiaohua said hurriedly. Hearing that Xiaohua still didn't mention Cui Hongshan, Zhuo Minghui smiled bitterly. However, she stretched out her hand and pulled Xiaohua. "Let's go, let's enter the Immortal's cave first. These past 2 years, your master has been worried about you. However, you also know that Taoist Jing Ru is a nascent soul cultivator. Even Taoist Lei Meng isn't willing to easily offend him. The news that Xue brought back was without any evidence. You also didn't have any verbal message or evidence to take back to the sect. Therefore, master's wife, hasn't disciple returned safely? Don't mention the past." Xiaohua stopped Zhuo Minghui from continuing and said with a smile, "Everything is a misunderstanding. Disciple will carefully report to master when I see him." "Good." Zhuo Minghui beamed with joy. Everything was fake. As long as Xiaohua returned safely, that was what she cared about the most. Xiaohua was pulled into the Immortal's cave by Zhuo Minghui. However, he saw that everything in the Immortal's cave was the same as before. Even the helpless expression on his face was the same as before. He still hated iron for not becoming steel. Disciple greets master. Xiaohua faintly felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "What? You've finally built your foundation?" She said faintly and helplessly. "When your eldest senior brother came back, he said that you've already built your foundation. It's already been 10 years. How come you're still at the early stage of foundation establishment? Your cultivation and realm also haven't improved? Look at Xue. Although she went out with you and even built her foundation later than you, look at her cultivation. It's practically similar to your senior brother Chui's. How did you cultivate? Did you cultivate a dog's body? You're really embarrassing me." Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He just knew that Wu would say this. It was also because he knew that Wu would say this that Xiaohua specially maintained his newly built foundation cultivation. In the end, he wanted to see if Wu would say this. Sweat, isn't this a bit of reverse psychology? Cough cough, Zhuo Minghui seized the opportunity to cough twice, interrupting Wu's words. She glanced at the embarrassed Xiaohua and rebuked, "Husband, you can't say that. Although Xiaohua's cultivation hasn't improved, that's because his foundation is weak. However, didn't you hear what Xiangyang said? Xiang Yang and Qing Lian were both saved by him. Moreover, that thing was also obtained by Xiao Hua. Old man, you also benefited a lot from it. In these 2 years, you've also racked your brains to find someone to help you. Now that you're here, you're blaming the child? What nonsense are you saying? Wu glared at Zhuo Minghui in annoyance and said, "This kind of disciple that makes me lose face, I can't wait for him to not return." Those were all words that Xiang Yang made up and specially placed on Xiao Hua. He just built his foundation, how could he save 2 people? You even believe these words? Hee hee. Zhuo Minghui covered her mouth and laughed. Since that's the case, last year when my Imperial Thunder sect was recruiting disciples again, why didn't you go? That's because Myriad Thunder Valley was busy with official business, I didn't have time. Wu curled his lips even more. If I were to look again, I definitely wouldn't find another disciple like this guy. Hee hee. Zhuo Minghui didn't say anything more to Wu. She glanced at Xiao Hua and said, "Xiao Hua, sit down and wait for a moment. Today is the day that Li returns to the valley. Your eldest senior brother has already gone to pick him up and will be back soon." Yes, disciple understands. When Xiao Hua heard Xiang Zhili mentioned, he immediately thought of the baby that was born 10 years ago. He couldn't help but smile and wanted to take a seat. However, at this time, Zhuo Minghui was sitting on Wu Hai's left, while Cui Hongshan sat on the right, which happened to be the second chair. Xiao Hua naturally couldn't sit on top of him, but he also didn't want to sit below him. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, then walked over to Zhuo Minghui's side and picked up the last chair to sit on. Seeing Xiao Hua like this, Wu Hai was somewhat angry and scolded, "This little bastard, husband." Zhuo Minghui said with a smile, "Xiao Hua hasn't seen me for a long time, so he wants to be intimate with me." "Look at you." "Humph," Wu Hai snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. After a moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside the cave, and a sweet voice sounded, martial ancestor, I'm back, I'm back." Following a series of chaotic noises, a young boy dressed like a piece of jade bounced into the cave dwelling. When he heard the boy's voice, Wu Hai's gloomy face, which was like rain, immediately cleared up after the rain. It was really like the saying, "The sky is clear and bright." If it wasn't for his status, he would have stood up long ago. The boy ran in very habitually, and his eyes had already swept across the entire cave. His gaze immediately landed on Xiao Hua, a stranger. However, this unfamiliarity only lasted for a moment. Then, a fervent light flashed in his eyes. Of course, the boy only looked at Xiao Hua before immediately retracting his gaze. He walked in front of Wu Hai and respectfully bowed, "Li greets martial ancestor. I haven't seen martial ancestor for more than a month, I wonder if martial ancestor is well." "Ha ha ha. I'm well, I'm well." Wu Hai said with a smile, "I wonder if Li has made any progress in this month." "Good boy, this is Xiang Zhili." Xiao Hua knew that this was Xiang Zhili, but when he saw that this boy, who was almost 10 years old, actually had the cultivation of the 7th layer of qi refining, he was still shocked in his heart. Damn it, there's really no way to compare. Back then, I didn't know how much effort I spent to cultivate to the 7th layer. This guy is just 10 years old, and he's already at the 7th layer. Li is very obedient, he can already refine yellow talismans. As Xiang Zhili spoke, he patted his hand and took out a fireball talisman from the small storage pouch at his waist. Under the urging of magic power, a large fireball was born, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth swarmed in. It was actually a high-grade fireball talisman. Chapter 2181. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. With a helpless flick of her sleeve, she covered the fireball and laughed. With a disciple like Xiang Zhili in my 10,000 Thunder Valley, who would dare to look down on my 10,000 Thunder Valley? Li greets martial grandmother. Xiang Zhili obediently bowed to Zhuo Minghui. Get up. Zhuo Minghui smiled and said, Where are your parents? Father and mother returned to the cave first. Xiang Zhili answered with a smile. Boy listened to their discussion and prepared for the second. Martial Uncle Chui's dual cultivation ceremony in 3 years, and then came over immediately. Hehe, you're really the eldest martial brother. Zhuo Minghui glanced at Cui Hongshan, her words seeming to have a double meaning, dual cultivation ceremony. Xiao Hua suddenly understood and thought of Dui Qimeng, who he saw before he went out to train. Sweat, this guy hasn't dual cultivated yet. How many years has it been? Xiao Hua suddenly realized. This guy already reported to master that he wants to dual cultivate. Doesn't that mean this young master has to postpone it? Damn it, this guy still wants to block this young master's happiness even now. When Cui Hongshan heard this, his face turned slightly red. Li greets martial uncle. Xiang Zhili walked in front of Cui Hongshan and bowed. Good, Cui Hongshan waved his hand and said, My good Li, I haven't seen you for a month, and your cultivation has improved greatly. Foundation establishment is just around the corner. You flatter me, I don't dare to compare myself to martial uncle. Xiang Zhili said very modestly. When Xiang Zhili stood up, Zhuo Minghui was about to tell him about Xiao Hua, but who would have thought that Xiang Zhili would run in front of Xiao Hua? He didn't need to be introduced at all, and even exceeded everyone's expectations. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Li greets martial uncle. Not only was Xiao Hua stunned, but he also opened his mouth in shock and even raised his hand in a daze. A trace of understanding flashed through Zhuo Minghui's eyes, and the corners of her mouth turned up into a smile. Cui Hongshan, on the other hand, was frowning slightly. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He knew very well that Xiang Zhili had been born with a heavenly lightning constitution and was the first disciple of the 3rd generation of the myriad Thunder Valley. He had doted on him since he was young and had given him countless benefits, but he had never seen Xiang Zhili treat him like this. And what about Xiao Hua? This seemed to be Xiang Zhili's first time seeing it. Before anyone could introduce him, Xiang Zhili had already identified Xiao Hua. Needless to say, behind his back, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian had said this countless times in front of Xiang Zhili, and even more so, they had warned him countless times. Xiao Hua. Is he really worth bowing to? Cui Hongshan couldn't help but secretly ask. Sure enough, before Cui Hongshan could think of anything, Xiang Zhili opened his mouth and said, Uncle, you don't need to be surprised. When the boy was young, my father had already told the boy that the lives of my father, mother, and boy were all saved by uncle. If not for uncle's strength, there would be no boy in this world. My father had already told uncle's appearance clearly and said that uncle's appearance wouldn't change even after 10,000 years. He had repeatedly told the boy that as long as he saw uncle, he must kowtow 9 times. As he spoke, Xiang Zhili slammed his forehead on the ground of the cave abode with a loud bang. This. Xiao Hua panicked and raised his hand slightly to stop Xiang Zhili. He looked at Xiang Zhili in embarrassment. Since it's the heart of a child, don't block it. Xiang Zhili originally wanted to say something, but when he saw Zhuo Minghui glare at him, he went with the flow and said. Oh. Okay. Xiao Hua said helplessly. However, after Xiang Zhili finished kowtowing 9 times, he stood up and said, Moreover, my father also said that the boy should acknowledge uncle as his adoptive father. Since uncle wants the boy to kowtow, then. In the future, the boy will call uncle as his adoptive father. When Xiao Hua heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was very clear in his heart that this definitely wasn't his honest senior brother's idea. Perhaps it was Yan Qinglian or even Xiang Zhili's own idea. If it was any other disciple who used such a cunning method, Xiaohua would definitely look down on it and wouldn't even hesitate to reject it. However, this was a child of his own myriad Thunder Valley. No matter how he looked at it, this child was intelligent. Xiaohua didn't have any thoughts of rejecting it. In fact, he was even happy for his senior brother. Just as Xiaohua was hesitating, the sound of footsteps came from outside the cave. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian walked in. Before they even took a few steps, their eyes immediately lit up and they shouted, "Little junior brother, you. When did you come back?" Shui Shui said that you would definitely come back. I was worried to death. I didn't think that, you really came back. Xiang Yang also didn't care about Xiang Zhili and bowed. He took a few steps forward and hugged Xiaohua in his arms. He patted Xiaohua's thin shoulders with all his strength. Hee, Xiaohua's heart was also warm. He knew that if it wasn't for Xiang Yang being too surprised to see him, he definitely wouldn't have not greeted Xiang Yang first. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Little brother also just came back. Xiaohua also patted Xiang Yang's back and said in a low voice. Good, it's good that you're back. Xiang Yang said. He turned around and looked at Xiang Zhili and scolded, what did father teach you? Now that your uncle is in front of you, hurry up and kowtow. Looking at Xiang Yang's helpless face, Xiaohua was speechless. Xiang Zhili stuck out his tongue and said respectfully, I'll let father know. Boy has already paid his respects to uncle. Moreover, uncle has already agreed to be boy's adoptive father. What? Adoptive father? Xiang Yang was stunned. Yes, uncle is too polite. Didn't father say that adoptive father is closer? Xiang Zhili blinked his eyes at Xiang Yang and said very innocently, boy was thinking that adoptive father worked so hard to save boy's family. Boy will wait until boy's cultivation is successful in the future and he will properly protect father, mother, and adoptive father. You little brat, what are you trying to do with your foster father? Xiang Yang glared at Xiang Zhili in exasperation. Alright, Xiaohua smiled. Since Xiang Yang had already put this adoptive father in his mouth, what else could he say? He clapped his hands as if to take out something, but then he hesitated and said with a smile, since the child has already kowtowed, I can't let the child kowtow for nothing. Little brother will accept this adoptive father. Although Yan Qinglian didn't step forward, her eyes were filled with anticipation. When she heard Xiaohua's words, her eyes flashed with a strange light. She hurriedly bowed and said, your adoptive father has already nodded. Hurry up and pay your respects. Boy greets adoptive father. This time, Xiang Zhili didn't kowtow. Instead, he bowed respectfully, just like a little adult. Get up. Xiaohua only reached out to help him up, and said, you can't kowtow for nothing, but adoptive father doesn't have anything good to give you. Wait a moment, let adoptive father think carefully, and see what good things I can give you. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 2182. Hee, I don't need anything. As long as I can call you adoptive father, I'll be able to stay by your side and receive your guidance. Xiang Zhili acted like an adult and hurriedly waved his hand with a smile. Martial uncle and martial ancestor have already given boy many good things. Boy can't even use them. That's right. Xiang Yang immediately stood in front of Xiang Zhili and smiled. The child is still young. Let's talk about it later. Don't. Xiaohua wouldn't let that happen. He grabbed Xiang Zhili, and with a flash of light, a defensive artifact appeared on his body. Ignoring Xiang Yang, he handed it to Xiang Zhili and said, you've already called me adoptive father. If I don't give you anything, people will say I'm stingy. As he spoke, he didn't forget to glance at Cui Hongshan. Cui Hongshan's expression was very unsightly. Was there even a need to say it? Was he trying to compete with him? He could only give Xiang Zhili some small trinkets. As for artifacts, he didn't even have ordinary artifacts, let alone defensive artifacts. How could he give it to others? Helplessly, he could only give Xiang Zhili some magic tools. However, when he saw that Xiaohua had actually given his own magic tool to Xiang Zhili, he felt happy in his heart. He felt that Xiaohua had finally understood some things, and he couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Although Xiang Zhili's eyes flashed with surprise, he still waved his hand and said, "Adoptive father, this is your defensive artifact." "Boy, how can I accept it? You still have to travel the Xiaoyu continent. Take it." Xiaohua glared at him and pretended to be angry. "If you don't take it, I won't let you call me adoptive father." "Alright, take it." Xiang Yang said helplessly to Xiang Zhili. "Your adoptive father's artifact isn't a defensive artifact. It's an artifact. You have to cultivate properly and strive to be able to use this artifact as soon as possible. Your adoptive father gave you this artifact to urge you to cultivate." Seeing Xiang Yang constantly implicating cultivation, Xiaohua was speechless. He didn't want to urge Xiang Zhili to cultivate. He really didn't have anything suitable to give Xiang Zhili. Everything in his space was shocking and couldn't be casually exposed. A defensive artifact. This is extremely rare. Xiang Zhili was also a disciple of a famous teacher, so he knew how precious defensive treasures were. He took it with great fondness. Looking at Xiang Zhili's joy, he felt helpless but also happy. In front of Xiaohua, an extremely rare smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and said, "Alright." Acknowledging Xiaohua as his adoptive father is a good thing. My 10,000 Thunder Valley hasn't had any happy events for a long time. First, the date of Hongshan's dual cultivation is about to be set. Now that Xiaohua has returned, we should take advantage of this opportunity to liven things up. Xiang Yang, discuss a date with Qing Lian and hold a ceremony to let acknowledge Xiaohua as his adoptive father. Also, let your master's close disciples come and pay their respects. Yes, I understand. Xiang Yang was naturally happy. That day, he had wanted Xiang Zhili to acknowledge Xiaohua as his master, but he hadn't expected to be rejected by Xiaohua so quickly. This foster father was naturally closer to Xiang Zhili than a master. Although Xiaohua wouldn't teach Xiang Zhili anything, he could at least protect Xiang Zhili. No one knew Xiaohua's strength better than Xiang Yang. Of course, this strength was already equivalent to Xiaohua's early-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Master's wife, let's liven things up ourselves. Why do we need to find other people? Xiaohua didn't like liveliness and said with a smile. There's no need to mention other people. Qimeng, Shui, Sun Shu, and the others are also coming. Zhuo Minghui very abruptly mentioned Sun Shu. Fine. Xiaohua nodded, but soon after, he said, when I returned to the mountain, I sent a summoning talisman to Shui, but I haven't received a reply. I'm afraid she's in closed-door cultivation again. That's for sure. Xiang Yang said with a smile, your family Shui is amazing. As soon as she reached foundation establishment, her magic power was profound, even surpassing Sun Shu. Martial Uncle Sun thinks highly of her and taught her many secret techniques. As he said this, he clapped his hands, took out a jade slip, and handed it over. He said, this is what Shui asked me to pass on when she went into closed-door cultivation for the first time after she returned. She thought you'd be back soon, but she didn't expect it to drag on for so long. That's right, little junior brother, you. Yan Qinglian's eyes turned, and she said in a low voice, that Master Jing Si is really shameless. As a nascent soul senior, he actually made things difficult for you. Let's talk after we sit down. Xiang Yang glanced at Xiaohua and said in a low voice. Soon after, he turned his head to greet Cui Hongshan and sat down. However, after he sat down, he discovered that Xiao Hua was actually sitting across from him. A trace of a bitter smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Yan Qinglian also sensed it. She smiled and instructed Xiang Zhili, Li, you're now a 7th layer qi refining cultivator. Go sit below your martial uncle. Don't always accompany your mother, it makes people think you're not growing up. Yes, boy understands. Xiang Zhili didn't understand. He stuck out his small chest, and as if he really had grown up, he valiantly sat next to Cui Hongshan. Xiao Hua, what's going on with Master Jing Si? Xiang Yang waited for Xiang Zhili to sit down before asking, why did you take so long to return to the mountain? Xiao Hua had already thought about it. He smiled and said, it's nothing. Not long after I parted ways with Xue in the Heavenly Sea, I was captured by Master Jing Si. However, he didn't tell me who he was. He took me. Soon after, Xiao Hua fabricated the story of him being captured by Master Jing Si and then being punished. Of course, Xiao Hua didn't know any of these details. After all, he was imprisoned by Master Jing Si. Oh? You're saying Master Jing Si, who has always been extremely protective of his own, actually let you go after a slight punishment? Xiang Yang didn't quite believe it. After he knew it was Master Jing Si who made a move and then inquired about that guy's character, he had long regarded Xiao Hua as extremely dangerous, so much so that he was already dead. However, whether Xiang Yang believed it or not wasn't important. What was important was that Xiao Hua also said innocently, yes, I also don't know why. Before I returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect, I simply didn't know who Master Jing Si was. I also didn't know what this nascent soul cultivator was doing. What could Xiang Yang say? Could it be that he blamed Master Jing Si for not killing Xiao Hua? And, when I saw Xiao Hua, I mentioned Master Jing Si's name to him. It seems he also didn't know. Cui Hongshan also said. I'm afraid Xiao Hua really didn't know that person was Master Jing Si. And, perhaps because Xiao Hua's cultivation was too shallow, Master Jing Si was really embarrassed to make a move. Zhuo Minghui also frowned and said, even us late-stage foundation establishment cultivators or golden core cultivators are embarrassed to make a move against an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He, a nascent soul senior, was also afraid of being talked about and losing face. And, I can only think like that. Xiang Yang helplessly glared at Xiao Hua and said, I didn't expect that your low cultivation could also become the reason for your survival. You still have to thank Master Jing Si for being lenient and not easily taking your life. Master. Xiang Yang said with a smile, since he didn't let junior brother know his identity, he naturally just took it out on him to vent his anger. If we were to make it clear, wouldn't we make him lose face? This matter, let's just leave it as it is. We'll be happy secretly. Humph, that's all we can do. Xiang Yang helplessly said, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have given up. At this point, he helplessly stopped talking and ordered, since Xiao Hua has already built his foundation, he must leave his life spirit tablet in my Zhenlei Palace. Xiang Yang, tomorrow, accompany him to Zhenlei Palace. After leaving his life spirit tablet, take the tablet to Zhenlei Palace and get a spirit-seeking mouse. Find a place near my Myriad Thunder Valley and open a residence for Xiao Hua. Yes, disciple understands. Xiang Yang cupped his hands and agreed. Then, the people of Myriad Thunder Valley casually talked about some interesting things. Xiao Hua picked some unimportant things and told them about his experience with Xue. Everyone listened and nodded. Xiang Zhili's eyes became even brighter. Then, Xiao Hua asked about Xiang Zhili. It turned out that Xiang Zhili didn't acknowledge anyone as his master. That year, when Xiang Zhili tested his physique in the Imperial Thunder Sect, it caused a sensation. This little guy was the direct product of a lightning beast's inner core. How could any disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect compare to him? Even Master Lei Meng took a liking to him. Unfortunately, Xiang Zhili was too young and didn't have any cultivation. As a nascent soul cultivator, Master Lei Meng didn't have the patience to teach him. Therefore, he sent him to Zhenlei Palace and let him listen to the lectures with the other disciples. Master Lei Meng ordered that as long as Xiang Zhili was willing to learn and could learn, he must learn. After he built his foundation, Master Lei Meng might personally teach him. Acknowledging a nascent soul cultivator as a master was the wish of all foundation establishment disciples, not to mention qi refining disciples. Although Xiang Zhili didn't really acknowledge a master, he couldn't build his foundation with his current cultivation. All the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect with lightning physique couldn't build their foundation. Therefore, there was no difference between acknowledging Xiang Zhili as a master and not acknowledging a master. Therefore, Xiang Zhili usually cultivated in Zhenlei Palace. Every month or so, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian would bring him back. Now, Xiang Zhili was the treasure of Myriad Thunder Valley. Not only did he give face to Wu Hai, Xiang Zhili's aptitude also made Wu Hai dumbfounded. After facing Xiang Yang and Xiao Hua for a long time, Wu Hai finally saw the excellence of his third-generation disciple. He had long held Xiang Zhili in his hands. Although Wu Hai doted on him, Xiang Zhili was extremely intelligent. Under Xiang Yang's care, he was naughty and methodical. Take today's meeting with Xiao Hua for example. If it were any other child, after paying respects to Wu Hai and Zhuo Minghui, they would have directly paid their respects to Xiao Hua. But he had to respectfully pay his respects to Cui Hongshan before kowtowing to Xiao Hua. As for acknowledging Xiao Hua as his adoptive father, that was his own idea. There was no other reason but because Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, husband and wife, were talking to each other and their tone was full of admiration for Xiao Hua. This little guy had his own thoughts. Chapter 2183. How else could it be said? Some people's luck was innate, and others couldn't even ask for it. It couldn't be helped. This was the legendary, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Zhong Haoren and the others had probably received Xiao Hua's test, and in the future, they would be able to part the dark clouds and see the bright moon. But Xiang Zhili only had to kowtow a few times, and the road ahead had already reached the heavens. Hee, this child. Xiao Hua looked at Xiang Zhili with a smile. Where was the dissatisfaction of being schemed against? At this time, Xiao Hua had already left the cave and was sitting in Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's cave. It's all because of my poor upbringing. Yan Qinglian hurriedly smiled apologetically. She knew that Xiao Hua was still a little petty, especially from Cui Hongshan today. Not at all. Xiao Hua waved his hand, they are all my juniors. If I don't help him, who else can I help? However, the gift for the child is a bit too little. I really feel bad about it. Ha, you still feel bad about it? Xiang Yang laughed, little junior brother, what else do you want to give him? He's still too young. It's really inappropriate to give him too much. Xiao Hua scratched his head, and his heart moved again. He nodded and said, that magic treasure is nothing. As for the rest, I already have some ideas. However, this matter is a bit tricky. However, I'll take a look. I'll definitely make senior brother satisfied. Then, he looked at Xiang Zhili and said, Li, you go back and rest first. Foster father has something to say to your parents. Xiao Hua's words were a bit inappropriate. After all, this was Xiang Yang's cave. However, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian didn't show any dissatisfaction. Xiang Zhili was even more happy. Knowing that Xiao Hua didn't blame him for his decision today, he immediately stood up and bowed, yes, this boy originally wanted to accompany foster father. However, this boy must obey foster father's orders. Then, Xiang Zhili saluted Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian and slowly left. He, senior brother. Xiao Hua looked at Xiang Zhili's back and said with a smile, Li really missed you. His future cultivation will definitely be extraordinary. Xiang Yang smiled modestly and shook his head. I didn't know what master was thinking before. I always felt that he blamed me for nothing. But now that I have my own child, I know that it seems that I have to compete with others in everything. Although there was no need to compare, and it was fine to let the child cultivate on his own, but seeing that other people could cultivate it, his own child couldn't. It was clearly a simple technique, but he couldn't understand it. How could he not be angry? When Li was young, I also taught him a lesson. What's there to talk about having an extraordinary cultivation? It's all fake. Yan Qinglian echoed, as a matter of fact, we will be satisfied as long as our children can live the life that they want. Training and achievements are more like coercion for our children than expectations. Xiao Hua scratched his head, this little brother really doesn't know. Xiang Yang laughed and patted his shoulder. You'll find out sooner or later. Isn't that so? Yan Qinglian also pursed her lips and smiled. It can't be too little, right? Fine, Xiao Hua's face reddened as he begged for mercy. Senior brother and eldest sister-in-law, please don't joke about this little brother. This little brother let Li go because of two things. Oh? Xiang Yang glanced at Yan Qinglian. Both of them were somewhat serious, knowing that Xiao Hua had something important to say. Sure enough, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out a rainbow epiphyllum and handed it over. He said with a smile, this little brother's experience really has some gains. As for what this thing is used for, this little brother won't go into detail. Although Li has Reverend Lei Meng watching over him, there's no need to worry too much about him developing his divine sense when he builds his foundation. However, it's better to prepare early than to beg others. This thing looks extremely old. This little brother was too embarrassed to take it out just now. I was also afraid that Li would become lazy if he knew too much. Rainbow epiphyllum? Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's jaws were about to hit the ground. This thing was a divine item that could develop divine sense. It had always been something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Xiang Yang had already started looking for it when Xiang Zhili was at the 6th layer of qi refining, but he hadn't received any news. Especially now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had changed greatly, this kind of divine item was even rarer. Xiang Yang was almost worried. Now that it had suddenly appeared in front of him, how could he not be shocked? This. I'm afraid it has to be several thousand years old? Yan Qinglian asked tentatively. How would this little brother know? Xiao Hua was the best at pretending to be confused. He stuffed the thing into Xiang Yang's hands and smiled. Either way, this little brother has no use for it. I don't care how old it is. AI. This kind of divine item. Xiang Yang took it and sighed. Forget it, this elder brother won't say anything else. I can only accept it. That's right, don't be long-winded. This little brother's is senior brother's. Xiao Hua smiled as he looked at Xiang Yang accepting it. He then asked, the second thing this little brother wants to ask is, do you still have the lightning beast's inner core? You didn't give it all to Thunder Palace, right? Sure. When Xiang Yang heard this, his face immediately turned cold. He formed a seal with his hands and set up a silencing restriction. He then said, this elder brother has used half of the lightning beast's inner core. It can't be said to be half. It's only about 30%. As for the rest, this elder brother took it back to Myriad Thunder Valley and asked Master to make a decision. Master was clever and handed over Martial Uncle Zhenye's things. However, he left the lightning beast's inner core behind. However, Master, he didn't seem to have used it. He said that he would only use it at the last crucial moment. As for the rest, I'm afraid he gave it to junior brother Cui. When he finished speaking, Xiang Yang's face turned somewhat ugly. Junior brother Xiao, what do you want the lightning beast's inner core for? Could it be that you've already used it up? Yan Qinglian hurriedly asked. Oh, that little brother naturally didn't use it up. Xiao Hua muttered. However, this little brother wants to use the male lightning beast's inner core now. I'll have to trouble senior brother. Junior brother Xiao. Xiang Yang coughed and said, this lightning beast's inner core should belong to junior brother. Even if I don't take it, it's only right. However, junior brother Cui is a disciple of Myriad Thunder Valley. That lightning beast's inner core. I heard from him that he was going to give it to Dui Qimeng as a betrothal gift. If you take it, what will he do? How much did he take? Xiao Hua asked coldly. The remaining 70%. Master kept 30%. I'm afraid he gave 40% to him. Xiang Yang hesitated and said. Can Master's 30% be used up? Xiao Hua asked again. Xiang Yang hesitated again. He glanced at Yan Qinglian and said, Master said that the lightning beast's inner core is no small matter. Even if I want to repair my Dao foundation, I only need 20%. As for the remaining 10%, it's all given to Li. I'm afraid he only needs 10%. So it's like this. Xiao Hua nodded. He muttered a few words to Xiang Yang through voice transmission. After listening to Xiao Hua's explanation, Xiang Yang smiled bitterly and said, Junior brother Xiao, why do you have to do this? Master giving it to him is another matter. However, that thing is mine. I have a use for it now. I'll have to trouble senior brother this time. Xiao Hua said with a slightly cold tone. All right. Xiang Yang nodded helplessly. He got up and left. Since Xiao Hua took out the rainbow epiphyllum for Xiang Zhili, he had no choice but to help Xiao Hua with this matter. Senior sister-in-law. Don't stay idle. Xiao Hua also transmitted his voice to Yan Qinglian. You actually have ideas about Master? Yan Qinglian was shocked when she heard this. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Master only needs 10%. Who does he want to leave the rest for? You only need to do as I say. Master will definitely give it to you. All right. Yan Qinglian was helpless. She also got up and said, this concubine will try. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian were both sent away by Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua sat alone on the jade chair in the hall with his eyes closed. No one knew what he was doing. At this time, a small head popped out from the side. It secretly looked at him and then hid again. After a while, Xiang Zhili walked over with a jade plate in his hand. On the plate, there was a jade pot and a few jade cups. When Xiang Zhili walked to Xiao Hua's side, he carefully put the jade plate on the table. He picked up the jade pot and poured the spirit wine into the jade cups. He didn't make any sound. Then he put the cups down and sat beside Xiao Hua. He actually used his small hands to support his cheeks and looked at Xiao Hua curiously. What are you doing? Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes and asked curiously. Foster father, are you thirsty? This is the spirit wine that mother treasures. Try it. Xiang Zhili was shocked. He quickly jumped down from the chair and said respectfully. You want me to drink wine? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Xiang Zhili said with a smile, inviting foster father to drink wine is naturally one thing. However, the boy is still curious. Father and mother often say that foster father's cultivation is so high that they can't catch up. But, foster father's cultivation is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. It seems, that compared to father and mother, you are far worse. Even Martial Uncle Chui can't catch up. Foster father, are you really that powerful? Hee hee. Xiao Hua smiled. He reached out and picked up the small wine cup. He took a sip and said, "How do you know that my cultivation is only at the early stage of foundation establishment?" Naturally, it's a sensing technique. Xiang Zhili asked curiously, if the boy has spiritual pressure, he can also use it to test it. Hee hee, since there's a technique to sense other people's cultivation, there's naturally a technique to prevent others from sensing your own cultivation. Xiao Hua said with a smile, moreover, that spiritual pressure may not be reliable. There's such a technique? Xiang Zhili's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, then wouldn't the boy be able to make others think that the boy is only at the second stage of qi refining? If they use ordinary techniques to attack the boy can defeat them with his true cultivation at the 7th stage of qi refining? Xiao Hua was speechless. Isn't this child too smart? That's right, foster father. Father said that in the future, foster father will teach me a great divine ability. Is this that great divine ability? Senior, can you teach the boy now? Xiang Zhili's face was filled with longing. Looking at Xiang Zhili's small face, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of Daoist Jing Ru's sinister face. Thus, Xiao Hua sighed and said, what kind of great technique is that? Xiao Hua laughed hoarsely. He patted his forehead and spat out a ray of green-red light from his mouth. That ray of green-red light circled the entire cave. Even someone like Xiang Zhili, who was at the 7th stage of qi refining, couldn't see any clues. When the ray of green-red light landed in Xiao Hua's hand, it was the execution dream that had successfully conceived the sword. That secret technique can't even compare to the flying sword technique. It simply can't be considered a great technique. Xiao Hua said with a smile, do you also want to learn the flying sword technique? Yes, yes. Xiang Zhili's eyes were filled with longing. His small head nodded like a chick pecking at rice. If you want to learn it, you have to establish a solid foundation for your qi refining. First, you have to master the basic mental cultivation method. Moreover, the flying sword technique isn't a great technique. If you want to learn it, foster father can naturally teach it to you. Also, regarding the matter of the great divine ability, you must not tell anyone about it. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 2184. Yes, the boy understands. Xiang Zhili said seriously, this is Godfather's secret. The boy will swear a hard oath to never tell anyone else. Godfather, you can teach me now, right? Humph. Xiao Hua snorted, his face cold. Do you think a hard oath can be made so casually? I'm telling you this because I'm not afraid of you telling others. Moreover, this is just a small trick. Even if it's called a secret technique, it can't compare to real cultivation. Why don't you think about how to cultivate? When your cultivation is high enough, I'll teach you a great divine ability. Why are you thinking about these small tricks? Xiang Zhili saw that Xiao Hua was angry and hurriedly bowed. Godfather, please calm down. The boy knows he was wrong. The boy won't dare to think about anything else in the future. Damn! Why am I the same as master? Xiao Hua complained in his heart, but he still said with a cold face, also, it's good to be a little smart, but you can't rely on it. If you plot against your family, they won't mind. But if it's someone else, there might be some bad karma. Being an upright person and cultivating clearly is the way to reach the heavens. Yes, the boy understands," Xiang Zhili hurriedly said. Xiaohua nodded, his expression gentle. After thinking for a while, he said, "However, if you really meet an enemy, you don't have to be too rigid." "What's sinister? What can you win? Who cares? What can you win? Who cares? It's best if you can win and live." "Hee, the boy understands." Xiang Zhili smiled. The beginning was the same as what father said, but in the end, he's better than father. That's enough. Go and rest," Xiaohua said. "Your cultivation is still shallow, and you're still too young. Godfather can't think of any good secret techniques to teach you for the time being. When you're older and Godfather's cultivation has some progress, it won't be too late to teach you then." "Yes, the boy understands." Xiang Zhili smiled and said, "What I've learned now is already tiring enough for me. Let's wait until I reach the foundation establishment stage. At that time, foster father must guide me in my cultivation." "All right." Xiaohua readily agreed. He knew quite a number of magic arts, many of which were secret arts. But thinking about it, in the future, Lei Mengzhenren would personally guide Xiang Zhili in his cultivation. These things might even affect Xiang Zhili's cultivation. Therefore, Xiaohua really didn't know what to give him. Since Xiang Zhili was still young, he had plenty of time to think about it. After Xiang Zhili carefully withdrew, Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out Shue's 2 jade slips. One was pink, and the other was just given to him by Xiang Yang. The restriction on the pink jade slip was still there. It was exactly as Shue had said. As long as she didn't die, the jade slip couldn't be opened. What the hell is in there? Xiaohua was extremely bewildered. If it was about foundation building, Shue should have removed the restriction on the pink jade slip at that time and let him examine it. However, Shue didn't seem to have thought about this jade slip at all. However, when they first arrived at Kuei-Ha-Si, Shue took the jade slip from him. She seemed to have written something and returned it to him. Forget it. There will always be a time when the truth comes to light. Let's wait. Maybe the day of dual cultivation will also be the day when the mystery of this pink jade slip will be revealed. Xiaohua thought of the pink jade slip and his heart swayed. With a smile on his face, he carefully put the pink jade slip into his space. When Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into the other jade slip, a strange expression unconsciously appeared on his face. Yes, the jade slip clearly stated that after Xiaohua flew away, Shue actually went in the direction of Reverend Jing Ru until she saw Reverend Jing Ru's face with her own eyes. Then, Shue returned to Sunset Island. Although Kua Heng was somewhat surprised, he still received Shue as a distinguished guest. However, Shue was burning with anxiety and didn't stop at all. Accompanied by Kua Riming and Kua Qiao, she left Kuei-Ha-Si. According to Xiaohua's plan, Zhongling Mountain Village should send more people to escort Shue. However, Shue didn't go to Zhongling Mountain Village at all. Instead, she found a teleportation formation nearby and arrived at Inkcloud Black Forest. After passing through Inkcloud Black Forest, she arrived at Haoming City. Then, Kua Qiao, and Kua Riming returned to Kuei-Ha-Si. Yu Chen of Haoming City sent city guards to escort Shue all the way back to Imperial Thunder Sect. When Shue arrived at Imperial Thunder Sect, she immediately went to Myriad Thunder Valley and told Xiaohua about the danger he was in. She also described the appearance of the nascent soul cultivator clearly. Xiaohua naturally heard about the things that happened after that from Xiang Yang and the others. However, Xiaohua was slightly puzzled by the latter part of the story. "Husband, I know that you will definitely be fine. However, I can't help but feel anxious and worried. I know that doing these things won't help your return at all, but I still have to do it. It seems that if I don't do these things, my heart won't be at ease." Only when I can do some small things for you, even if it's something that is completely useless, can I feel that I have some value by your side. Husband, when you saw the jade slip, I was already in seclusion. Master thinks very highly of me. Naturally, I have already given all the credit for my foundation building to you. Presumably, when you and I dual cultivate in the future, Master will consider it carefully. Hee, husband. I'm afraid you will be disappointed again, right? I can't serve you anymore. But don't worry, I will come out of seclusion very soon. When you and I meet again, it will be the time when you and I combine. I will definitely let you know that what Fairy Hongxia can do, I can also do. I can do it, even better than her. This silly child. Xiaohua saw that Shui actually took the risk to check Daoist Jingyu's appearance, and his heart ached. If Daoist Jingyu wasn't in a hurry to kill him, she might really have captured Shui. Even thinking about how Daoist Jingyu didn't hesitate to kill many low-level cultivators along the way to cover her tracks, Xiaohua actually felt some lingering fear. However, how does Shui know that I will definitely be fine? Xiaohua muttered to himself again. It seemed that Shui had also vaguely said this when they were separated from each other in Fenghe High. Could it be that she also has the ability to predict the future? Not to mention Xiaohua's contemplation, Xiangyang, who had received Xiaohua's request, flew to Cui Hongshan's immortal cave. After his figure landed, he was rather hesitant. At this moment, Cui Hongshan, who was inside the immortal cave, sensed movement and swept out his divine sense. Seeing that it was Xiangyang, he immediately flew out of the immortal cave and bowed. Eldest senior brother, I don't know why you are looking for me. This. Xiangyang was still embarrassed to speak. Eldest senior brother, please come inside the immortal cave and talk. Cui Hongshan smiled and invited Xiangyang into the immortal cave. Chapter 2185. After pouring the spiritual tea for Xiangyang, Xiangyang said with a smile, Junior brother Cui, your cave is still short of people. After you marry Qimeng, you should accept a disciple. Senior brother is right. Cui Hongshan said with a smile, however, I'm used to being frugal and don't like to take any disciple. If I find a good-for-nothing, it won't be enough for me to worry about. And if I want to accept a disciple, I'm afraid it has to be at the late stage of foundation establishment, right? Then after dual cultivation, you can have a child and train him yourself. Xiangyang knew he was wrong and quickly corrected himself. Alas, how can it be that easy? Cui Hongshan shook his head and said, first, not all children are as smart as Li Er. Who knows what will happen if we have another child in the myriad Thunder Valley? Second, this matter still depends on Qimeng. Senior brother, didn't you see Master? Master's matter is not something we can discuss. Xiangyang hurriedly stopped him. Let's not talk about this. Cui Hongshan said with a smile, I don't know why senior brother is looking for me. Actually, I have something to ask of you, junior brother. Xiangyang said as he stood up and bowed respectfully. Don't. Cui Hongshan was shocked and hurriedly raised his hand, Senior brother, what are you doing? If you have something to ask, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. Well, since it's like this, I won't be polite. Xiangyang sat down and set up a mute restriction. He hesitated for a moment and said, Junior brother Cui, do you still have the Thunder Beast's inner core? Yes. Cui Hongshan said curiously, I still don't dare to use it. However, Cui Hongshan's face changed immediately. He seemed to think of something and said coldly, what? Senior brother, are you here to ask for it on behalf of Xiaohua? Xiangyang was very embarrassed and sighed, Junior brother Cui must know that this Thunder Beast's inner core was obtained by Xiaohua. Senior brother, no need to say it. Cui Hongshan waved his hand and said, little brother has already heard these words from eldest senior apprentice brother. Little brother also understands in his heart that these words were fabricated by eldest senior apprentice brother because he wanted to change Xiaohua's impression in front of master. When this guy came back and heard that his little brother had taken the lightning beast's inner core, he was not convinced. Or perhaps, he needed the thunder beast's inner core right now, which was why he encouraged eldest senior brother to come here and ask for it. Eldest senior brother, he saw that you were kind, so he came to deceive you. Why did you let him use you like a flying sword? Besides, this inner core was given to me by master. If he wants it, he can ask master for it. As long as master says so, I will definitely give it to him. Ahem. Xiang Yang's face was slightly red. He coughed twice and said, actually, that's what I thought too. However, there's already a gap between you and him, and he just built his foundation. If he directly asks master for it, do you think master will give it to him? Why would I give it to him? With his aptitude and the fact that he just entered foundation establishment, he dares to covet the thunder beast's inner core? Cui Hongshan said disdainfully. So. Xiang Yang said embarrassedly, he had no choice but to ask me for help. Eldest senior brother. You're too easy to talk to. Cui Hongshan looked at Xiang Yang snappily. You're such a nice guy. If he wants it, then let him beg me himself. Junior brother Cui. Xiang Yang knew that Xiaohua would never come to beg Cui Hongshan. He smiled apologetically and said, do you think he will come? He wants to benefit himself, but he doesn't want to beg others. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Cui Hongshan was so angry that he laughed. Does he think I'm so easy to bully? This thunder beast's inner core is related to my golden core's hope. Hee. Xiang Yang chuckled again, and said, Xiaohua also knows that this is related to your cultivation, so he is embarrassed to speak. Isn't it because Li wants to be his adoptive father? Just now, he brought it up in elder brother's immortal's cave. Since he has spoken, how can elder brother not give him face? However, he still said that he will definitely return junior brother Cui's favor, and he will definitely make junior brother Cui satisfied. Tch him? Cui Hongshan sneered. I don't know where he got it from last time. At this point, he suddenly realized that he had made a vow and immediately shut his mouth. Little brother doesn't believe that he has anything good for little brother. I'm afraid that once this thunder beast's inner core is sold, it will be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. Seeing that Cui Hongshan didn't relent, Xiang Yang said again, however, junior brother Xiao doesn't intend to take it all. He said clearly that junior brother Cui only needs to leave 10% of the entire inner core. He still has the nerve. I have 40% of this thunder beast's inner core, and he actually dares to ask for 30%? Cui Hongshan was furious. Doesn't he know? I'm going to use this thunder beast's inner core as a betrothal gift. If there's no such thing, what does my 10,000 Thunder Valley have that the converted Thunder Palace would like? Cough cough, junior brother Cui, isn't there still 3 years? No one can guarantee that there won't be any good things in these 3 years. Xiang Yang said step by step, and Cui Hongshan was somewhat moved. If he directly asked for 40%, Cui Hongshan would never give it to him. Now that he left him 10%, it could be considered a trick. Eldest senior brother, this is related to junior brother's future happiness. Cui Hongshan was somewhat helpless. Junior brother knows that eldest senior brother and Xiaohua have deep feelings for each other, but, has eldest senior brother thought about junior brother? Xiang Yang still didn't get angry and explained, senior brother also thought about it. These days, I've been preparing, but there are still 3 years, so there's no need to be too anxious. On the other hand, junior brother Xiao. Okay, eldest senior brother, Xiaohua's matter is a matter, but junior brother's matter isn't a matter? Cui Hongshan stood up and said, Junior brother still has a technique to comprehend, so I won't keep eldest senior brother any longer. Junior brother Cui. Xiang Yang was anxious, and said with a bow, you and Xiao Hua already have a grudge. This is a good opportunity for you two to eliminate the grudge. Senior brother really doesn't want to see two disciples of my 10,000 Thunder Valley. And, if it doesn't work, senior brother will kneel in front of you. Io, eldest senior brother. Cui Hongshan didn't dare to let Xiang Yang kneel. He immediately pulled him and sighed, eldest senior brother should go back first, let junior brother think about it again, sigh, okay. Xiang Yang sighed, looking very old. He waved his hand and said, I hope junior brother Cui can think about it carefully and understand senior brother a little. After saying that, he removed the mute restriction and walked away. Seeing Xiang Yang return, Xiao Hua opened his eyes and asked indifferently, how was it? Eldest senior brother, that guy didn't want to take out the Thunder Beast's inner core, right? Of course not. Xiang Yang said with a smile. Junior brother Cui knew that junior brother Xiao wanted to use it, so he was very happy. However, he was a little hesitant because this inner core was his betrothal gift, so he wanted to think about it again. Hee, eldest senior brother, don't say any more. How could junior brother not know what kind of character that guy is? Xiao Hua sneered, since he didn't want to give it, then don't blame junior brother. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 2186. When Xiang Yang heard this, he jumped in fright and hurriedly stopped Xiao Hua. Junior brother Xiao, what are you doing? No matter what, he's still your fellow disciple. Don't do anything to hurt him. Xiang Yang knew that Xiao Hua dealing with Cui Hongshan was as easy as lifting a finger. Even Xiang Yang doubted whether his master could be Xiao Hua's opponent. How could I? Xiao Hua patted Xiang Yang's shoulder and smiled. How could I kill the innocent? At this moment, Yan Qinglian quickly walked in with a smile on her face. How was it, eldest senior sister-in-law? Did master's wife succeed? Xiao Hua smiled. He was about to walk out when he stopped. Yan Qinglian's face was full of smiles and even a little red. She said, Junior brother's words are really useful. Master originally didn't want to give it to you. But master's wife just said a few words and master immediately obediently gave it to me. Xiang Yang was confused and asked, what's going on? Isn't it because junior brother wants master's Thunder Beast inner core? Yan Qinglian tossed her hand and took out a jade box with a talisman on it. She handed it to Xiao Hua. This is 20% of the Thunder Beast inner core. Junior brother, keep it. Good boy, junior brother, what are you doing? Xiang Yang was even more stunned. You already got 20% from master, why do you still want 30%? Junior brother naturally has a use for it. Xiao Hua took the jade box and put it into his space without even looking. Oh, right, what did master's wife say? Master just obediently gave it to you? Xiang Yang wanted to stop Xiao Hua and deliberately asked. It's very simple. Xiao Hua smiled. Master's wife only needed to say, Xiang Yang used the Thunder Beast inner core to get Xiang Zhili's gift. You only need 10% of the Thunder Beast inner core to step into the Golden Core stage. Then what are you keeping the other 20% for? Can it be like that? Xiang Yang was stunned and then immediately understood. So, master had no choice but to give the other 20% to master's wife for safekeeping. So, you got it? That's right. Xiao Hua smiled and was about to leave again. How could Xiang Yang let him harm Cui Hongshan? He hurriedly said, Junior brother Xiao, let's wait. Yan Qinglian also knew what was going on and was very anxious. At this moment, Xiang Zhili ran out and shouted, "Father, mother! What happened?" Xiang Yang was curious. He was about to scold Xiang Zhili when he noticed the jade box in Xiang Zhili's hand. Just now, the boy was playing outside the cave when a message talisman suddenly flew in. I don't know who sent it, so the boy followed the instructions on the message talisman and walked into the thicket in the Myriad Thunder Valley. He found a jade box inside. Boy doesn't have enough magic power to open this talisman. Xiang Zhili's little face was filled with excitement as he held up the jade box. Oh! Xiang Yang was taken aback. He took the jade box, but when he saw the familiar talisman on the box, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He passed the box to Xiaohua. "This is for you." Oh! Xiaohua was really surprised. "Who threw it?" "Father, how did you know it was foster father?" Xiang Zhili was very curious and asked, "When did foster father throw this jade box outside?" Xiaohua was slightly embarrassed. He received the jade box and said, "Foster father accidentally threw it." "Thank you." "Okay, you're welcome, foster father." Xiang Zhili skipped out of the cave again. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian looked at each other. Yan Qinglian said in a low voice, "Little junior brother, you see, he doesn't seem to be as bad as you think, right?" Hee, this was originally little brother's. Xiaohua curled his lips. He clapped his hands and took out 3 more jade boxes. He passed them to Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian respectively and said, "Little brother doesn't owe anyone anything. One of these is senior sister's, one is master's wife's, and the last one can be the betrothal gift." Xiang Yang slapped his forehead and came to a realization. He sighed and said, Little junior brother, so you didn't use this lightning core. Since that's the case, why didn't you take it out earlier? This female lightning beast's inner core is naturally suitable for female cultivators to consume. Little brother just said that it was naturally useless. I just wanted to see what other people thought. Xiaohua said without hesitation, if he didn't take it out, he wouldn't even get 10%. Why? Xiang Yang shook his head. He took the jade box and turned around to leave. What could Yan Qinglian say? She also shook her head slightly. She felt helpless for Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan's quarrel. However, Cui Hongshan took a step back. Xiaohua, who seemed weak but was actually incomparably strong, finally understood a little. Humph, what? Xiaohua said coldly, isn't it because you can't refuse? That's why you threw it away. Would it kill you to generously give it to me? Is a disciple of a cultivation family so arrogant? Don't think that just because you took the lightning beast's inner core, I will think highly of you. This belongs to this young master to begin with. Immediately, Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the jade chair in the cave and quietly adjusted his breathing. However, Xiaohua's simple breathing adjustment couldn't affect the spirit energy that was scattered in his meridians and body. He also couldn't refine the earth crystal Yao milk in his meridians. After thinking for a moment, he realized that unless his dragon transformation art and heavenly man body enhancement technique made further progress, there would be no chance. Otherwise, his body and meridians would really collapse. It seems. I have to go into seclusion for a while. Xiaohua thought for a long time and made a decision. Before going into seclusion, I have to open a cave first. But, do I really have to leave my life tablet in Zhenlei Palace? Xiaohua knew that there was something wrong with his blood. He really didn't want to leave anything behind in Zhenlei Palace that could be used against him. However, the next day, when Xiang Yang brought Xiaohua to Zhenlei Palace, Xiaohua found out from Xiang Yang that only Foundation Establishment disciples who finished making their life tablet and left it in Zhenlei Palace's Jade Archive Hall could get a command tablet from the master in charge of the Jade Archive Hall. Only Foundation Establishment disciples could use the command tablet to get a spirit-seeking mouse and open a cave in the territory of the Imperial Thunder sect. Forget it. Xiaohua shook his head helplessly when he thought about how the Imperial Thunder sect had so many rules. Naturally, they were afraid that some disciples wouldn't follow the rules. Xiaohua came to Jade Archive Hall when he first entered the Imperial Thunder sect. At that time, it was also led by Xiang Yang, but this time, it was different from the previous time. The people who were laughing at Xiang Yang's 100 years of foundation building were no longer laughing. Instead, they were replaced with respect. Some of the Foundation Establishment middle-stage martial brothers even pulled Xiang Yang to ask him how to teach their children. Looking at the eager faces of these martial brothers, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Not only was he moved by the change in their attitudes, but he was also moved by their sacrifice for their children. Of course, many disciples also recognized Xiaohua. They also knew that although Xiaohua didn't build his foundation in 100 years, it took him a long time to build his foundation. Although there was some contempt on their faces, their words were much better than the first time. There were also more words of encouragement. There were even a few martial brothers who took out early-stage Foundation Establishment medicinal pills and gave them to Xiaohua. Xiang Yang stole a glance at Xiaohua. He was still afraid that Xiaohua would get angry, but Xiaohua was calm. He reached out his hand to accept them and thanked them. There was nothing unnatural about it, which made Xiang Yang very confused. When there was no one around, Xiang Yang asked, "Little martial brother, these medicinal pills, do you still need them? There's no reason for you to give them a favor." Xiaohua patted his storage bag and curled his lips. What's there to give them a favor? Aren't they a little too ungrateful? If you don't take the medicinal pills that they sent to you, the heavens will be angry. In the future, no one will give you any. Besides, even if I don't use them, there's still Li, right? Leave them for him. Ha ha ha. Xiang Yang laughed and patted his stingy little martial brother. Not long after, Xiaohua and the others arrived at Jade Archive Hall. Sure enough, there were 2 or 3 12th-layer aura refining disciples standing in front of Jade Archive Hall. They were on duty. Huh. Xiaohua didn't use his divine sense, but he could clearly see that the one who was berating the other 2 was Zhen Liang, whom he taught with his fists in the past. Hearing footsteps, Zhen Liang turned his head while cursing. I'll be honest with you. It's your fortune that senior martial brother called you to be on duty. Huh. Zhen Liang immediately shut up because he saw Xiaohua. He had been on duty in Jade Archive Hall for such a long time, and the only one who came out to beat him was Xiaohua. How could he forget? At this time, he saw that Xiang Yang, who had become very famous in recent years, had unexpectedly brought Xiaohua, who was at Foundation Establishment, over. Naturally, his face was very unsightly. Junior greets Martial Uncle Xiang Yang. Junior greets Xiao. Martial Uncle Xiao. When Zhen Liang called Xiang Yang, it was smooth, but when he called Xiaohua, it was really hard for him to say it out loud. Unfortunately, this was the rule of cultivation sections. Although you have advanced 100 li, but the younger generation is catching up with you, you have no choice but to lower your head and call them respectfully. Isn't this also a kind of spur? Xiaohua had always been a person who held grudges and was very narrow-minded. Although his face was all smiles, his mouth had already said, "Oh, so it's Martial Nephew General previously, I had to trouble Martial Nephew Gen when I was registering for the Imperial Thunder sect. Now that I've reached Foundation Establishment, my natal spirit tablet is still Martial Nephew General. I've really troubled you. I'm really sorry." Huh, it's no matter, no matter. Zhen Liang's face was very awkward, and even his face was red and hot. Oh, that's right. I remember that there's also someone called Zhen Ming. Where did he go? Xiaohua looked around, pretending to be looking for him. why don't I see him? Martial Uncle Xiao, Martial Uncle Zhen Ming has also reached Foundation establishment. He has already been transferred to another place. A trace of resentment appeared on Zhen Liang's face, as if there was some hidden story. Xiao Hua originally wanted to say something, but Xiang Yang stopped him and said with a smile, Martial Nephew Zhen, my junior martial brother has also reached Foundation establishment. I'll have to trouble Martial Nephew Zhen to invite senior martial brother Zhen over, ugh. Seeing Xiang Yang's bearing, Xiao Hua suddenly felt that he was very small. The small in his heart was forced out and revealed without a doubt. Of course, although Zhen Liang hadn't reached Foundation establishment and although he did make some small moves against him that day, he had still beaten him up that day. It could be said that they were even. But now, he was using Zhen Liang's shortcomings to ridicule him. It seemed, it was the same as when he hadn't reached Foundation establishment yet. He didn't seem to be much more noble than others. Chapter 2187. Immediately, Xiao Hua's forehead was covered in sweat. It was a kind of shame that came from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, Martial Nephew Zhen Liang. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said with a smile. Zhen Liang was stunned and almost took half a step back. He was afraid that Xiao Hua would punch him again. However, Xiao Hua smiled and looked at Zhen Liang with a pleasant expression. He had the demeanor of a martial uncle. Xiang Yang was also slightly stunned. Soon after, he smiled and knew that Xiao Hua had understood that he was wrong. Okay, Martial Uncle Xiao and Martial Uncle Xiang, please wait for a moment. Zhen Liang also understood and cupped his hands. At this time, he was very willing to call Xiao Hua Martial Uncle Xiao. Not long after, Deacon Zhen came. When he saw Xiao Hua, a trace of understanding appeared on his face. He pointed at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, Xiao Hua, you finally reached the Foundation establishment stage? It really wasn't easy. Your master is going to be happy now. He, Martial Uncle Zhen is joking. Xiao Hua said respectfully, even if I reach the gold core stage, my master won't be too happy. This is the trouble of being a master. Zhen said with a smile, your disciple will always be a child who can't grow up. Even if you are a nascent soul stage cultivator, you still want to see if you can split your spirit earlier. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded. Then, Zhen opened the door of the Jade Archive Hall and said with a smile, I still have some things to do with the Palace Master, so I won't stay here to accompany you. Then, he said to Zhen Liang, accompany the two martial uncles and watch them refine their life spirit tablets. Then, give them the tablets. After saying that, he threw a tablet to Zhen Liang. Then, he cupped his hands at Xiao Hua and Xiang Yang and walked away. Martial uncles, please. Zhen Liang didn't find it strange. He smiled and raised his hand, indicating for Xiao Hua and Xiang Yang to enter. When Xiao Hua arrived at the place where he placed the jade tablet, he sensed it. Even the yellow restriction couldn't block it. After Zhen Liang removed the yellow restriction, he clapped his hands and took out a jade slip, handing it over to Xiao Hua, Martial Uncle Xiao, this is the method to make a life spirit tablet, please take a look. As for Xiang Yang, he pointed at a cyan jade slip next to Xiao Hua and said with a smile, that's junior brother Chui's life tablet. Now, all of the adult disciples of my myriad Thunder Valley have reached the Foundation establishment stage. His tone was somewhat weathered. Xiao Hua didn't say much. He immersed his spirit into the jade slip and understood. However, after a while, Xiao Hua's face revealed a difficult expression. He smiled apologetically and said, Junior Nephew Zhen, this refining method is a little difficult. I'm afraid my magic power is not enough. I wonder. Zhen Liang said understandingly, disciple understands. I'm sure Martial Uncle Xiang accompanied me here for this reason. However, only I can refine this natal spirit tablet. Martial Uncle can't be lazy, you know. As he spoke, Zhen Liang looked at another part of the Jade Archive Hall and shook his head, saying, the restriction over at Xuanlei Palace is a little loose. It's all because these newcomers don't know the rules. Martial uncles, please refine it. Disciple will go over there and take a look. Seeing Zhen Liang tactfully leave, Xiaohua smiled. Really, he didn't expect that just one sentence from him would cause Zhen Liang to change so much. Alas, what a pity. If this guy had understood earlier and had such a temperament, perhaps even reaching the foundation establishment stage wouldn't be a big deal. As Xiaohua thought about it, he slightly formed a seal in his hand, and the surrounding spirit energy surged. As Xiaohua's seal set off a gust of wind, there was a soft, kacha sound, and a layer of golden brilliance appeared on the jade token. Xiaohua's life spirit tablet was refined by him in the blink of an eye. Hiss. Seeing this, Xiang Yang sucked in a breath of cold air, sweat. It seems that every time Xiaohua reveals some of his strength, the onlookers are all like this. It wasn't only because of the golden light on the jade slip, but also because Xiaohua had already revealed the golden light the first time. What shocked him was Xiaohua's refining technique. It was very clear that Xiang Yang himself had also come here in the past because of helplessness. Even Cui Hongshan had come here with Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang knew how difficult it was to refine this natal spirit tablet. He himself, under helplessness's guidance, spent a lot of effort, and barely succeeded in refining it. Cui Hongshan wasn't that strong. Xiang Yang had guided him for half a day, but he also barely succeeded. This was also the reason why Zhen Zhen didn't wait here. It was also the reason why Zhen Liang left. It was very embarrassing for a disciple who had just reached the foundation establishment stage. But what about Xiaohua? It was as easy as lifting a finger, as easy as lifting a finger. Previously, Xiang Yang really thought that what Xiaohua said was true, but he didn't expect him to succeed with just a lift of his hand. Xiang Yang glanced at Zhen Liang and hurriedly said, "Junior brother, refining this natal spirit tablet is very difficult. Back then, it took me half a day to refine it. My junior brother Cui from the 10,000 Thunder Valley also took half a day. Don't worry, slowly refine it." Xiaohua was stunned. He bitterly smiled and thought, eldest senior brother, you should have said so earlier. That's right, for Xiaohua, who was proficient in refining the world, this was really too easy. He only wanted to hide the golden light and didn't care about anything else. Fortunately, the golden light on the natal spirit tablet had already gradually disappeared, and it actually turned into a plain jade slip. It was very simple, very low-key, and very secretive, just like Xiaohua. Thus, Xiaohua put on an act for almost half a day, but Zhen Liang really didn't come over. Xiaohua called out, "Martial nephew Zhen, I've finally finished. Please come over and take a look." Martial Uncle Xiao is really amazing. Zhen Liang heard him and came over with a smile. Usually, a disciple who just entered the foundation establishment realm would definitely not be able to refine it in half a day. Martial Uncle Xiao actually succeeded in less than half a day. All these years of suffering weren't in vain. Then, Zhen Liang took the natal spirit tablet and took out a fist-sized jade ball. He formed a seal and hit it. The jade ball gradually turned into a fog. Then, Zhen Liang threw Xiaohua's natal spirit tablet into it. A golden light flashed inside, illuminating the entire fog. Oh! Xiaohua was a little surprised. He didn't think that the jade ball would still reveal a strange golden light. Of course, Zhen Liang's face also showed a little surprise. Xiaohua secretly said in his heart, "Not good. It's a little strange." Sure enough, Zhen Liang frowned and said, "There's something wrong with Martial Uncle Zhao's natal spirit tablet." There should be a vague human figure in this fog. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked, is it like this for all successful natal spirit tablets? Must it have a human figure? Or is there something else? That's not necessarily true. Zhen Liang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, natal spirit tablets are made by using the traces of a cultivator's primordial spirit in their blood. And every cultivator's primordial spirit is different. Ordinary cultivators are all in human form, but there are also some strange ones. This disciple has also heard of this before. However, this is the first time that Martial Uncle Xiao can't see it at all. Chapter 2188. Then, is this life spirit tablet considered a success? Xiang Yang was more concerned about this. Of course. Zhen Liang smiled apologetically. If it wasn't, there wouldn't be any light at all. It wouldn't even be able to be placed into this jade ball. Oh, that's good. Xiang Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Zhen Liang took out Xiaohua's life spirit tablet and carefully placed it inside the restriction. After activating the restriction, he smiled and said, Martial Uncle Zhao's life spirit tablet has been completed. This is Martial Uncle Zhao's token. You can use this token to go to the spiritual beast hall of the Thunder Palace to receive a spirit-seeking mouse and establish a residence within the Thunder Palace. Disciple congratulates Martial Uncle Xiao. Congratulations to you too. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a few pills for Zhen Liang. As long as Martial Nephew Zhen puts in the effort, you can also build your foundation. You don't have to be so polite. Zhen Liang stretched out his hand and pushed it over. However, when he saw the pills in Xiaohua's hand, he was stunned and said in shock, Sway. Sway pill? The hand that was pushing out froze there. I just happened to come across this item when I was out training. Xiaohua pushed it slightly and placed the pills in his hand. He explained, since I have already built my foundation, I don't need this item anymore. Martial Nephew Zhen, take it. If someone uses it, it's called a pill. If no one uses it, it's nothing. Yes. Zhen Liang thought for a moment and accepted it with a smile. He said, Disciple thanks Martial Uncle Xiao for your kindness. If it was any other pill, Disciple wouldn't dare to accept it. Xiaohua nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a "kacha" sound from the distance of the Jade Archive Hall. Shortly after, he took out a light purple restriction that emitted a strong brilliance, illuminating the entire Jade Archive Hall. Oh no, I don't know which senior from the Thunder Palace was killed. Zhen Liang was shocked. He didn't dare to say anything more to Xiaohua and hurriedly flew over. At this moment, two disciples guarding outside the Jade Archive Hall also rushed in. When Zhen Liang opened the restriction, he saw a pink spirit tablet with a long crack on it. Moreover, the position of the token wasn't low. Quick, inform Martial Uncle Zhen. Zhen Liang ordered the disciples who had rushed over. A Golden Core Realm Master from Converging Thunder Palace has died. Yes. That disciple didn't dare to be negligent and left after receiving the order. On the other hand, Zhen Liang said apologetically, Martial Uncle Xiao, this disciple originally wanted to ask Martial Uncle for some advice on foundation establishment. You see, there's another urgent matter in the sect. Please forgive me. This Xiao's matter is already done. If there is a chance in the future, Martial Nephew Zhen can come to my 10,000 Thunder Valley. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, I will take my leave now. Then, Zhen Liang respectfully sent the two of them out. The situation was completely different from the first time they had come. However, when Xiaohua and Xiang Yang walked far away, Zhen Liang couldn't help but look at the Thunder Palace's restrictions. His eyes were somewhat strange. Not to mention Zhen Liang suppressing the astonishment in his heart, and not to mention the chaos in the Jade Archive Hall due to the Jindan Cultivator's life tablet breaking, Xiaohua and Xiangyang returned to the Myriad Thunder Valley from the Deafening Thunder Palace. Looking at the lazy, big, fat spirit-seeking mouse with dull eyes lying on his hand, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Eldest senior brother, is this a spirit-seeking mouse? Xiaohua held back for a long time and finally couldn't help but complain, isn't this just a spirit-seeking mouse? Pfft. Xiangyang also laughed and pointed at Xiaohua, saying, little junior brother, have you seen a spirit-seeking mouse before? If you haven't, don't show any fear. This spirit-seeking mouse is born with a big body. It doesn't have any abilities, so it doesn't need to fight or defend against enemies. It only needs to find places with sufficient spirit chi and some spirit veins. What do you want it to look like? But, this appearance, is really throwing the spirit-seeking mouse's mouse. Xiaohua didn't say whether he had seen a spirit-seeking mouse before and only covered his mouth as he laughed. This is already not bad. My 10,000 Thunder Valley's silent thunder is quite powerful. Ordinary spirit-seeking mice are useless. This spirit-seeking mouse was used by junior brother Chui last time. Xiangyang also looked at the fat spirit-seeking mouse and laughed. But after saying that, Xiangyang's face was a little embarrassed. Sure enough, Xiaohua's face was not too happy as he muttered, so it's something that someone else left behind. How? How can you say that? Xiangyang blinked his eyes and was somewhat in disbelief. Then, he looked left and right and said, the rest of the matter is simple. Junior brother Xiaoan knows that once you release the spirit-seeking mouse, it will naturally find a place with abundant spirit chi. You only need to record the location on the jade slip and place it into the spirit-seeking mouse's mouth. It will then return to the Deafening Thunder Palace on its own. After a few days, a disciple will bring a cave-opening puppet over to help you open the cave. As for the size of the cave, you can decide for yourself. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Obviously, Xiangyang was afraid that he would say something wrong and make Xiaohua unhappy, so he waved his hand and flew off into the distance. TCH, what spirit-seeking mouse, it's simply a spirit-seeking cat. Xiaohua waited until Xiangyang had flown far away before he waved his hand and little silver flew out of the space. TCH, the spirit-seeking mouse in Xiaohua's heart suddenly opened its eyes, and the fur on its body stood on end. Its two small eyes widened as it stared straight at Little Silver, who was several times smaller than it. Little Silver flew in the air and looked left and right in bewilderment, as if it was very unhappy that Xiaohua had taken it out. Hearing the spirit-seeking mouse's TCH, it turned its head slightly and didn't care. It only stretched out its two small front paws and put them next to its mouth with a pu sound, which sounded like a snort. The spirit-seeking mouse immediately jumped down from Xiaohua's hand and obediently lay down in the air. Its whole body was trembling, and its puffed-up fur immediately fell down smoothly. With a whoosh, Little Silver flew to Xiaohua's hand, which was precisely where the spirit-seeking mouse had been in a daze just now. Its small tail curled around Xiaohua's little finger with great familiarity before it obediently crouched down. Don't lie down. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hurry up and find me where the spiritual energy is. Unfortunately, Little Silver didn't pay attention to him, it didn't understand what Xiaohua was saying at all. Xiaohua looked at the space again. Well, Little Yellow was sleeping again, so it probably couldn't hear what he was saying. Go! Xiaohua waved his big sleeve and threw the spirit-seeking mouse forward, saying, go find a cave for this young master. It was a pity that the spirit-seeking mouse didn't listen to him at all this time. It still lay obediently in the air, not daring to move at all. Damn it! Xiaohua smiled. He naturally knew what was going on. He had no choice but to put Little Silver into the space and throw the spirit-seeking mouse out again. When the spirit-seeking mouse suddenly saw little Silver disappear, it was still surprised. It actually flew in the air for a moment before shaking its fur and looking high and mighty again. Fuck, isn't this the legendary, when the tiger is absent, the monkey becomes the overlord? Xiaohua smiled again, but before he could smile, the meridians in his body trembled again. Then his whole body shook involuntarily, as if he was having a spasm, and an earthy yellow color flashed across his face again. I have to hurry and think of a way. Xiaohua knew that the accumulated spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his meridians and body was restless again. Fortunately, the spirit-seeking mouse, which hadn't been forced by Little Silver, could still be considered loyal to its duty. It found a cave for Xiaohua in a secluded place in 10,000 Thunder Valley. Xiaohua's divine sense swept out. It wasn't close to Helpless, Xiangyang, and Cui Hongshan's cave residences. He unconsciously nodded, carved the location into the spirit-seeking mouse's mouth, and let it go back. After that, Xiaohua didn't go far. He sat cross-legged in the cave residence and closed his eyes to rest. After a moment, Xiaohua took out the executioner dream. Looking at the flying sword that could do as it pleased and seemed omnipotent, just like him dancing in the air, Xiaohua thought to himself, the flying sword of a sword cultivator is indeed different from the flying swords of a Dao sect. This executioner dream now seems to be able to connect with the gods, and its flying speed is far greater than before. Separate, Xiaohua silently chanted, and 32 swift and fierce sword lights instantly flew out, filling the space around Xiaohua. The most important thing is that among these 32 flying swords, only one is the main sword. The other 31 are all secondary swords, and the main sword is the eye of the array. It's quite the Tao of dark magic array. It also won't affect the cultivation of sword rendition of the world. Xiaohua thought with satisfaction, since the sword heart energy seed technique is successful, I should also try to separate my primordial spirit. There are many things that I need to cultivate. A single primordial spirit. I'm afraid that I won't be able to cultivate it to the end of my lifespan. The art of splitting one's primordial spirit could only be completed after opening up the cave and going into seclusion. Xiaohua then kept Zhu Meng away and took out the jade scroll with the words of the devil world and the refining method of the devil world that he had obtained from Xiao Er. Taking advantage of this free time, he carefully comprehended it. This comprehension lasted for 3 days, and Xiaohua's face gradually showed a serious expression. The devil world's refining technique was already incomplete, and he couldn't completely understand it. However, from what Xiaohua could figure out, it made his heart beat wildly. Because what was recorded was a blood refining technique. It was also the most common refining technique in the devil world. Isn't this a refining technique that isn't in the 5 elements? Xiaohua somewhat understood. It's a pity that the refining technique isn't complete. There's only a small part at the front, the blood refining technique that fuses the devil world's materials. However, when Xiaohua put the jade slip into the space and closed his eyes to ponder, he somewhat understood. This blood refining technique was suitable for him now. He wanted to refine the Great Wisdom Sword into a 5 elements wishful heaven staff. Didn't he need to fuse these materials together? Blood refining didn't belong to the 5 elements refining technique, and it wouldn't affect his future refining. However, the devil hammer, although it isn't controlled by divine sense, but it's still an item from the devil world. I don't know if it belongs to the 5 elements. Xiaohua was a little hesitant, and then he thought of that strange thing that wasn't controlled by divine sense. If that thing is refined together with the devil hammer, I wonder what it will be like. Chapter 2189. Little Junior Apprentice Brother. Just as Xiaohua was deep in thought, Yan Qinglian's voice rang out again. Xiaohua opened his eyes and saw Zhuo Minghui, Xiangyang, and Yan Qinglian in the distance. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly got up and respectfully greeted her. How come master's wife is also free today? Hee, even if I'm not free, I still have to come and take a look. Zhuo Minghui smiled and said, you are about to open your mansion. This is a grand occasion for the second-generation disciples of my 10,000 Thunder Valley. Although your master didn't say anything, he was overjoyed in his heart. I don't dare to trouble master. Xiaohua hurriedly said. Even if that wasn't the case, I would still be happy with the things you gave me. No matter what, I have to come and see what else you need in your cave abode. Zhuo Minghui pursed her lips and smiled. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. You actually schemed against your master. Seeing Zhuo Minghui's smiling face, Xiaohua knew that she wasn't blaming him, so he quickly explained, disciple didn't dare to reveal it. Well, no need to say more. Zhuo Minghui waved her hand. The previous item was already eye-catching, and now this item is even more troublesome. Let's wait until we can't hide it anymore. Yes, I understand. Of course, Xiaohua knew the importance of this Thunder Beast's inner core to the Imperial Thunder Sect. It was much more important than the Earth Crystal Yao Milk. Even with Thunder Meng Daoist status, he might have some thoughts about it. How could he dare to say anything? Why hasn't it started yet? Yan Qinglian looked around and said, this concubine thought it was over. You didn't urge him? Xiang Yang asked with a frown. But Xiaohua thought otherwise and waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. Whenever you come will do. If it really doesn't work, I'll do it myself. It's not right for me to do it myself. Zhuo Minghui didn't know about Xiaohua's background. She smiled and said, besides, our myriad Thunder Valley doesn't have any puppets. We rely on the methods of the Deafening Thunder Palace. Husband, let's go take a look at the Deafening Thunder Palace. Yan Qinglian said considerately, the opening of the abode is a big matter, and master is still very concerned about it. Moreover, although Xue is in seclusion, if Sun Shu, Qian Diheng and other junior brothers' good friends come over and see that the abode is not ready, wouldn't they become a joke? I.O. Speaking up to this point, Xiaohua came to his senses. He had been busy with his own affairs, plus there was a hidden danger of his strength increasing dramatically, so he had forgotten about this matter. He still hadn't informed these two people. Thus, Xiaohua smiled and said, there's no need for that. Disciple hasn't notified the two of them yet. Oh? Zhuo Minghui frowned slightly. That's where you're wrong. These two are the direct disciples of Sun Lei Palace and Qian Lei Palace. Especially Qian Diheng, his status is extraordinary. It is not easy for them to be on good terms with you. Although we don't have to shamelessly approach them, the necessary etiquette is still necessary. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua hastily slapped his storage pouch and sent out 2 messaging talismans as he promised Zhuo Minghui. However, he disagreed in his heart. Sun Shu is fine, but that Qian Diheng, damn it, it's impossible for him to not plunder my treasures. Sure enough, in less than half a day, Sun Shu and Qian Diheng arrived one after another. At this time, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian went to the Thunder Palace to urge him, while Zhuo Minghui returned to her abode, leaving Xiaohua alone to sit cross-legged. Sensing the two's divine wills, Xiaohua smiled and greeted them in midair. Ha ha ha! Qian Diheng's laughter was heard. Junior brother Xiao. You've built your foundation as expected. Damn it, I told you. You're definitely fine. Quick. What treasures did you get from your training this time? Quickly take them out and let senior brother see. See if you've been cheated, sweat. Xiaohua almost fell from midair. He originally thought that when Qian Diheng said, quick, he wanted to know how he built his foundation. Who knew that he actually followed up with that sentence? Isn't this the legendary dog that can't change its habit of eating shit? Xiaohua secretly criticized. Greetings to junior brother Xiao. Congratulations to junior brother Xiao for building your foundation. Sun Shu had a smile at the corner of his mouth, his face carrying a trace of redness, and his eyes didn't have the slightest bit of astonishment. Obviously, he already knew from Shui that Xiao Hua had built his foundation. Same to you, same to you. Xiao Hua smiled and returned the greeting. Seeing this, Sun Shu's eyes immediately stared at Xiao Hua, not wanting to leave for even half a moment. Seeing that Xiao Hua actually ignored him, Qian Diheng was angry. He jumped up and said, Xiao Hua, I left the old man and hurriedly came to find you. Looking at senior sister Sun's appearance, you've already built your foundation. Why didn't you tell me? Now that I'm here first, you actually talk to senior sister first. This kind of behavior that forgets righteousness in the face of love isn't the Xiao Hua in my eyes. Tisk, Xiao Hua said disdainfully, what does Xiao Hua look like in your eyes? And Qian Diheng's face was profound and full of worship. He slightly narrowed his eyes. In my eyes, Xiao Hua should be generous, doesn't bother about trifles, and regards brotherhood as the number one. Even if he didn't eat it himself, he would still give the spiritual grass to his brothers. That's what you've seen in your dreams. Xiao Hua smiled. He took out a jade box and handed it to Sun Shu. Senior sister Sun, this is a gift from junior brother. Please kindly accept it. It can't be. Junior brother Xiao Hua, you've really disappointed senior brother too much. Qian Diheng had a defeated look, but his eyes were looking at that jade box. Many thanks, junior brother Xiao. Sun Shu took the jade box. She simply didn't look at it, and her face was tight with sweetness. That. Qian Diheng probed. Senior sister Sun, don't you want to see what it is? Why would I want to see it? As long as it's given by junior brother Xiao, it's all good. Sun Shu was about to put the jade box into her storage bag. Hee, senior sister should also take a look. If you can use it earlier, Xiao Hua said with a beaming smile. What is this? Sun Shu said curiously. Right now, I don't have any use for spiritual pills that can increase my power. That's right. Qian Diheng looked at the spiritual grass in the jade box, also puzzled. TSK, you still have the nerve to say that you're from the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Xiao Hua curled his lips and gave Qian Diheng a disdainful look. He raised his palm and stroked his incomparably young face left and right. This. What is the meaning of this? Qian Diheng was even more confused. He really didn't know what the youth-retaining grass was. Sun Shu was puzzled at first, but she didn't know why, but she suddenly understood. It was simply a female cultivator's sixth sense. Hurriedly. It was simply like a sudden clap of thunder, and Sun Shu immediately put the jade box into her storage bag. Don't. Qian Diheng was anxious. He cupped his hands and said, Senior sister Sun, you can't be like this. What the hell is this thing? Hee. Sun Shu looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was also beaming. He was still stroking his face shamelessly and said with a smile, what do you think female cultivators like me care about the most? Chapter 2190. What do you mean? How would I know about you female cultivators? Qian Diheng was confused. What do girls care about the most? Sun Shu didn't mind teasing Qian Diheng. Qian Diheng scratched his head. He really didn't understand. In the end, Sun Shu rolled her eyes at him helplessly. If I guessed correctly, junior brother Xiao gave me a youth-retaining grass. What? Youth-retaining grass? Qian Diheng was startled. He directly flew to Xiao Hua's side, grabbed Xiao Hua's shoulder, and said with a grin, Junior brother Xiao, we are good brothers. This is a rare good thing in the world. How can senior brother be left out? Tch Xiaohua pushed Qian Diheng away. Female cultivators care about appearance. What are you, a big man, thinking about? Don't tell me you want to be a pretty boy for your whole life. What's wrong with being a pretty boy? Pretty boys are the preference of the heavens. Qian Diheng mumbled. The heavens made me so handsome, so I want him to stay this way for a lifetime. Besides, if you're a pretty boy for your whole life, why can't you let others be pretty boys for their whole life? Alright, alright. Xiaohua patted his storage bag and took out a jade box. I originally prepared a rare sea beast's inner core for senior brother Qian. Since you don't want it, then take this. What? Qian Diheng snatched the jade box and threw it into his storage bag. His other hand reached out and smiled. Senior brother Qian wants the youth-retaining grass. Senior brother also wants the inner core. You really have no face. Xiaohua looked at Qian Diheng's outstretched hand and shook his head helplessly. He took out 2 more jade boxes, one for Sun Shu and Qian Diheng. Sun Shu smiled. You should keep this for yourself. I don't lack pills in Sun Lei Palace. Qian Diheng took the 2 boxes and put one in his storage bag. He threw the other to Sun Shu and smiled. Senior sister, don't worry. According to my understanding of Xiaohua, this guy definitely has a lot of inner cores. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't take them out. How could Sun Shu listen to him? He turned to look at Xiaohua. Hee, senior sister, take it. Xiaohua didn't point it out. We haven't seen each other for several years. Consider it a greeting gift. All right. Sun Shu nodded and obediently put it away in his storage pouch. Junior brother Xiao, when did you build your foundation? Only now did Qian Diheng ask. Xiaohua gave a simple explanation. It was even less than what he had told Wu Hai. But even so, it still took him quite a while to explain. Oh my. Qian Diheng stuck out his tongue. You really went to the QC. By the way, speaking of this, Qian Diheng suddenly remembered something. Junior brother Xiao, isn't it too wasteful to directly take the youthful grass? This stalk of face-retaining grass could be used to refine many face-retaining pills. A face-retaining pill is worth a lot of spirit stones. Nonsense. Xiaohua sneered, where did little brother get the pill formula? Hee. Qian Diheng chuckled, junior brother, it's your fault for not telling senior brother. The Sun Thunder Palace might not have it, but the Heavenly Thunder Palace might not have it. Even if the Heavenly Thunder Palace doesn't have it, this senior brother can still look for it. But junior brother Xiao, this business. Xiaohua wasn't very interested in the face-retaining pill. At that time, he was just curious. Hearing Qian Diheng's words, his eyes lit up. He stretched out 2 fingers and shook it twice without saying anything. Junior brother Xiao, you don't have to do this. It's only 20%. Qian Diheng was about to cry, little brother helped you find the pill formula and find someone to refine it. You only provided the youthful grass, it's just that 80%. No one will do it. Tch, little brother only wants the pill formula. Xiaohua said disdainfully. Qian Diheng was stunned. He looked at Sun Shu, who was also surprised. But both of them nodded slightly and didn't ask any more. However, Qian Diheng pestered again, even if it's the pill formula, it's still worth 40%. Junior brother Xiao. Qian Diheng almost pulled Xiaohua's arm and shook it. He was simply acting spoiled. Fine. Xiaohua waved his hand helplessly, I'll give you 30%. Little brother doesn't care about anything else. You only care about the pill. Give me the spirit stones. Deal. Qian Diheng immediately raised his hand. He he. Xiaohua reached out and clapped hands with him. He also laughed mischievously. Something's not right. Sun Shu knew that at this time. He looked around and asked curiously, Junior brother Xiao, your cave, hasn't it been opened yet? He, no hurry, Xiaohua didn't care at all, it's only been a few days. Senior brother went to rush me. At this time, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian flew back with a gloomy face. Sun Shu and Qian Diheng hurried forward to salute. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian didn't dare to neglect and also hurriedly returned the salute. Xiaohua saw Xiang Yang's ugly face and smiled, what's wrong? Senior brother, did you suffer in the Thunderclap Palace? It's nothing. Xiang Yang shook his head, now my Thunderclap Palace has a lot of Foundation Establishment disciples. We don't have enough puppets. Junior brother Xiao might have to wait for a while. No matter. Xiaohua said warmly, it's the same even if I go into seclusion here. Seclusion? Qian Diheng frowned, you just entered Foundation Establishment. What are you going into seclusion for? Sun Shu hurriedly said, Junior brother Xiao, what's wrong? Nothing. Xiaohua saw that he had a slip of the tongue and hurriedly said, Junior brother went to Gue He and had some understanding. I understand. Qian Diheng nodded and said, since that's the case, you should have a cave. Then he smiled nastily, Junior brother Xiao, wait a moment. Today I'll bring the Thunderclap Palace's puppets. I'll see which disciple dares to snatch the cave from my brother. Saying that, Qian Diheng activated a spell and rushed into the sky. If I'm not arrogant, I won't know you're a Thunderclap Palace disciple. Xiaohua curled his lips, very disapproving. Let him go. Yan Qinglian teamed up and said, you don't know how unsightly the Thunderclap Palace's disciples are. My myriad Thunder Valley's confidence is still not enough. Xiaohua knew that his eldest senior brother and senior sister-in-law were angry, so he didn't say anything more. He had puppets in his space, so he could open a cave at will. If it weren't for the Thunderclap Palace's rules, he would have already done it. Besides, he really didn't believe that spirit-seeking cat could find any spirit vein that was more formidable than his little silver. The Thunderclap Palace's direct disciples were indeed formidable. Sun Shu accompanied Yan Qinglian to talk for a while, and a middle Foundation Establishment disciple came with a smile on his face, following behind Qian Diheng with more than 10 disciples. Seeing that disciple, Yan Qinglian's face was filled with disdain. Clearly, it was this person who made her and Xiang Yang suffer. Junior brother Qian, where do you want to open the cave? That disciple said with a very flattering smile. How would I know? Qian Diheng said coldly, it's my brother opening the cave, not me. Do I still need you guys when I open the cave? Yes. That disciple took a look and saw that only Xiaohua was at the initial stage of Foundation Establishment. He hurried over and smiled apologetically, where does junior brother want to open the cave? Didn't this Xiao already give my jade slip to the Thunderclap Palace? Why are you asking this Xiao? Xiaohua glanced at Xiang Yang, whose face was a little ashen, and sneered. That disciple cupped his hands and said, I, Zhen Minghai, congratulate Myriad Thunder Valley's junior brother Xiao for reaching Foundation Establishment. I'm really sorry. During this time, my Thunderclap Palace has really had too many Foundation Establishment disciples. Junior brother Xiao just handed me your jade slip, and I haven't had time to look at it yet. Please forgive me. So it's like that. Xiaohua pondered inwardly, this guy's words aren't without reason. It's just that his attitude is too bad. Thus, he pointed his chin at Xiang Yang and said, this Xiao doesn't care, but I don't know what my eldest senior brother thinks. Seeing that Xiaohua actually didn't call him junior brother or senior brother, Zhen Minghai frowned slightly. After all, this Myriad Thunder Valley was considered the weakest branch in the Thunderclap Palace. Even if Xiang Yang was already at the middle stage of foundation establishment and had two foundation establishment disciples, Xiao Hua and Cui Hongshan, and even Xiang Zhili, the future disciple of Thunder Mesa spiritual master. But after all, this was all in the future. Zhen Minghai, this kind of disciple with authority in his hands, really didn't attach too much importance to this matter. However, what Zhen Minghai was most afraid of was naturally Qian Diheng, this kind of heavenly thunder palace disciple who was even more arrogant than him. Now that things had come to this, how could he not know what to do? Zhen Minghai cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother Xiang, junior sister Yan, previously this little one was really too busy and neglected you. This little one apologizes here." Seeing Zhen Minghai apologizing, Xiang Yang felt uncomfortable at first, and hurriedly returned the gesture, saying, "He, senior brother Zhen is thinking too much. This little brother didn't know that my Thunderclap Palace had many foundation establishment disciples now, and thought that it was intentional neglect. Since you were really busy, how could I blame senior brother?" "Ai, that's right." Zhen Minghai took the opportunity to say, "I don't know what happened, but during this period of time, there were too many foundation establishment disciples from aristocratic families who entered my Thunderclap Palace. This little one is really busy." Seeing that her husband was so easily forgiving, Yan Qinglian snorted and said, "Since that's the case, then forget it. However, this immortal's cave must be a little bigger." That's natural." Zhen Minghai said with a smile, "Junior brother Qian has already come forward. If it's too small, the Heavenly Thunder Palace will lose face." Immediately, Xiaohua pointed to a location, and Zhen Minghai waved his hand. More than 10 disciples released several puppets and began to work. These puppets of Thunderclap Palace were really crude compared to Xiaohua's puppets. Not only did they need several disciples to control them together, sometimes they even needed the disciples to use spells. However, these disciples were familiar with the way, and after spending more than half a day's effort, they opened up an immortal's cave that was twice as big as Cui Hongshan's. Opening up an immortal's cave must be paid with spirit stones. Seeing that the immortal's cave was opened late, Zhen Minghai cupped his hands and said with a smile, "However, since it's junior brother Qian's good friend, this spirit stone is this little one's gift to congratulate junior brother Xiao on his foundation establishment." "Don't." Qian Diheng was unhappy. With a wave of his hand, he took out several top-grade spirit stones and threw them at him, saying, "This little master can't owe your Thunderclap Palace anything. Otherwise, my great-grandfather will deal with this little master." Chapter 2191. Alright then. Seeing Qian Diheng mention Gantian, Zhen Minghai didn't dare to say anything. He took the spirit stones and smiled, "Thank you, junior brother Qian." Sigh, sometimes it's good to be a little arrogant. Xiaohua whispered as he watched Zhen Minghai lead the disciples away. "That's right." Qian Diheng curled his lips and said, "Junior brother Xiao is usually too low-key. That's not what a man should do. Damn it, what does it have to do with you whether I'm a man or not?" Xiaohua glared at him in annoyance. These words sounded familiar to him as if a female cultivator had said it to him before. Yes, Fairy Hongxia and Xue no. Qian Diheng revealed a lewd smile. "Let's go, we'll go take a look at junior brother Zhao's cave." Yan Qinglian saw Qian Diheng's outrageous words and Sun Shu's blushing face and hurriedly said with a smile. And Sun Shu took the lead and quickly walked into the newly opened cave. "Tisk, you still say it's big." Qian Diheng looked and complained again, "It's only so, much smaller than mine. What do I need such a big cave for?" Xiaohua glanced at him. "Of course." Qian Diheng raised his left hand as if he was going to count. "Fine," Xiaohua knew what he was going to say and hurriedly waved his hand, "Don't say any more. You're talking too much." If you don't want to say it then don't say it, I'm too lazy to say it. Qian Diheng began to look around, but unfortunately, after a moment, he opened his mouth again. He pointed at the cave surroundings and began to nag about what to put and what to put. He even raised his eyebrows and said, "That's right, junior brother Xiao, great-grandfather has a good impression of you. When are you opening the cave? Let him come over and give you some face. I have to tell senior brother and master." Xiao Hua just said this when his body started to tremble again. Although it was very subtle, how could the cultivators not notice it? "Xiao Hua, what's wrong with you?" Sun Shu was anxious. He walked over in a few steps and even asked with a sobbing tone. Qian Diheng's face also had a serious expression. "Nothing, nothing." After Xiao Hua finished trembling, he smiled and said, "The meridians in my body is a bit, not appropriate. I need to go into seclusion for a while." I understand." Xiang Yang's eyes flashed with understanding. He nodded slightly, "I'll go find master now." "Don't." Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly said, "I'm afraid, even master can't do it. Why bother him?" This. Xiang Yang had only seen Xiao Hua's methods in the Misty Mountain. He knew that early-stage foundation establishment cultivators weren't his match, and he had also seen Xiao Hua's methods after reaching foundation establishment in the Flame Forest Marsh. He knew that Su Yangyi was extraordinarily powerful, but he didn't believe that a late foundation establishment cultivator like Su Yangyi was helpless against him. He would rather think that it was Xiao Hua who was helpless and scolded him. "Why don't we ask great-grandfather for help?" Qian Diheng made a prompt decision. "I'll go back now." "Stop." Xiao Hua immediately berated, "I know what I'm doing." "Really?" Qian Diheng hesitated, "You are my god of wealth." "Are you sure?" Don't worry." Xiao Hua patted his shoulder and said, "Go back now and look for that thing. If possible, bring it over before I go into seclusion." "Okay." Qian Diheng turned around and was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he said, "Then your mansion opening, it's all false reputation, what mansion opening?" Xiao Hua said carelessly, "Life is still more important." "Okay." Qian Diheng finished speaking and hurriedly flew away. "Senior sister Sun, I've made a fool of myself." Xiao Hua turned around and said, "I just reached foundation establishment, and I've already caused so much trouble." "It's nothing. As long as, you're sure you're fine." Sun Shu was only worried about Xiao Hua, and didn't ask for anything else. "It's a pity that I can't let senior sister Sun participate in the mansion opening ceremony." Xiao Hua blinked, looking very disappointed. Sun Shu was full of concern, and said with a forced smile, "As long as you're fine." Then she thought for a moment and said, "I'm actually going into seclusion in the next few days. Junior sister Shue's cultivation has improved greatly, and it's really a spur for me. Cultivation is like sailing against the current, if you don't advance, you'll fall back. And then senior sister Sun, take care." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. Seeing Xiao Hua sending her off, Sun Shu didn't want to leave, but thinking of Xiao Hua's appearance just now, she could only nod, cupped her hands again, and quickly flew away. After the two left, Yan Qinglian said in a low voice, "Junior brother, are you sure you don't need to tell master?" "What can I tell master?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, looking at the two. Xiang Yang was also sad. He was very clear that Xiao Hua now had an earth attribute constitution, and he really couldn't tell master. Since that was the case, he might as well not say it. "You're going into seclusion now?" Xiang Yang asked. Xiao Hua said without hesitation, "Yes, right now. I'll have to trouble senior brother to tell master's wife that I suddenly had an epiphany and must go into seclusion. As for the mansion opening ceremony, let's postpone it. I'm afraid master will be hopping mad again." Xiangyang said with a laugh, it's hard to get a chance to show off. Xiaohua smiled helplessly and said, if Qian Diheng didn't come, this cave mansion would still need half a year to open, and wouldn't the mansion opening ceremony also have to be postponed? I reckon I'll be able to come out of seclusion in half a year. Master's wife will tell Master, there's nothing impossible. All right. Hearing that it was only half a year, Xiangyang was relieved. He patted his storage pouch, took out a set of simple formation flags and jade slips, and said, this is the formation I received from Thunderquake Palace, you can set it up yourself according to the jade slips. Okay. Xiaohua took it. How about we help you set it up? Yan Qinglian said worriedly. Xiaohua looked at the two senior brothers' concern, and his heart warmed. He knew that if he didn't let them do it, they would definitely be worried, so he nodded and said, then I'll have to trouble senior brother and senior sister. We're brothers, no need to be so polite. Xiangyang smiled, took the formation flags and talismans, and went to set it up with Yan Qinglian. In the time it took to eat a meal, the cave mansion's formation had already been set up. Yan Qinglian said again that she wanted to move some things from her cave mansion, but Xiaohua stopped her. He only said that he would talk about it after he came out of seclusion, and asked Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian to go back. He raised his hand, waved the formation flags, and sealed the entire cave mansion. AI, junior brother. Yan Qinglian looked at Xiaohua's hurried appearance, and couldn't help but worry. Junior brother Xiao is such a cautious person. For this kind of situation to occur, I'm afraid there's some problem. Although Xiangyang was honest and considerate, his thoughts were also meticulous. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. If he really has a problem, why is he in such a hurry? Even Xue can't wait for him to come out of seclusion. But if Reverend Jing Ru were to use some sort of method. Chapter 2192. Io. That's right. Yan Qinglian came to her senses and covered her mouth. I knew it. Reverend Jing Su's reputation is so bad. How could he let junior martial brother go so easily? He must have a powerful method. But, what can we do? Xiangyang was even more certain. After all, Xiaohua had said that there was no way around it. If it wasn't Reverend Jing Su's method, then what was it? Alas! Yan Qinglian sighed and looked at Xiaohua's cave again. It was incomparably desolate. Let's go. Xiangyang waved his hand and said, this matter is the same as before. Don't tell Master's wife in detail. Just say that junior martial brother Xiao is going into seclusion. Don't mention anything else. Just in case you make a mistake by saying too much. I know. Let Master's wife tell Master. Yan Qinglian flew away and answered in a low voice. Xiaohua sealed the cave entrance and sat down cross-legged. He operated his mental cultivation method and the true essence in his meridians flowed smoothly. However, no matter how he urged his mental cultivation method, the earth attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth that had accumulated in his meridians couldn't be mobilized, let alone refined. Immediately, Xiaohua sensed the faint sound of thunder in the cave. However, although the faint sound of thunder could stir up the deposited spiritual energy, it was only enough to stir it up. It wasn't enough to activate the spiritual energy. However, this wasn't outside of Xiaohua's expectations. He pondered for a moment and thought to himself, my current method should be to refine the accumulated spiritual energy of heaven and earth in my meridians and physical body. However, if I want to advance both at the same time, I need to multitask. Otherwise, I won't be able to cure it completely. Rather than that, I might as well split my primordial spirit. One primordial spirit will cultivate the dragon transformation art, and the other will cultivate the celestial body empowerment technique. In addition, the sword heart energy seed technique has been successful. This means that I can combine the primordial spirit strengthening technique, the primordial spirit splitting technique, and the ghost cultivation technique. Since that's the case, I should take advantage of my secluded cultivation to split these primordial spirits out. Every strand of primordial spirit will be dedicated to a specific task. It's better than me cultivating alone. Immediately after, Xiaohua thought for a long time. He sat cross-legged, made an extremely strange gesture with both hands, and pointed at his forehead. The spiritual power in his body gradually surged to the gesture in his hands, and his divine sense also contracted. After another incense stick of time, Xiaohua's face showed a painful expression, and bean-sized sweat droplets appeared on his forehead again. Just like before, an unparalleled pain, a sharp pain that was tearing himself apart, and a feeling that was worse than death came from Xiaohua's head. Although Xiaohua was mentally prepared for this pain, when it really came, Xiaohua was still unable to resist it. A feeling of extreme powerlessness arose in his heart. Rumble. There was a tremor in the air, and Little Silver once again jumped between the spirit plants in alarm. Little Yellow was also startled awake. Xiaohua didn't have time to talk to it in detail. Quick! Xiaohua's hands trembled as he made the gesture. As the incantation entered his body, Xiaohua felt his mind go blank. His head swayed, and it was as if the entire world had become two overlapping worlds. Seeing that a strand of primordial spirit had smoothly flown out, Xiaohua was secretly delighted. He then used a secret technique to channel that strand of primordial spirit into his meridians. Originally, Xiaohua had expected some unexpected things to happen during this process, since his meridians weren't like the dream executioners, and would reject it a little. Who would have thought that when the primordial spirit entered his meridians, there wouldn't be any abnormalities at all? There was an incomparably heavy pressure, as if a huge rock was pressing down on him, and that strand of primordial spirit fell into a deep sleep. Great! If it wasn't for the lingering pain, Xiaohua would have clapped his hands and laughed heartily. He knew that the strand of primordial spirit had already successfully fused with his meridians. He only needed to use the secret technique to nurture and strengthen that primordial spirit. After it woke up, it would be able to independently and actively use the dragon transformation art, just like how he was using his own cultivation method. Compared to the blood shadow art, it couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Fusing primordial spirit into the meridians, I'm afraid that in the entire Xiaoyu continent, only this young master can do it, right? Other people wouldn't even think about it. Xiaohua was secretly pleased. This is also because the blood shadow art is used so smoothly that it can go so smoothly. Mother. At this time, Goldie's dry voice sounded. What is this for? Xiaohua laughed. This is Mother's ever-changing. Don't be afraid, I reckon there will be more tremors like this in the future. Oh. Seeing that Xiaohua was fine, Goldie closed its eyes and prepared to sleep again. Don't be anxious. Xiaohua hurriedly said. Tell Little Silver to help Mother find a place. Xiaohua hurriedly described a place with abundant spiritual energy. Okay, Goldie chirped a few times at Little Silver. Little Silver nodded and kept somersaulting among the spiritual plants. Then, Goldie fainted. Looking at Little Dusk sleeping, Xiaohua was extremely envious. Damn it, look at Goldie. He only needs to eat and then sleep to improve. This young master has to put in a lot of effort and still has to endure the pain. This person is really not much different from other people. At this time, Xiaohua's primordial spirit was in severe pain and he couldn't circulate his energy. Xiaohua simply lay down on the ground to rest. At this time, the cave's restriction made some noise. It can't be Qian Dihang, right? Xiaohua thought. This guy is such a miser. Even more so than this young master. Opening the cave's restriction, as expected, Qian Dihang was standing in front of the cave, but his face was full of worry. Seeing Xiao Hua's face as white as paper and even more concerned, he clapped his hands and took out 2 jade slips. He said, "Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, just now I went to see great-grandfather. From what he said, I'm afraid that you've taken too many pills and there's too much medicinal energy in your body. If you don't remove it in time, not only will it affect your realm, it will also destroy your meridians. At this time, you shouldn't cultivate anymore. Instead, you should first expel the medicinal energy. This jade slip contains a secret technique of my thunder-shocking palace, especially for your situation. So it's like this." Xiao Hua was really grateful in his heart. He took the 2 jade slips and scanned them with his divine sense. One of them was naturally the pill formula of the face-retaining pill, and the other was a cultivation method. Xiao Hua roughly looked at it and frowned. He said, "According to this secret technique, won't all these medicinal energy be expelled? It's really a waste." When Qian Diheng heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He scolded, "Xiao Hua, you don't want to live anymore. What time is it now, and you're still so greedy? Great-grandfather said that because you forcefully wanted to build your foundation, you took too many foundation-building pills, which caused the medicinal energy to accumulate. Although you've already built your foundation, your meridians are newly formed and you still don't have the energy to refine these medicinal energy. If you don't expel it, what else can you do? Don't think about it. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Don't think about wasting these pills." Then, he said, "As for that face-retaining pill, Junior Marshal Brother doesn't need to be in a hurry to refine it. Right now, you can't easily use magic power. It's better to wait until after you enter seclusion." "Then what did you bring the pill formula for?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Damn it, if I don't take advantage of great-grandfather's good mood, when will I get it? If I give it to you, I won't think about it anymore. Besides, with your greedy face, wouldn't it be more comfortable to take the pill formula? So that you won't be willing to part with the medicinal energy in your meridians." Qian Diheng waved his hand and said, "Okay, quickly enter seclusion. By all means, don't be unwilling to use the secret method." After he finished speaking, he turned around and flew away for fear of delaying Xiao Hua's seclusion. "This guy really knows my heart." Xiao Hua rubbed his nose. His heart felt warm as he returned to the immortal's cave. The pain in his head seemed to have lessened a lot. Only at this time did Xiao Hua have the mind to look at his own immortal's cave. This immortal's cave was no different from Xiang Yang's immortal's cave. Except for the place being bigger, the internal structure was exactly the same. As soon as he entered, he saw a hall used to receive guests. Then, there was a small door leading to the back. The back was divided into 2 halves. One half was a nursery with flat ground for planting spiritual plants. The other half was divided into several spaces. Looking at it, it seemed to be a quiet room for refining pills and cultivating. However, at this time, it was empty inside, waiting for Xiao Hua to arrange it at will in the future. Really not creative. I reckon that all the immortals' caves of Thunderous Palace disciples are like this. Xiao Hua instantly thought of Xiang Yang's immortal's cave and sighed. There was a trace of helplessness on his face as he clearly thought of Haoming City's immortal's cave. Forget it, how can this young master fix this now? When I have time in the future. Thinking this, Xiao Hua suddenly laughed. Damn it, if this young master's entire immortal's cave comes out again, wouldn't it be the legendary "A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows"? Then, Xiao Hua's mouth trembled rapidly a few times. It was actually very similar to a rabbit's 3-petaled mouth. "Come out, Little Silver," Xiao Hua waved his hand, and Little Silver appeared in midair again. But at this time, Little Silver was clearly no longer astonished. His 2 bright mouse eyes turned, and without waiting for Xiao Hua's instructions, he rushed out in a flash. There was no need for Xiao Hua to tell him anything at all. "Io, don't be in such a hurry. Xiaohua hurriedly raised his hand to stop him, but seeing that Little Silver had already scurried out of the cave that hadn't been sealed yet, he could only sigh. "AI, you still listen to your mother. Last time, you didn't move no matter how I told you to search for the spirit vein. Forget it. I can't cultivate for the time being, so I'll go take a look." Xiaohua then flew out of the Immortal's cave and opened the array. After Little Silver left the Immortal's cave, he sniffed the air with his little nose, which had faint golden threads, and then flew into the depths of 10,000 Thunder Valley. Seeing this, Xiaohua's eyes turned. He had been a disciple of 10,000 Thunder Valley for a long time, but he had never been on duty there, so he didn't know how his Shifu was on duty. If he entered 10,000 Thunder Valley now, he might run into something helpless. But given Xiaohua's current cultivation, how could a late Foundation establishment cultivator discover him? Thus, Xiaohua only hesitated for a moment before his figure flashed and he gave chase. That's not right. Xiaohua followed Little Silver into the depths of 10,000 Thunder Valley, and the faint sound of thunder gradually grew louder. Both silent and loud thunder attacked Xiaohua, and even his state of mind was a little disturbed. Xiaohua sensed that something wasn't right. Is Little Silver mistaken? How can there be a spirit vein here? Even if there is a spirit vein, it's impossible for me to open an immortal residence here, right? Chapter 2193. However, when Xiaohua released his Buddhist consciousness, he saw Little Silver's two bean-sized rat eyes glow, as if he had seen a spirit stone. Could it be that Little Silver has discovered some treasure? That was right, wasn't a spirit-seeking mouse a rat that searched for spirit objects? It was only natural that Little Silver would be able to discover any treasure. It was just that the spirit-seeking mouse's greedy appearance was really too similar to Xiaohua's. After flying for half a day, Xiaohua's ears were already filled with the sound of thunder, but Little Silver didn't stop, and instead became even more excited. That's even more wrong. Realization dawned on Xiaohua at that moment. This guy couldn't have discovered the treasure in Myriad Thunder Valley, right? Not good. It's Shifu. Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness suddenly saw a jade-green stone wall overflowing with magic power, and a helpless figure abruptly appeared, his face full of exhaustion. He had taken out a jade token in his hand, and seemed to be sealing the restriction. When he looked at Little Silver again, it was clear that he also felt helpless, and his small figure abruptly darted downwards like a thin white light, instantly falling into the ground. Little Silver can also escape through the earth? Seeing this, Xiaohua's mouth gaped slightly. He really hadn't expected this. But Xiaohua smiled bitterly in an instant. Do rats naturally know how to dig holes? So what if they can escape through the earth? Doesn't that whatever nether bat also know how to escape through the earth? Seeing that Little Silver had no choice but to seal the restriction, Little Silver's figure flashed in his direction. Xiaohua didn't dare be careless, and his figure flew swiftly as he also rushed underground. Unfortunately, he didn't notice anything unusual at all, and flew away from where Xiaohua had stopped earlier, about 10 zhang away. Little Silver flew underground and didn't stop at all, continuing to flee forward until he was finally blocked by a restriction. Without the slightest hesitation, Little Silver opened his mouth and bit at the restriction. Good boy, Little Silver. Xiaohua hurriedly called out to Little Silver, but Little Silver ignored him and continued to swallow the spirit chi on the restriction mouthful by mouthful. Oh! Xiaohua instantly remembered how Little Silver had bitten the imprisonment spell to save him when he had just entered the Imperial Thunder sect. He knew that Little Silver had the ability to swallow spirit chi. After that, Xiaohua released his Buddhist perception and opened his Dharma eyes. When he looked at the restriction before him, he couldn't help but frown. This was an extremely powerful array. There were many restrictions within the array, layer upon layer, and all kinds of restrictions were linked together. It was very difficult to break through. Even if Xiao Hua's cultivation in array formations had improved greatly, it would still not be easy to break through. Forget it, let Little Silver try. Xiao Hua nodded slightly, and his Buddhist awareness swept over. He saw that this was a huge magic array that stretched for dozens of miles, and it enveloped all the valleys in front of it. Lightning flashed within the array, and all kinds of thunder were transmitted through the restriction. My goodness, if the outside of the formation is already so powerful, what about inside the formation? This should be the core of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Xiao Hua understood in his heart, and his heart was filled with joy. Only a place where thousands of lightning bolts gathered would be able to stimulate the accumulated spiritual energy in his body. Admittedly, the array was powerful, but spirit mice were born to swallow spirit chi. It took Little Silver half a day before he finally bit off a strand of spirit chi in the array. With a crack, a bolt of lightning passed through the array and struck Little Silver. Xiao Hua was already prepared. He stretched out his hand to block in front of Little Silver. A wave of numbness spread up his arm, and a few strands of spirit chi were actually drawn out of his body by the lightning. At the same time, Xiao Hua swung his right hand again, and several rabbit spirit talismans hit the flaw that Little Silver had bitten out, blocking the area that was already starting to close up. Little Silver's body was like lightning, and before the lightning could leak out, his small figure scuttled into the array. Slow down a little. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He cast several more spirit talismans to widen the flaw, and then he also flew into the array. See, Xiao Hua had already imagined the core of the 10,000 Thunder Valley countless times before. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. It was a deep valley surrounded by lightning, and the bottom couldn't be seen. But in the middle of the valley, which was several li away, there was a huge cone-shaped mountain peak that seemed to stand out of thin air. Countless bolts of lightning struck the mountain peak from top to bottom, and there wasn't the slightest gap at all. This is the 10,000 Thunder Valley? It's not just 10,000 bolts of lightning. Xiao Hua didn't dare release his Buddhist awareness or divine will. He only looked at the mountain peak in the distance, which stood tall amidst the millions of bolts of lightning, and sighed with emotion in his heart. Furthermore, the millions of bolts of lightning didn't fall from the sky, but from the void as they struck the mountain peak. Lightning flowed over the mountain peak and fell straight down into the deep black abyss below. Little Silver? Xiao Hua cried out in surprise. Little Silver's small body shuttled through the lightning with great familiarity. He had already flown more than 1,000 zhang, and his target was the mountain peak in the center of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. At this point, how could Xiao Hua not know what Little Silver was thinking? Little Silver probably really regarded the core of the 10,000 Thunder Valley as a treasure. Or perhaps, Little Silver wanted Xiao Hua to open up his cave residence here? Fuck, if that was the case, it would be the biggest joke in the world. Wouldn't Thunder Palace immediately pull out Xiao Hua's tendons and skin him alive? Squeak squeak. Little Silver flew another li, unease on his face. He didn't dare move forward anymore and just stood in midair, his two front paws clasped together as if he was bowing, his eyes flashing. I understand. Xiao Hua nodded. With a flick of his sleeve, he put Little Silver into his space. Then he activated the Bright Thunder Escape and flew toward the mountain peak. The Bright Thunder Escape was swift to begin with, and in this space filled with lightning, he was even more like a fish in water. An unprecedented feeling of comfort actually emerged when he used the lightning escape technique. Xiao Hua's heart suddenly stirred as he thought to himself, the lightning escape technique should be used to escape amidst lightning. The Imperial Thunder Sect had this 10,000 Thunder Valley. Was it where they cultivated the lightning escape in the beginning? It's just that the secret technique to avoid lightning was lost, and many cultivators didn't dare train here, so this place was abandoned? Don't you remember what Shifu said? Guarding the 10,000 Thunder Valley is a very difficult task. At first, it was highly valued, but later on, it wasn't so well received anymore. Just as he was thinking this, a huge bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the air. Xiaohua didn't have time to dodge at all before it struck him. A wave of numbness and soreness came from his body, and he fell from midair. Xiaohua didn't dare be careless. His phoenix Dharma body flew out of his body and flapped its wings to stabilize his body. Crack crack. Before Xiaohua could react at all, several bolts of lightning appeared and struck his phoenix Dharma body repeatedly. Sizzle. Electric light flowed into Xiaohua's body. Chapter 2194. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed. This lightning not only mobilized the heaven and earth spiritual energy in his body, it also accelerated the refining of spiritual energy. This lightning is obviously different from the heavenly lightning of the lightning tribulation, and even more different from the thunderstorm of the Qianhe Sea. Xiaohua was somewhat enlightened. Looks like there are many types of lightning in this world. Let's go. Xiaohua obviously couldn't cultivate here. His figure swayed again, and he flew towards the mountain peak. During this period of time, the lightning became even more concentrated. The phoenix body couldn't take care of it in the end, so Xiaohua had no choice but to release the Buddha Sarira. The lightning struck the Sarira, and like a brush, it gradually filled the Sarira with gold color. Escape. When he got close to the mountain, Xiaohua used the earth escape technique, and his figure jumped into it. Fortunately, even though there were tens of thousands of lightning strikes, the mountain peak was still a mountain peak. Otherwise, Xiaohua wouldn't be able to escape. Once he entered the mountain peak, Xiaohua didn't hesitate anymore and directly escaped downwards. He only stopped when he couldn't escape anymore. The inside of the mountain peak was the same as the outside of the mountain peak. All kinds of lightning struck Xiaohua from different void flashes, as if the mountain peak was void. The lightning flickered, lingering around Xiaohua's entire body. Xiaohua closed his eyes tightly, and the lightning on his body either merged into his body or merged into the mountain peak again. The earth crystal Yao Milk spiritual energy in Xiaohua's body also slowly flowed within the lightning. It was refined by Xiaohua's celestial body bestowment technique. On one hand, it was refined into his body, and on the other hand, it was sent into his meridians. Looking at Xiaohua's meridians again, there was also lightning striking. The spiritual energy in his meridians was the same as in his body, and it was drawn out like a gurgling stream. The hidden danger of Xiaohua's cultivation was actually slowly dissolving in this unimaginable way. Although Xiaohua didn't deliberately use his mental cultivation method, his cultivation was still slowly improving. 10 days later, Xiaohua waited for the pain to disappear, and split his primordial spirit again. This time, his primordial spirit merged into his body. He focused on practicing the celestial body bestowment technique. This was also Xiaohua's attempt. In his mind, the celestial body bestowment technique was different from the earth attribute mental cultivation method. He couldn't multitask, and since he had to practice the celestial body bestowment technique and mental cultivation method, he might as well try to merge his primordial spirit with his body. Who would have thought that it would happen so quickly? This was truly beyond his expectations. Even Xiaohua himself suspected that his physical body was alive just like his meridians. Another 10 days passed, and Xiaohua split his primordial spirit again. This time, the split primordial spirit fused into his bones. The bone tempering technique of the Sunset Island was different from the Big Dipper magical fist technique. It was a type of mental cultivation method that was similar to striking. Now that the lightning had fallen, it was the best time to practice the bone tempering technique. Xiaohua didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Another 10 days passed, and Xiaohua split his primordial spirit again. This time, Xiaohua wanted to merge his primordial spirit with the phoenix Dharma body. However, when he thought about how the phoenix Dharma body already had several types of soul essences, Xiaohua admitted that his primordial spirit was inferior to the phoenix Dharma body. Thus, after a brief thought, he sent his primordial spirit into the Buddha Sarira. Another 10 days passed and Xiaohua split his Yuan divinity again. This time, the Yuan divinity was fused into Xiaohua's dimension, the heavenly Tao starry sky. The heavenly Tao starry sky was originally formless, but Xiaohua already had a trace of his primordial spirit follow the fire origin into the space and merge with the starry sky. This trace of primordial spirit also entered the starry sky extremely smoothly. Another 10 days passed, and Xiaohua split his primordial spirit again. This time, the split primordial spirit fused into the hand of karma. This hand of karma was truly vast. Xiaohua didn't expect to be able to control the entire hand of karma, but if he could have a trace of his primordial spirit in the hand of karma, he should have sufficient time to comprehend karma, right? Another 10 days passed, and Xiaohua split his primordial spirit again. This time, the split primordial spirit didn't merge into any place, but stayed alone in the space. Xiaohua waited for this primordial spirit to awaken and strengthen, then he would comprehend many of his jade slips. Finally, another 10 days passed, and Xiaohua thought for a long time. He felt that apart from the 8 sword pellets, there was nothing else he needed to comprehend with his primordial spirit. Just as he was about to merge his primordial spirit with the unrepaired sword pellets, Xiaohua's heart stirred, and he thought of his own space. This space was behind his head, but it wasn't under his control. If he could have a primordial spirit as the master, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? However, when he truly tried to control it, he ran into trouble. This trace of primordial spirit couldn't merge into the space, and was left alone outside like the primordial spirit he used to comprehend the jade slips. Helpless, Xiaohua thought of the mysterious place where the soul strands had penetrated. Thus, he sent his primordial spirit into the dark clouds along with the soul strands. He used this primordial spirit to comprehend the green seal text and soul cultivation methods. The 8 sword pellets had yet to be completely repaired, and Xiaohua's primordial spirit couldn't merge with them. Moreover, at this time, Xiaohua faintly felt that splitting his primordial spirit had a great use. Splitting a trace of his primordial spirit and putting it into the sword pellets was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Now, Xiaohua had split his primordial spirit into 8 different strands to comprehend 8 different cultivation methods. Each strand had its own responsibility, and each strand did their best. After doing all this, Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had a splitting headache, it was really uncomfortable. Anyone who split their primordial spirit 8 times in a row would feel uncomfortable. However, Xiaohua was even more delighted in his heart. He had grasped too many cultivation methods. Just relying on one primordial spirit to cultivate, it was already not bad to be able to cultivate one cultivation method to the extreme, not to mention these 7 or 8 cultivation methods. Even if it was a Confucian cultivator, soul cultivator, or Buddhist cultivator, these 3 cultivation methods that were on par with the Tao sect, it was impossible to successfully cultivate them, let alone something as unpredictable as the heavenly Tao and the hand of karma. Perhaps when these primordial spirits awaken, I will have some accomplishments. Xiaohua immediately closed his eyes. First, before the primordial spirits awakened, he activated the immortal body bestowment technique, relying on the lightning strike to refine the spiritual energy in his body. In his heart, he secretly planned for the future. Just as Xiaohua thought, 100 days later, these primordial spirits gradually awakened. Xiaohua didn't feel any special discomfort. It was only at the beginning that he felt like he was waking up from a dream, and it was a very strange feeling. As the primordial spirits began to operate their cultivation methods, different feelings and understandings were transmitted to the main primordial spirit, and through the main primordial spirit, it was shared with the other primordial spirits. Xiaohua slowly adapted to this strange cultivation method. More than a year later, whether it was in his meridians or in his body, half of the earth attribute spiritual energy had been refined, and the remaining sediment was even more difficult to refine. While Xiaohua was refining his spiritual energy, he was doing other things. The first thing Xiaohua did was to take out the 50% of the male lightning beast's inner core that he had obtained from Helpless and Shui Hongshan from the space. The lightning beast's inner core flashed and immediately attracted countless lightning strikes, all of which struck the inner core. Xiaohua formed several seals and condensed the male lightning beast's inner core above his head. Then, he also took out the remaining 80% of the female lightning beast's inner core. After forming seals, he took out 60% of it and put the remaining 20% back into the space. Similar to the male lightning beast's inner core, countless lightning strikes struck out at the same time. Moreover, between the male and female cores, there was actually purple lightning that connected them together. Seeing this situation, Xiaohua was even more certain that his guess when he saw Shue's foundation building on the heavenly sea should be correct. Then, Xiaohua took out 9 drops of the male and female lightning beast's blood and condensed them on the surface of the 2 inner cores. When the blood went deep into the inner cores, Xiaohua formed seals one after another. It was exactly the same as refining the thunder pill. Finally, Xiaohua pointed his finger, "Go." The 2 inner cores spun and entangled together, and like melting liquid, they were poured into the phoenix celestial body by Xiaohua. Kachacha, the phoenix celestial body flashed with lightning, and lightning also appeared between its wings and claws. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed. He used the phoenix celestial body as the cauldron, and the male and female lightning beast's inner cores as the core liquid to refine the thunder pill. It was precisely embedding the 2 inner cores into the phoenix celestial body to form the inner core of the celestial body, which was similar to the innate inner core of the lightning beast. Then, when Shui was building her foundation, the innate seals of the lightning beast's hands appeared in Xiaohua's mind. His hands also slowly waved. Not only were more than a dozen lightning bolts controlled by Xiaohua, but lightning bolts that were several times more powerful than the thunder palm were also suddenly born in his palm. Not only that, at the same time that the 2 inner cores in the phoenix celestial body were rotating, in the depths of the myriad thunder valley, a purple light spot that was both big and small, which was invisible to the naked eye, divine sense, and even Buddhist sense, was attracted by the yin and yang lightning bolts. It slowly flew out from the depths of the valley, and rushed towards Xiaohua. Its appearance was actually similar to the earliest fire origin. Xiaohua used nearly 10 days to properly embed the inner cores of the phoenix celestial body. He saw the thin and long lightning bolts strike the phoenix celestial body, and threads of light entered the body, seeping into the yin and yang inner cores, increasing the number of inner cores. Moreover, in a short period of time, strands of Hotian impurities turned into green smoke and flew out from the inner cores. Xiaohua was overjoyed in his heart, knowing that he had found the correct method to embed the lightning beast's inner cores. This was what Xiaohua saw. What Xiaohua didn't see, or perhaps what Xiaohua didn't expect, was that in Xiaohua's lower dantian, on both sides of the extremely small virtual spot, 2 more virtual spots flashing with lightning bolts appeared. However, they were even smaller, and even more inaudible. After arranging the lightning beast's inner cores, Xiaohua once again took out the great wisdom sword. In his mind, he carefully recalled the demon realm's blood fusion technique. He opened his mouth, and a mouthful of blood essence touched the great wisdom sword. Immediately after, Xiaohua's hands waved again. However, this time, Xiaohua didn't make any strange hand seals. Instead, he used the hand seals that controlled the lightning bolts just now. Under Xiaohua's control, numerous lightning bolts fell down, striking the great wisdom sword. The lightning bolts were very uniform, and also contained an indescribable rhythm. If one were to listen to it, it would actually sound like a sonorous and powerful rhythm. Even if one were to look at it with their eyes, it would be a magnificent scene of splashes of splendor. This lightning strike technique was precisely the demon realm's blood fusion technique. However, Xiaohua had changed the demon realm's demon weapon to lightning. Following Xiaohua's blood fusion technique, the blood essence gradually plated a layer of faint golden light film on the surface of the Great Wisdom Sword. Next, Xiaohua took out that strange object again, and similarly spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Just like the Great Wisdom Sword, the lightning bolt struck it, and not long after, another layer of golden light film plated on the fist-sized object. Chapter 2195. Combine, Xiaohua shouted. That thing collided with the Great Wisdom Sword. Xiaohua didn't hesitate and struck out with a different lightning strike rhythm, hitting exactly where the two came into contact. After an unknown amount of time, that thing turned into a ball of membrane, wrapping around the Great Wisdom Sword. At this time, Xiaohua was a little hesitant. He took out a few pieces of the silver-plated sword, looked at them, and threw them into the space. He took out the two demonic hammers, shook his hands, and like before, used the blood fusion technique to stick the two demonic hammers together with the Great Wisdom Sword. In the end, Xiaohua's hands swung once again, forming different hand seals. The rhythm of the entire lightning strike changed again, completely enveloping the Great Wisdom heavy sword, the devil hammer, and that inexplicable thing. Xiaohua's blood essence had already completely transformed into a golden substance, gradually seeping into the three things, and the three things immediately fused together. Looking at the golden substance that was continuously rolling around in the lightning above his head, Xiaohua smiled and secretly said, "In any case, this young master has finally found the method to refine the Great Wisdom Sword. Even if I can only fuse these things together now, this is still a big improvement. The lightning strike method should be outside of the 5 elements. This young master is really smart. The blood fusion technique doesn't touch the 5 elements at all. It's just that. I don't know when this blood fusion technique will succeed, so I'll just let them roll around here." After another month, Xiaohua saw that the Great Wisdom Sword still couldn't completely fuse, so he ignored it and took out the few pieces of silver-plated sword. Looking at the few pieces of demonic tools, Xiaohua's heart was filled with emotion. Really, since Xiaohua first stepped into the cultivation world, entered Jinghua City, was forced to buy the demonic spear tip from Shiwuming at Mingcui Mountain, and finally got the last piece of the demonic spear shaft from Qua Chiao, this silver-plated sword was finally gathered. This was almost the entire process of Xiaohua's cultivation. However, Xiaohua was very gratified. A demonic tool that could make the heavenly demon sect master remember was definitely not an ordinary item. Xiaohua only sighed with emotion for a moment, then spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood essence. Just like the Great Wisdom Sword, the silver-plated sword was fused together. Naturally, Qiu Yinlu couldn't completely fuse with the Great Wisdom Sword. Xiaohua only needed to connect the broken parts, which should be easy. However, when Xiaohua's blood was fusing, he actually discovered that there was an extremely strong repulsive force within the Dragon Silver Gilt, which wanted to expel his blood essence from the Dragon Silver Gilt. Xiaohua was unable to infuse his blood essence into the demonic artifact, so he could only use his blood essence to connect the few segments together. Thus, the seemingly complete ancient Dragon Silver Gilt was absorbed into his space. After all, Xiaohua didn't have the complete refining method of the Devil Realm, not to mention how to repair the ancient dragon's silver plating. Another half a year passed, and more than 70% of the accumulated spiritual energy in Xiaohua's meridians and body had been refined. Xiaohua's cultivation level rose again, and he finally entered the late stage of foundation establishment. Another portion of new meridians had been opened. Xiaohua's divine sense, Buddhist consciousness, and even space expanded once more. Just as Xiaohua was advancing, Helpless happened to be on guard duty in the Myriad Thunder Valley. Helpless sat inside the myriad Thunder Valley's restriction, inside an immortal's cave protected by layers of restriction spells. Seeing lightning suddenly flickering on the mountain peak in the distance, countless spiritual energy of heaven and earth flocking in, he couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly threw out a misty green copper mirror in his hand, and spat a mouthful of true essence into it. Thus, he could see all the movements on the mountain peak. Strange, the lightning on Jile Peak is 20% more than before, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has increased by 40%. Could there be some unforeseen event? Helpless slightly frowned. However, he was very clear in his heart that although his magic artifact could observe the entire myriad Thunder Valley, most of its range was the entire abyss and restriction spells, as well as the surface of Jile Peak. If it went any deeper, there would be lightning interference, and it would be impossible to detect. Just like his divine sense, although much stronger than ordinary cultivators, he still couldn't rashly detect Jile Peak. Should I report this to the shocking Thunder Palace? Helpless was somewhat hesitant, but he was clear in his heart that the current myriad Thunder Valley was no longer as useful as before. This little change might not be able to attract the attention of the masters of the shocking Thunder Palace. Forget it, it's I's duty anyway. How can I not report it? After making the decision, Helpless put away the copper mirror, came out of the cave, opened the restriction spell, and flew towards his own immortal's cave. Oh! Shwe shwe. Helpless flew past Xiaohua's immortal's cave. As usual, he took a look. Xiaohua's immortal's cave was still sealed, and there were no abnormalities. Unlike before, today there was a pretty female cultivator standing quietly in front of the sealed immortal's cave. Shwe shwe naturally saw Helpless and immediately saluted respectfully, "Greetings, Martial Uncle Helpless." "Oh, get up." Helpless smiled and helped Shwe shwe up. He looked her up and down and nodded, as expected of the lightning beast's bloodline. "It's extraordinary. You just stepped into the Foundation establishment realm, and after a few days of closed-door cultivation, your cultivation has advanced so much. No disciple of my myriad Thunder Valley can compare to you. Alas, if that little bastard Xiaohua could be as well-behaved as you, he could be as good as you are. This old man's heart will be at ease. I don't know which part of that little bastard you've taken a fancy to." Shwe shwe's face was slightly red, and she said with a smile, "Martial Uncle Helpless, you know that not only is Xiaohua's cultivation." "Forget it, let's not talk about cultivation. Xiaohua's heart is kind, and his actions are straightforward and upright. Even if he's a low-level cultivator, he's still the target of my admiration. Besides, I seem to know more about Xiaohua than Martial Uncle. I feel that Xiaohua is the one I've entrusted my life to. Even if I die for him, even if my body is torn to pieces, I'm still willing." "You silly child, what are you talking about?" Helpless shook his head and said, "This old man feels strange because I don't understand Xiaohua. His foundation is lacking, and his aptitude can't be considered particularly good. Normally, he should wholeheartedly focus on cultivation and perhaps have some achievements. However, he has too many distractions, and he seems to have dabbled in too many things. Even if he's finally reached the Foundation establishment realm, in this old man's eyes, it's difficult for him to achieve great success. If you have the chance in the future, you have to persuade him. Cultivation is really too important for cultivators." A trace of understanding flashed across Shwe shwe's face, and then she became somewhat resolute. She nodded and said, "This junior understands. If there's a chance, I'll definitely explain it to him. However, this junior also wants to find a time to explain it to Martial Uncle in detail. Perhaps Martial Uncle can change your view of Xiaohua." "Oh? What's so special about Xiaohua? Why don't you tell this old man now?" Helpless was somewhat curious. However, Shwe shwe shook her head slightly and said, "Okay, Martial Uncle knows that some things can't be said, but the time isn't right. When the time is, this junior will naturally say it." At that time, Martial Uncle Helpless will also have some choices. Ha ha ha. Helpless laughed loudly. This old man knows. My 10,000 Thunder Valley's second disciple, Cui Hongshan, is about to hold the dual cultivation ceremony with Dui Chimeng of Converging Thunder Palace. When the two of them are done, it'll naturally be your and Xiao Hua's turn. At that time, this old man really wants to hear what kind of strange story you have with Xiao Hua. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for it. Chapter 2196. Xue Xue's face froze for a moment before her face flushed red. She said shyly, Martial Uncle is right. Junior. Junior. Ha ha ha. He helplessly smiled again. With a wave of his sleeve, his figure flew up, and he said, this old man won't talk to you anymore, so as to avoid making you feel embarrassed. When Xiao Hua comes out of seclusion, this old man will have his master's wife go find Martial Uncle Sun. Goodbye Martial Uncle Helplessness. Xue Xue bowed her head, but there were tears in her eyes and her face was pale. Unfortunately, Helplessness felt joy in his heart. How could he see it? When Helplessness walked far away, Xue Xue's gaze was filled with longing, unwilling to leave immediately. She lingered in front of the cave for a long time before leaving a message talisman and flying back to Xuanlei Palace. Xiao Hua naturally didn't know that Xue Xue came out of seclusion to find him. He also didn't know that the phenomenon of him entering Foundation establishment late stage attracted Helplessness's attention. He was still leisurely looking at the great wisdom sword being tempered by lightning. From time to time, he would use spells to control the lightning to change its rhythm. By now, Xiao Hua had already opened up new meridians, and the natural energies inside his body and meridians were still being slowly refined by the two strands of nascent divinities. Therefore, Xiao Hua began to refine the black spots inside his meridians again, pushing his cultivation base and stabilizing his cultivation base. Xiao Hua would never take out Daoist Jing Si's one Qi divine furnace from the space if he didn't have any assurance. Xiao Hua had even calculated that when the wisp of primordial spirit had free time, he would refine this magic weapon in the space and take it for himself. At this time, he took out his three-legged vermilion bird phoenix rune furnace and ignited it with the Samadhi true fire. He threw the youth-retaining grass and other spiritual herbs into the furnace and began to refine the youth-retaining pill according to the recipe that Qian Diheng had given him. The streaks of lightning struck the furnace and added some magical effects to the youth-retaining pill. The face-preserving pill was just a normal pill. However, the face-preserving grass was rare. Otherwise, Gantian Mountain wouldn't have casually given the pill recipe to Qian Diheng. To Xiao Hua, who had refined the Ling Lei Dan before, this kind of Dan was as easy as lifting a finger. He had earned so many spirit stones just by cultivating leisurely. Unknowingly, more than half a year had passed. Xiao Hua had already been in seclusion for nearly 3 years. Just as Wuxia expected, after he sent out the message talisman, he made a special trip to the deacon of 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 the 10,000 Thunder Valley and Jilei Peak, who still didn't take the matter of the Jilei Peak seriously. Soon after, Xiao Hua's meridians returned to normal, and the sudden appearance of the lightning and heaven-earth spiritual qi also disappeared. Helplessly, he could only put this matter aside. He was still on duty at 10,000 Thunder Valley, and Xiang Yang and Cui Hongshan were also patrolling the outskirts of 10,000 Thunder Valley. On this day, Helpless was cultivating with his eyes closed. He released his divine sense slightly and used the lightning within the 10,000 Thunder Valley to refine it. This was a secret technique he had discovered by chance when he was on duty at 10,000 Thunder Valley. Although it wasn't a complete secret technique, the pure torture and refinement allowed his divine sense to be stronger than other cultivators of the same level. Suddenly, he felt that there was some movement in the restriction outside the 10,000 Thunder Valley. He withdrew his divine sense and took out the copper mirror. When he saw that there was an early gold core stage cultivator outside the restriction looking at him coldly, he immediately put away the copper mirror and opened the formation. He respectfully greeted him with a smile. Junior has no choice. Greetings, Martial Uncle Zhen Shichao Zhen. Zhen Shichao raised his hand in greeting, but his eyes were looking behind helpless. He asked, half a year ago, you reported to Thunder Palace twice, saying that there was something wrong with Jile Mountain? Yes. Helpless nodded his head in reply, but then he hesitated and said, however, that abnormality only lasted for a dozen days, and then it gradually calmed down. Now, it has been a few months, and it hasn't appeared. And, can you leave an image? Zhen Shichao seemed to have expected helpless answer, and his tone was still indifferent. Martial Uncle Zhen, Jile Mountain, can never leave an image. Helpless reminded him, this is the rule of Thunder Palace. Humph, when was that rule? Zhen Shichao sneered, the current Jile Mountain is no longer as important as before. Then he flicked his sleeves and said, since you don't have an image, and there is no abnormality now, how would this old man know where this abnormality came from? Yes. Helpless had no way to refute, and could only lower his head and agree. Forget it. Zhen Shichao sighed, since you coaxed me here, I have to take a look. Saying this, Zhen Shichao flew into the myriad Thunder Valley, and with a clap of his hand, a lightning protection ring flew into the air, surrounding him, and then flew towards Jile Mountain. Along the way, countless lightning bolts struck Zhen Shichao's body, but they were all absorbed by the brilliance emitted by the lightning protection ring. Not a single lightning bolt struck Zhen Shichao, and when they were within 10 feet of Jile Peak, the lightning protection ring had turned purplish-red, and Zhen Shichao's body began to glow. It was obvious that the lightning protection ring could no longer absorb all the lightning bolts. Zhen Shichao didn't dare to get any closer, and with a clap of his hand, he took out a square bronze mirror about 3 feet long and 2 feet wide. He spat a mouthful of true yuan on it, and the surface of the mirror emitted a blue brilliance. When Zhen Shichao formed a seal with his hand, a wave of ripples appeared, and various lightning bolts flashed in Jile Mountain. Poor Xiaofan was now proudly cultivating with a smile on his face. How would he know that someone was exploring Jile Mountain? Huh? Why is the lightning so strange here? Zhen Shichao carefully observed until he saw the lightning bolts of the Great Wisdom Sword. At this time, the Great Wisdom Sword and the Devil Hammer had merged together, forming the shape of a long rod. The Devil Hammer had already turned into a shell that covered the outside of the Prajna Heavy Sword. However, because it was only blood fusion, the Devil Hammer had yet to truly fuse with the Prajna Heavy Sword. As such, the shape of the Prajna Heavy Sword did not change much. Of course, because it was a rod, the lightning bolts around it were also in the shape of a rod, which made Zhen Shichao realize something was wrong. Then, Zhen Shichao pointed at the magic treasure again. A wave of spiritual power came from the magic treasure and shrouded Jile Peak. The scene of Jile Peak flashed in the mirror bit by bit. Oh, there's someone. The fluctuation of magic power woke Xiaofan up. Xiaohua's Buddhist sense swept out and immediately perceived the fluctuation of spiritual power from the magic weapon. He didn't dare to be negligent and immediately put away the Great Wisdom Sword into the space along with the Pill Furnace and Dharmakaya. He didn't dare to hesitate and urged his magic power to escape towards the bottom of Jile Peak. At this time, Xiaohua's spiritual power doubled again, and he went even deeper. When the place where the Great Wisdom Sword was appeared, it was normal, and there was not the slightest abnormality. Strange. When Zhen Shichao withdrew the spiritual power and looked again, the rod-shaped lightning bolts had disappeared again. Maybe it's the lightning's abnormality? Zhen Shichao looked around, and he had already come to a conclusion. He continued to look down. However, the use of his lightning avoidance ring was limited. After looking for half an hour, there was still a lot of time before Xiaofan went down. Zhen Shichao felt that he could not hold on any longer, so he put away the magic weapon, turned and flew to Wu Xian, who was waiting respectfully in the cave, and said faintly, I have already looked, there is nothing unusual in Jile Mountain. Thank you for your trouble, Martial Uncle Zhen. Wu Xian cupped his hands and smiled apologetically. Disciple's report gave Martial Uncle Zhen a false alarm. No matter. Zhen Shichao waved his hand and said, it's your duty, you can't be blamed. Moreover, the Myriad Thunder Valley has been peaceful for so long, it's normal for there to be some abnormalities. Then, Zhen Shichao took a storage bag from his waist and handed it to Wu Xian, saying, this is the spirit stones and elixirs rewarded by the Myriad Thunder Valley this year. Consider it as compensation for the hard work of the Myriad Thunder Valley disciples. Wu Xian was stunned and hurriedly said, Martial Uncle Zhen, there is indeed something unusual about Jile Mountain. Disciple is not trying to be sensational. This old man didn't say anything about you. Zhen Shichao was even more certain. He threw the storage bag to Wu Xian and smiled, the disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley have indeed worked hard, you have also worked hard. The thunder and lightning of Jile Mountain is really powerful, even this old man can't go near it. It has indeed been hard for you to keep watch here, this reward from the palace is only right. Yes. Wu Xian's mouth was filled with bitterness. He took the storage bag and smiled apologetically, thank you, Martial Uncle Zhen. Zhen Shichao came out of the cave and walked out of the array. He instructed, the Myriad Thunder Valley is a very important place for my thunderous palace. This old man remembers that there is a special rule in my thunderous palace. If anything happens to the Myriad Thunder Valley, the patrolling disciples will be crippled of their cultivation and expelled from the sect. In the worst case, they will be killed on the spot. Wu Xian, the burden on your shoulders is very heavy. You must take good care of this place and don't let anything happen to it. Otherwise, you and I won't be able to answer to the Thunderous Palace and the sect master. Yes, this disciple understands. Wu Xian replied respectfully and accompanied Zhen Shichao to the outskirts of the Myriad Thunder Valley. However, he didn't really care about it. He didn't know when this sect rule came into effect. Now that he had sent out 2 transmission amulets and specially went to the Thunderous Palace to invite Zhen Shichao over, he was still being treated as if he was trying to take credit. Zhen Shichao's words were just a fake reprimand. Ever since you started guarding the Myriad Thunder Valley, this old man has come here many times. Zhen Shichao encouraged Wu Xian again, now that your cultivation has reached the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment, if you have any opportunities, quickly condense your core. Also let your disciples come and keep watch. I heard that Xiangyang is already in the middle stage of foundation establishment, it should be time for him to enter the Myriad Thunder Valley. Your other 2 disciples seem to be pretty good too. Let them come in and take a look. Nurture them as soon as possible. Yes, this disciple understands. Wu Xian smiled helplessly and didn't know how to explain. He then said, this disciple has 3 disciples. The one with the lowest cultivation, Xiaofan, has only been in foundation establishment for a few years and is far from being able to guard Jile Peak. However, the second disciple, Cui Hongshan, has steadily improved his cultivation. After this year's dual cultivation ceremony, this junior will take a look and focus on nurturing him. After 10 years, he will be able to guard Jile Peak. Dual cultivation? Zhen Shichao laughed, which female disciple of the Myriad Thunder Valley has a marriage alliance with? Yes, Martial Uncle knows. It's Dui Qimeng from the Thunderous Palace. Oh, I seem to have some impression of her. Zhen Shichao nodded and then said, plans can't be compared to changes. I'm afraid your perfect plan will fail. Chapter 2197. What do you mean? Helpless was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Martial Uncle Zhen, please teach me." "It's nothing." Zhen Shichao flicked his sleeves and didn't stop moving. He smiled and said, "There are some secrets that you don't need to know. This old man is just casually saying. When the time comes, you will naturally know." Xiao Hua moved to the bottom and waited for the magic power on the mirror to gradually disappear. Only then did he slowly move to the top of Jilei Peak. What he didn't know was that when he entered the depths of Jilei Peak, the extremely bright purple light was already less than 100 miles away from him. However, that light was very mysterious and its fluctuations were also obscure. It was difficult to attract Xiao Hua's attention. Xiao Hua flew back to his original location and quietly released his Buddhist sense. When he saw that Helpless had sent Zhen Shichao out without closing the restriction on the array, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He thought to himself, "Since I've already attracted Master's attention, I'm afraid I can't stay here any longer. The stagnant spirit energy in my meridians and body has already been eliminated. The inner core of the Phoenix Dharma body will never be refined. It's better to come back later when I have time or even when I'm on duty. Now that the array is open, I don't need little silver to make a hole anymore. It's better to get out as soon as possible." Xiao Hua thought and hurriedly flew out of Jilei Peak. He unfolded his Phoenix Dharma body and blocked many lightning bolts while he calmly flew out of the restriction. However, as soon as Xiao Hua came out of the restriction and released his Buddhist sense, he saw Helpless flying back. Xiao Hua had an idea. He didn't use any invisibility talisman and turned around to fly back to the restriction. Xiao Hua. Helpless naturally saw Xiao Hua's back and asked curiously, "You came out of seclusion?" "Ayo, Master, why aren't you in the array?" Xiao Hua heard Helpless call and pretended to be astonished. He turned around. Master went out for a while. I have something to do." Helpless glared at Xiao Hua. "When did you come out of seclusion? Why didn't you stay in seclusion for a few more days? Looking at you, you didn't make any progress. What did you comprehend? Did you come out of seclusion without fully comprehending it?" Master knows." Xiao Hua immediately smiled apologetically. "Disciple just came out of seclusion. I missed Master, so I came to the inner valley." Don't try to be glib." Helpless, Xiao Hua didn't answer. Knowing that Xiao Hua hadn't made any progress, he didn't dare to say more. Instead, he scolded, "If you could use your glib tongue on cultivation, I'm afraid you wouldn't be any worse than your senior brother Cui." When Xiao Hua heard the Helpless mention of Cui Hongshan, he was a little unhappy in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. "That's good too. Your second senior martial brother is going to have a dual cultivation ceremony with Dui Chimeng of the Converging Thunder Palace in a month's time. It's good that you've come out of seclusion. Although your cultivation isn't high enough, you can still do some chores for my myriad Thunder Valley. Don't waste any more time here. Hurry back." Helplessly hesitating, he seemed to recall Zhen Shichao's ambiguous words. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, he continued to give orders. "Yes, this disciple understands." Xiao Hua bowed in salute, then turned around and flew out of the valley in a grandiose manner. "Sai, when will you make this old man worry?" Helplessly looking at Xiao Hua's figure that could be considered fast flying, he shook his head and said, "Your cultivation hasn't made any progress, but your lightning evasion technique has improved. This guy only wants to escape." Xiao Hua didn't know what Helplessly was thinking. As soon as he broke away from Helplessly's gaze, he immediately used the bright thunder evasion to rush back to his cave. "Io! This young master's bright thunder evasion." When Xiao Hua used the bright thunder evasion, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. Moreover, when magic power was sent out from his meridians, there was also some lightning. Xiao Hua actually felt that his bright thunder evasion was about to advance again. Why is this? Xiaohua's eyes turned rapidly, but he couldn't figure out the reason. After all, he had done too many things on Jilei Peak. Who knew which aspect had promoted the progress of the bright thunder evasion? However, since his lightning evasion technique had entered the thunderclap realm from the thunderclap realm, he was also extremely happy. As long as he reached the thunderclap realm, even if he ran into an early nascent soul cultivator like Daoist Jingru, he would be able to calmly escape. Ha ha ha! Xiaohua laughed heartily as he flew back to his cave. Outside the cave, there were several summoning talismans. Xiaohua crushed the summoning talismans. 3 of them were from Qian Diheng. This guy didn't have anything else to say, only asking when he could get the face-retaining pill for 3 years in a row. Another one was from Sun Shu, only asking if Xiaohua had exited seclusion. The remaining one was from Xue Xue. Xue Xue's summoning talisman was even shorter. Husband, I haven't completely exited seclusion. Today, Master had an urgent matter and called me out, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect that husband was actually in seclusion. I'm very relieved. I hope that after husband exits seclusion, you'll have another level of cultivation. If you run into that old ghost Jing Ru again, you'll be able to kill him with one sword strike. Not only did the summoning talisman not mention anything else, there was also no worry in her tone. It seemed that Xue Xue was at ease with everything about Xiaohua. So much so that Xue Xue believed that as long as Xiaohua exited seclusion, he would definitely have the cultivation to kill Daoist Jingru. Good, my wife's tone isn't small. The pressure on husband's shoulders is very heavy. Xiaohua snickered in his heart. Right now, his cultivation was only at the late stage of foundation establishment, and his realm had just stabilized. In terms of strength, he wasn't inferior to those in the middle or late stage of Jindan. However, if he was truly compared to an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, there was still a big difference. Xiaohua was already unable to close his mouth from being able to easily escape from Daoist Jing Ru's hands. How could he dare to say that he could kill a nascent soul cultivator with a raise of his hand? Perhaps he would have to enter seclusion for 100 years to accomplish that. That's right, why can't this young master enter seclusion for 100 years? Suddenly, Xiaohua himself was also stunned. He was free and unfettered on Jilei Peak. After being struck by 10,000 lightning bolts, not only did his Buddha Saraira make substantial progress, it was nearly 2.5 feet tall, even the golden liquid inside it was filled with a lot. Moreover, his bone tempering technique was also slowly making progress. Although Xiaohua himself couldn't see, the orange color in his bones was already more than 10%. Besides, his Phoenix Dharma body and Celestial body bestowment technique had also made progress. Moreover, his several primordial spirits each had their own responsibilities and were all comprehending. He only needed to enter seclusion for 100 years, and perhaps he could really break through to Jindan. If he entered seclusion for 1,000 years, could he also look forward to nascent soul and spirit severing stage? Should this young master go and inquire about the situation? And sneak in again? Xiaohua stroked his chin and thought to himself, however, before entering seclusion, I still need to look for some medicinal pills. The earth crystal Yao milk is already not enough, it shouldn't be enough to support me until the core formation stage. Finished thinking, Xiaohua sent a summoning talisman to Qian Diheng and opened the restriction of his immortal's cave. He didn't go inside and directly flew towards the immortal's cave that faced the sun. Chapter 2198. Sure enough, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian were both in the abode. Even the annoying Cui Hongshan was there. However, when he saw Xiaohua, Cui Hongshan only asked, "You're out?" He didn't say anything more. After informing Xiang Yang, he left without saying a word. Tisk, Xiaohua curled his lips and said unhappily, why is this guy everywhere? Little brother just came out and was in a good mood. Then I met this guy and ruined my good mood for no reason. Xiangyang didn't seem to hear him. He looked Xiaohua up and down and shook his head. Little junior brother, why didn't you make any progress in your cultivation? What progress? Yan Qinglian glared at Xiangyang and said quickly, as long as junior brother Xiao stabilizes his realm, isn't having no hidden dangers better than anything else? Hehe, thank you for your concern. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, little brother indeed didn't pay too much attention to cultivation. Little brother's realm has already stabilized, and the hidden dangers in my body have all been removed. Great! Xiangyang said with a smile, as long as your realm is stabilized, your cultivation can slowly improve. This is better than anything else. Oh right, eldest senior brother, little brother just met master. He said Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng are going to dual cultivate? Is there anything little brother can help with? Xiaohua hurriedly changed the topic. Seeing Xiaohua calling out Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng like 3 years ago, Yan Qinglian could only smile bitterly. She looked at Xiangyang and said, actually, it's nothing much. Our Imperial Thunder Sect's dual cultivation ceremony has a fixed ceremony. When the time comes, we just need to follow Thunderclap Palace's rules and do it step by step. The most important thing now is to send the betrothal gift to Dui Qimeng and get junior sister Dui's approval. As long as she receives the betrothal gift, this matter will be considered half done. However, according to junior brother Cui, junior sister Dui is fine, but her master doesn't think highly of our myriad Thunder Valley. Back then, junior brother Cui wanted to use that item as a betrothal gift to shut her master's mouth. Xiangyang smiled again and said, of course, the item that junior brother Xiao took out after that was suitable for female cultivators. In my opinion, not to mention junior sister Dui's master, even martial aunt Dui Jie's mouth would not be a problem. In other words, there's nothing little brother can do? Xiaohua was quite happy in his heart, but his face was cold. It seemed that he was not happy to be able to help Cui Hongshan. But how could Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian miss such a good opportunity to repair the relationship between Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan? They said in unison, how could that be? There are still many things that we need junior brother Zhao's help with. Don't worry. Just as they were talking, a transmission talisman flew over. It really was Xiaohua. Xiaohua received it and gave it a look, saying with a smile, all right, eldest apprentice brother. Qian Diheng, that scoundrel, knows that this little brother has come out of seclusion and has brought a bunch of disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall over. Little brother is going to welcome them. Will eldest senior brother and senior sister-in-law be coming as well? Let your eldest senior brother go over. Yan Qinglian pretended to be in a hurry. When you're done over there, hurry over and help. Yes. Xiaohua smiled and followed Xiangyang back to the cave. After a long while, Qian Diheng came. Not only did he come alone, a group of disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall indeed followed behind him. However, these disciples were far from the few that Xiaohua had imagined, but rather more than 10. Senior brother Qian, this is. Seeing Qian Diheng come over with more than 10 aura refining disciples, Xiaohua was a bit stupefied. He blinked his eyes and asked in confusion. Oh, it's nothing. Qian Diheng smiled slightly at Xiaohua, then turned his head and said to those disciples, you all go and settle down. Just follow the arrangement of this Qian's cave and put whatever you need to put wherever you need to be. Yes, we'll follow Martial Uncle's instructions. Those disciples answered, then bowed towards Xiaohua and Xiangyang again before entering Xiaohua's cave like a swarm of bees. Hehe, junior brother Xiao. Senior brother is very kind, right? Qian Diheng said proudly, I know that your cave is as poor as a church mouse, so I specially brought my disciples here today to help you tidy up your cave. Huh, it's true. Xiaohua saw the group of disciples fly into the immortal's cave in an orderly manner. They flew to different places and took out jade chairs, jade tables, decorations, and other things from their storage pouches to decorate the entire immortal's cave. In just a moment, the immortal's cave that was said to be desolate suddenly became lively and lively. "Many thanks, senior brother Qian," Xiaohua said with a smile. "What about that thing?" Qian Diheng looked at Xiaohua anxiously. "You've been in closed-door training for 3 years, I've been anxiously waiting for you." "TCH." Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a storage bag. He said with a smile, "Is there a need? It's as if you've never seen any spirit stones before." "Of course there's a need." Qian Diheng happily took it and rolled his eyes at Xiaohua. "Don't look at me as a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's disciples also don't have many surplus stones." Ah. At the end, Qian Diheng cried out in astonishment, his eyes full of joy. TSK, you seem to have never seen the world." Xiaohua mocked, "Is there a need?" Yes, there really isn't a need." Qian Diheng hurriedly received the storage bag and said with an apologetic smile, "I've been thinking for a long time, but I've never thought that I would get so many at once. This thing. I still have to carefully plan how to earn even more spirit stones." "What other plans do you have?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Speaking of this, junior brother Xiao doesn't understand." Qian Diheng said mysteriously, "1 spirit stone is naturally precious, but if 100 suddenly appear, perhaps it's also precious. But what about 1,000? Wouldn't the amount of spirit stones be a lot less all of a sudden?" "Oh, this Xiao understands." Xiaohua was also a petty person, so how could he not understand what Qian Diheng said? Raising his thumb, he said, "Senior brother Qian is so awesome." "Of course." Qian Diheng smiled, "Don't you know what kind of person I am?" "What kind of person?" Xiaohua said with a beaming smile, "This little brother doesn't care who you are. You took something, shouldn't you give me the spirit stones first?" "This." Qian Diheng smiled bitterly and stretched out his hands, saying helplessly, "This brother thought that the gift I brought was enough, and you might not be able to open your mouth. But I didn't expect you to take out so much, this brother didn't prepare enough." "What gift?" Just these? These are all this young master's own spirit stones." Xiaohua stared blankly at first, then his heart ached and he hurriedly said, Stop, this young master's own spirit stones, why are you still bowing? Just give me some random stones, in any case, this young master didn't make them himself." "Junior brother Xiao." Xiang Yang frowned and scolded, "This is junior brother Qian's kind intentions, and these things are also worth a lot of spirit stones. Besides, taking 10,000 steps back, this immortal cave of yours will be decorated sooner or later, so spending some spirit stones is nothing." "But..." Xiaohua was anxious, "Senior brother, you don't know what this guy took from this little brother. So much." Cough cough, junior brother Xiao. Didn't you hear what senior brother said? Sooner or later, it's going to be decorated, so who doesn't benefit from you? Why not let this brother benefit? Besides, this brother also didn't say that I won't give you spirit stones. Just wait for a few days." Qian Diheng said in all seriousness, and took a few steps closer to Xiang Yang. Is there anyone as shameless as you?" Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This young master has traveled to so many places in Xiaoyu continent, but there really isn't one that can compare to you. Reporting to Martial Uncle, everything has been arranged. Just as Xiaohua and Qian Diheng were talking, the disciples of Heavenly Thunder Palace had already arranged the entire immortal cave, and they all came out to report. Good. Qian Diheng nodded in satisfaction, and said to Xiaohua, "Junior brother Xiao, this brother still has some matters to attend to in the palace, so I won't stay here any longer." After saying that, Qian Diheng cupped his hands towards Xiangyang, turned around and was about to fly away. Damn it, you want to run away, come back here. How could Xiao Hua let him go? With a flick of his robe, Qian Diheng was immediately restrained by Qian Diheng's sleeve technique. Seeing that Qian Diheng was restrained by Xiao Hua without any strength to fight back, Xiangyang and the people of Heavenly Thunder Palace were all smiles, thinking that Qian Diheng simply didn't have any strength to resist. But Qian Diheng himself was endlessly shocked. He was very clear in his heart that Xiao Hua, who he hadn't seen for several years, was a lot more powerful than the last time he went out for experience with him. He, junior brother Xiao, what do you think? Qian Diheng didn't expose this matter, and only said with a smile, today, this brother only took an empty storage pouch, and didn't take any magic tools, magic treasures and the like. There wasn't even a single spirit stone. If you like it, take this protective armor of this brother's. You. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand, and sure enough, there wasn't even a single spirit stone in Qian Diheng's storage pouch. It was really empty. Really shameless Xiao Hua was really helpless, and took that storage pouch, saying, I'll give you a storage pouch, this storage pouch is naturally left for me. Immediately after, Xiao Hua flicked his sleeve again, and withdrew the magic. After thinking for a moment, he transmitted a few words to Qian Diheng. When Qian Diheng heard this, a trace of divine light appeared in his eyes, and soon after, he shook his head with a bitter smile, and also transmitted a message, Junior brother Xiao, it's not that this brother doesn't want to help you. That face-retaining pills pill formula is nothing, but Reliance Lotus pill, Cyan Spirit pill, and other late-stage foundation establishment pills, really, it's impossible for this brother to get the pill formula. Immediately after, Qian Diheng smiled apologetically again, saying, what? Junior brother Xiao, this Cyan Spirit pill, are you going to take it yourself, or give it to your master? I heard that you were very unhappy in front of master. Why do you care so much? Xiao Hua glared at him, saying, you can't even get the pill formula of Cyan Spirit pill, and you still call yourself a disciple of Heavenly Thunder Palace. Qian Diheng also didn't explain much, and asked again, if you want, this brother can get you the Cyan Spirit pill, but you have to exchange it with your spirit stones. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua shook his head, saying, forget it, this younger brother just wants to flatter master, if you don't have it, then forget it. All right. Qian Diheng didn't seem to believe what Xiao Hua said, and cupped his hands, saying, junior brother Xiao, if there's nothing else, this brother will leave first. And, let's go. Let's go, this younger brother doesn't keep food here. Xiao Hua unhappily waved his hand and said. Don't look at how calm Qian Diheng's face was, as if he was beaten by Xiao Hua, but in his heart, he was mad with joy. The face-retaining pills that Xiao Hua gave him in his storage pouch were really many, and it was really enough for him to be busy. Besides, Qian Diheng never felt that it was abnormal to be beaten by Xiao Hua. Calm to vote for recommendation, monthly votes. Chapter 2199. Let's go. Let me take a look at your cave. Xiangyang looked at Xiao Hua's dejected expression and didn't ask what he said to Qian Diheng. He sent a message to Yan Qinglian and asked with a smile. Senior brother, please. Xiao Hua looked at Xiangyang's rare expression of schadenfreude and said with a shrug. Oh my god. Although Xiangyang was already prepared, after walking in, he still almost stuck his tongue in his mouth. Although it was generally the decoration of an immortal's cave, the details and things inside were indeed completely different. Xiao Hua's immortal's cave was much more gorgeous than his own, and even his own immortal's cave. Looking at Xiao Hua again, his face was full of bitterness, as if he was about to cry. How many spirit stones is this? That goddamn Qian Diheng, this is robbery. Xiaohua wanted to cry but had no tears. Oh, junior brother, this is really a big deal. Not long after, Yan Qinglian came over as well. She looked around happily and said, "Your cave abode is even more luxurious than your eldest senior brother's, junior brother Chui's, and even master's. Senior sister. These are all spirit stones." Xiaohua finally found a soulmate. TSK, where did you get so many spirit stones? Yan Qinglian covered her mouth and asked with a smile. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "It's all from Qian Diheng." "Sigh, forget it, let's not talk about it." Xiaohua invited Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian to take a seat. Seeing that the jade table next to the jade chair was already filled with spiritual tea and other things, Xiang Yang didn't stand on ceremony. He poured himself a cup, took a sip, and said with a smile, "This spiritual tea is not bad. Senior brother, you don't have to be polite. If you like it, just take it." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Now this cave belongs to me. You don't have to be polite with me." Hee. Xiang Yang curled his lips and put the spirit tea on the jade table. He felt that if he took it, the stingy Xiaohua would definitely be distressed. But he was still wrong. Xiaohua could even take out the thunder beast's core. What was this spirit tea? The three chatted for a while. Yan Qinglian repeatedly pulled the topic to Cui Hongshan's dual cultivation, but Xiaohua always avoided it and deliberately avoided it. Just as Yan Qinglian was thinking of a way, Xiang Yang's message came. "Let's go. Master has something to tell us." Xiang Yang glanced at them and said with a smile, "I'm afraid it's about junior brother Chui's dual cultivation arrangement." "All right." Xiaohua helplessly ordered. He didn't dare to disobey. When Xiaohua and Xiang Yang arrived at the Immortal's Cave, everyone in the Myriad Thunder Valley was there. Xiaohua greeted Zhuo Minghui and answered a few questions. Without hesitation, he sat down next to Yan Qinglian, facing Cui Hongshan and Xiang Yang. Helplessly, his face darkened again. However, he glanced at Zhuo Minghui, who was signaling him with her eyes, and asked plainly, "Xiang Yang, how's the matter with your second junior brother? It's about time for the agreement with the converted Thunder Palace." "All right, teacher understands. Everything is ready. We just need to wait for junior brother Cui to bring the list of betrothal gifts over and for Martial Uncle Dui to nod his head. Then, we can report to the deafening Thunder Palace and begin the dual cultivation ceremony." Helplessly, he nodded in satisfaction. "This old man has many matters to attend to, so I'll have to trouble you." "I don't dare." Xiang Yang hurriedly said modestly. He looked at Cui Hongshan and said, "We should let junior brother Cui make a trip to the converted Thunder Palace and see how junior sister Dui will break it down. If possible, we can send the betrothal gifts at any time." Sai helplessly waved his hand and said somewhat helplessly, "Don't be anxious. Who knows if there will be any changes?" "Teacher, what do you mean?" Cui Hongshan was a little anxious when he heard this and stood up. "Oh." Xiaohua was stunned at first, but then he became happy. He laughed inwardly. Could it be that Dui Qimeng has a change of heart? "Hongshan. Don't be anxious." Helplessly waved his hand and repeated Zhen Shichao's words. He frowned and said, "This martial Uncle Zhen's words are indeed a little difficult to understand. This old man also doesn't know. Teacher, why do you care about them?" "We only care about the betrothal gifts," Cui Hongshan hurriedly said before helplessly could finish. Helplessly nodded as though he had already made a decision. He said to Xiang Yang, "It wasn't supposed to be a date, but there seems to be some unforeseen circumstances. It's better to bring it forward. Make the preparations. When Hongshan returns from Dui Thunder Palace, immediately bring him to Seismic Thunder Palace to report." "Yes, this disciple understands." Xiang Yang hurriedly stood up. This disciple will go make the preparations now. Good. Helplessly waved his hand and indicated for his disciples to leave. However, at this moment, a purple-red light flew past, and there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. 100,000 fire urgent thunder note talisman. Helplessly was shocked. He hurriedly stood up from the jade chair and respectfully reached out to receive it. Thunder tablet spiritual master's voice came from the thunder note talisman. All disciples of Seismic Thunder Palace, stop everything and head to Seismic Thunder Palace. Yes, this disciple understands. Helplessly bowed and turned to Xiang Yang. You, don't make the preparations first. Wait for this old man to return. Helplessly, he flew up and left the cave. The people of Myriad Thunder Valley looked at each other, and Cui Hongshan was even more disappointed. He understood that something big must have happened in Imperial Thunder Sect, and that was why Zhen Shichao said those words. Teacher's wife, what happened? Xiao Hua was gloating and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Zhuo Minghui shook her head slightly. I don't know either. Immediately after, she thought for a while and said, in my memory, it seems that Thunder Tablet Spiritual Master only issued a Thunder Note talisman that all disciples of Seismic Thunder Palace must gather at the beginning of the Battle of Imperial Demon Valley. Oh? Xiao Hua asked curiously. There seems to be a long time until the next Battle of Imperial Demon Valley? Yes, so I don't know. Zhuo Minghui nodded and comforted, don't panic, you are just Foundation Establishment cultivators. Even if it's the Battle of Imperial Demon Valley, it's not your turn to participate. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiao Hua nodded. At this moment, Cui Hongshan couldn't sit still anymore. After thinking for a while, he said, Teacher's wife, this disciple wants to send a message talisman to Qimeng and ask her what happened. Yes, send it. Zhuo Minghui smiled. Perhaps Converted Thunder Palace has some news. However, not long after, Dui Qimeng replied with a message talisman. She also didn't know what happened. Xiao Hua originally didn't want to inquire, but seeing Cui Hongshan's disappointment, he smiled and said, Teacher's wife, this disciple will also send a message talisman. How could Zhuo Minghui not know Xiao Hua's narrow-mindedness? Originally, she didn't want him to send it, but seeing Cui Hongshan's restless appearance, she smiled and said, then send it. Not long after, Qian Diheng's message talisman came back. Seeing it, Xiao Hua unconsciously jumped down from his chair and said in surprise, Ah. Huan Country sword cultivators are attacking? What? Sword cultivators? Zhuo Minghui and the others were shocked when they heard it. This. Why did sword cultivators come to make trouble? A battle of swords. It seems like it hasn't happened for tens of thousands of years, right? Chapter 2200. Is your information accurate? Cui Hongshan's face turned cold as he asked, don't spout nonsense. Believe it or not. Xiao Hua raised his summoning talisman and said, Heavenly Thunder Palace is definitely more well-informed than Exchanged Thunder Palace. Then, he glanced at him and said, but don't panic. According to Qian Diheng, my Imperial Thunder Sect is going to send disciples to fight with sword cultivators. These disciples are also very particular. Those who haven't broken through for a long time are the first choice. Qi refinement. There are also many disciples above the 10th layer of Qi refinement. There are very few disciples like my Myriad Thunder Valley, so disciples who have just broken through won't be chosen. Oh, so it's like that. Cui Hongshan sighed in relief. Of course, Myriad Thunder Valley only had 3 disciples, which was very few. Moreover, one of the eldest disciples had just advanced to the middle stage of Foundation establishment 10 years ago, and the other 2 disciples had just advanced to the early stage of Foundation establishment. It was impossible to choose the myriad Thunder Valley's disciples. Qi Meng is also a famous disciple of Exchanged Thunder Palace, so I'm afraid she won't be chosen either. Zhuo Minghui's heart also relaxed, and she said to Cui Hongshan with a smile, Zhen Shi, Martial Uncle Chao Zhen's intention should be to postpone your dual cultivation ceremony until these disciples set off. Hongshan, you shouldn't worry about personal gains and losses. Disciple understands. Cui Hongshan said with a smile, his face clear up. Why do Qi refinement disciples also have to go? Xiaohua asked in a low voice, their cultivation levels are low. What do you know? Cui Hongshan sneered, when the sword sect attacks, every sect and even every cultivation sect will send disciples to participate. However, who would send out their elite disciples? Those disciples with potential who can develop are all hidden in the sect, and only those disciples who have no hope of advancing are sent out. Moreover, every sect cares about the number of people, so who knows what the cultivation levels of the disciples you send out are like? Aren't those Qi refinement disciples just there to make up the numbers? Besides, they can't even reach foundation establishment, so it's better for them to fight with sword cultivators. Maybe they can comprehend something during the battle, and maybe even reach foundation establishment. Xiaohua knew what Cui Hongshan said was the truth. He smiled wryly and shook his head. In that case, not only will the disciples we send be in danger, even those aura-refining disciples most likely won't be able to return alive? Yes, that's right. Cui Hongshan nodded. The 10th layer of Qi refining is already a threshold. Any lower, and I won't be able to bring it out. Let other sects look down on my Imperial Thunder sect. But if they were to fight against a sword cultivator, there would be a price to pay. Besides, not all sword cultivators are high-level swordsmen. They also have low-level swordsmen. Aren't these aura-refining disciples going to fight against them? Yes. Xiaohua was silent. After all, the majority of low-level cultivators on the Daybreak continent were low-level cultivators. When sword cultivators and Dao sect cultivators fought, although those high-level cultivators had a decisive effect, they couldn't be completely relied on. Sometimes, low-level cultivators were also chess pieces that could win by surprise on the battlefield. Io, shue shue. Xiaohua suddenly thought, but then he smiled again. Qian Diheng wasn't flustered at all. He naturally wouldn't be chosen. His jade slip also didn't mention shue shue, so she naturally wouldn't be in danger. Besides, shue shue's master was Sun Ming, an early-stage Aurous Core cultivator. She also had some status in Sunlei Palace, so she could protect shue shue from being sent out. Besides, shue shue had just built her foundation and was in closed-door cultivation. Sunlei Palace wouldn't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Right, Master's wife, what's Martial Uncle Sun Ming's cultivation level now? Xiaohua suddenly asked. Oh, it said that he just advanced to the middle stage of Aurous Core 2 years ago. Zhuo Minghui smiled and said, no need to worry about shue shue. A middle-stage Aurous Core disciple won't be easily sent out. Then what about late-stage foundation-building cultivators with many disciples? Xiaohua glanced at Cui Hongshan and said faintly. Probably not. Zhuo Minghui saw Cui Hongshan's expression change slightly, so she hurriedly answered. Now that you have some free time, you'd better worry about your own cultivation. Cui Hongshan snorted coldly. Fortunately, you built your foundation. Otherwise, you'd definitely have a share this time. If you go, my myriad Thunder Valley's disciples will wither even more. Cui Hongshan, if I go, I'll also be going to fight sword cultivators. How do you know I won't be able to return? Xiaohua retorted sarcastically. I definitely won't let you be alone. I'll definitely be able to return safely. Whether you return or not depends on the sword cultivator's flying sword, not your mouth. Cui Hongshan also said coldly. With your early-stage foundation building cultivation, you haven't made any progress in 10 years. Going out to fight sword cultivators is just one word. There won't be any other result. Hehe, if I'm like this, what about you? Xiaohua curled his lips even more. You can't be that strong either. AI, it's still alright. Xiangyang also wiped his forehead and said rejoicingly, little junior brother built his foundation at the beginning of his experiential learning. Thunderous Palace also didn't know, otherwise what? A helpless voice sounded. Otherwise he wouldn't have been sent out? Master. Xiangyang and the others hurriedly got up and went over. However, they saw Helpless' extremely gloomy face and he flew somewhat slowly. Seeing this, Xiaohua's heart thumped. Not good. As expected, Helpless first glanced at Xiaohua with a complicated expression. Without even entering the cave, he asked, how do you know my Dao sect is going to fight sword cultivators? Yes, Master knows. It's a message talisman sent by Qian Diheng of Heavenly Thunder Palace. Xiaohua said honestly. And, then? Qian Diheng, Martial Uncle Qian owes you a favor. Helpless nodded. You should send a message talisman to Qian Diheng and see if Martial Uncle Qian can speak up for you, ah? It can't be. Xiaohua stared blankly, puzzled. You really have disciples? I just advanced to early-stage foundation building. Moreover, my myriad Thunder Valley only has 3 disciples. You're sending them out just like that? Is there a need for this? Helpless smiled bitterly. My myriad Thunder Valley only has 3 disciples. This time, we're sending out 2 at once. Me? Cui Hongshan stared blankly, his mouth almost half open. He felt that it was inconceivable. Xiaohua was sent out because he hadn't been able to advance for many years. On the other hand, his own cultivation had been steadily increasing all this time. Yes. Helpless, he took out a jade archive and waved it in front of his eyes. It's you and Xiaohua. 2 disciples of my myriad Thunder Valley who just advanced to early-stage foundation building. Husband. Zhuo Minghui said anxiously. Is there a mistake? You should explain to Lei Mengzhenren. Our myriad Thunder Valley has few disciples, and they just advanced to foundation building. How can we send them out? Hehe, do you think your husband doesn't want to explain? Helpless, he smiled bitterly and stepped into the cave. Your husband only received this jade archive. I didn't even see anyone's face. I heard that Lei Mengzhenren already closed his palace and didn't want to see anyone. The list of people to be sent out has already been confirmed. There's no possibility of changing it. Helpless, he looked at Xiaohua and said. If Senior Gantian can speak, Xiaohua might have a chance. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. When Gantian got Zhongyao's milk, he had already given him the spiritual armor and the jade scroll. He had already returned the favor. If he sent a message to Qian Diheng, it wouldn't make things difficult for him, but if Gantian saw it, would he speak up for him? Even if he spoke up, he had no choice. Even Lei Mengzhenren had closed his palace. How could Gantian speak up? It was best not to send such a message. Xiaohua sighed. Cui Hongshan's face turned even more ashen. He knew clearly that Dao sect was at a disadvantage against sword cultivators. As an early-stage foundation building cultivator, he only had a little more confidence than an energy refining disciple. Speaking of which, high-level swordsmen might not attack energy refining disciples, but against foundation building disciples, they definitely wouldn't show mercy. He had a higher chance of dying than energy refining disciples. Sigh, I don't know if that child Qimeng. Zhuo Minghui also felt that something was wrong. Wait a moment. Helpless, he waved his hand. There will be news soon. Right now, there is chaos everywhere. Asking more will only make things more troublesome. After saying that, he looks at Xiaohua's indifferent appearance. Feeling both helpless and angry, he scolds, "Xiaohua, you little brat, your second martial brother doesn't have any connections and there's no other way. You have the Heavenly Thunder Palace's connections, why don't you try? Do you want to anger me to death? You want me to accept another disciple? Forget it." Zhuo Minghui said in a low voice. "It's better to ask for help than to ask for help. It's hard to ask for help, and you have to look at other people's faces. If Xiaohua doesn't ask for help, then forget it." Ask for help? How can he ask for help? This time, he was lucky that Jinren Jingxi didn't kill him, so he saved his life. Helpless, he almost jumped up. How can there be such a good thing in the Sword Catacomb? If he leaves the Imperial Thunder Sect, there will be no other path. He will definitely be buried in the Sword Catacomb. "Master, you want me to die in the Sword Catacomb so much?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "You think I want to? I'm willing to go in your place." Helpless said angrily. "But I can't go, I can't go. Damn it. I haven't condensed my core yet. I'm not a gold core cultivator. I'm not a direct disciple of the Thunder Palace." Helpless suddenly stood up and roared, "I'm going to use my lightning core, I'm going to condense my core. I don't have to wait in the Thunder Palace to see if there's any chance to keep you two disappointing disciples in the 10,000 Thunder Valley. I can't even protect two good-for-nothing disciples." After saying that, Helpless suddenly flew up and headed out of the cave. Master. Xiaohua was stunned, Cui Hongshan was stunned, and Xiang Yang was also stunned. Zhuo Minghui woke up quickly. She hurriedly flew up and chased after him, shouting, "Old man! Why are you running?" Watching Zhuo Minghui and Helpless leave, Xiaohua looked at Xiang Yang, Cui Hongshan also looked at Xiang Yang, and the three of them looked at each other. Helpless. A peak late-stage foundation establishment cultivator actually revealed his feelings in front of so many disciples. This was indeed because he was forced into helplessness in the Thunder Palace. There was no way to not reveal the true feelings in his heart. Calm to vote for it. Chapter 2201. Why aren't you sending a message talisman? Cui Hongshan said coldly, "If you can stay, perhaps Master's mood will be better." "Why should I send a message talisman?" Xiaohua said coldly, "I'm not a spineless person who is afraid of sword cultivators. I also want to let Master know that myriad Thunder Valley disciples are not afraid of being schemed against. Myriad Thunder Valley disciples can live well under other people's schemes." Even if Xiaohua had the intention to send a message talisman, seeing Master's helpless expression, he would never send it out. "Humph, you only know how to make Master angry." Cui Hongshan rebuked angrily, "What else can you do? What spineless person, if spineless Master can?" At this moment, another message talisman flew in and landed in Cui Hongshan's hand. Cui Hongshan's expression changed greatly, and when he finished reading the message talisman, he looked as if he had lost his parents. "What's wrong?" "Junior brother Cui." Yan Qinglian said anxiously, "Is it Qimeng?" Cui Hongshan said with a gloomy face, "Qimeng, she, was also sent out. 4 of them have been chosen." Alas, Yan Qinglian sighed, feeling bitter in her heart. She knew that Dui Qimeng had encountered the same situation as Cui Hongshan. "Then what about your dual cultivation?" Yan Qinglian probed again. Qimeng already said in the Jade Slip that from today onwards, all disciples of the Thunder Palace can't go into seclusion and can't do anything unrelated to preparation. Cui Hongshan said bitterly, "The dual cultivation ceremony can't be held either. Shouldn't you at least give a betrothal gift first?" Xiang Yang suggested. "Alas, senior brother. Why talk about betrothal gifts at this time? Wait until we come back alive. Cui Hongshan clapped his hands, took out 2 jade boxes, and handed them to Xiangyang. Senior brother, you should keep this thunder pill. When we go out, I'm afraid we will die. It's safer to leave this thing in Myriad Thunder Valley. Then, he looked at Xiaohua, obviously wanting Xiaohua to take out the thunder pill. However, Xiaohua didn't even spare him a glance. His gaze was fixed on the outside of the cave. Xiangyang also looked at Xiaohua. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't move, he hurriedly blocked with his hand and said, Junior brother Cui, this is your thing. You should take it with you. What if you can take the inner core during this period? Wouldn't that be an additional life-saving asset? How is that possible? Cui Hongshan shook his head and said, I know myself well, unlike some people. I've only just reached the early stage of foundation establishment, so I won't be able to step into the middle stage of foundation establishment in a short period of time. Even if I do, I won't be able to take such a strong inner core. Leaving this thing with me will only benefit a sword cultivator. It's better to leave it to a descendant of the Myriad Thunder Valley. Seeing that Cui Hongshan's attitude was extremely firm, Xiangyang was also helpless. He took it and said with a forced smile, this. I'll take it for the time being. Let's wait for Master to come back first. I won't take it anymore. Cui Hongshan sighed and quickly walked out of the cave. Seeing that there was no one in the cave, Xiangyang glanced at Yan Qinglian, as if asking for her opinion. Yan Qinglian nodded slightly, and Xiangyang waved his hand, and a silencing restriction appeared. Eldest senior brother, what are you doing? Xiaohua was releasing his Buddhist sense and quietly looking into the distance. Helplessly, he sat on a pine tree and looked at the dark clouds in the distance with extreme helplessness. Zhuo Minghui accompanied him like a little bird, leaning her head on helplessly's shoulder. Seeing Xiangyang like this, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Junior brother Xiao. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to ask you. Xiangyang said in a low voice, you have to tell me honestly, your cultivation, what level has it reached? You can't tell Master, but you can tell me. Don't worry, I definitely won't leak it to you. Even if Master asks, I won't say. Haha, Xiaohua laughed and waved his hand, using the heaven and earth in the sleeve to easily break the silencing restriction. He also walked out of the cave. Is this very important? Junior brother Xiao, wait. Xiangyang hurriedly chased after Xiaohua and shouted, of course this is very important. I don't think so. As Xiaohua spoke, his figure had already left the cave, and he didn't intend to look back. How could he not know what Xiangyang was thinking? Since the 2 disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley went out together, one of them had to protect the other. Needless to say, Xiangyang wanted him to protect Cui Hongshan. Xiaohua just didn't like Cui Hongshan, so how could he agree to this? Husband. Yan Qinglian hurriedly pulled Xiangyang's sleeve and said, don't chase after him. What? Xiangyang was a bit anxious. Xiaohua is too insensible. Even now, he still hasn't explained his background to us clearly. Alas, husband. You're really too anxious. Yan Qinglian stretched out her hand and used the silencing restriction, saying, why don't you break this concubine's restriction? How can your husband? Xiangyang frowned and reprimanded her, but then he came to a realization and said, wife, you mean, nonsense. Yan Qinglian felt exasperated at her husband's failure to live up to her expectations. She lowered her voice and said, husband, junior martial brother Xiao was able to fight against 3 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators before he even built his foundation, and even killed one of them. After he built his foundation, he became even more powerful. He even broke the lightning beast's blood seal. How can you and I not know how strong he is? Why do you have to make him admit it? Moreover, he didn't even worry about Xue Xue when he met a nascent soul cultivator in Gui He Si. Naturally, he has confidence in Xiao Hua's strength. What do you think Xiao Hua's current strength is? No. It can't be. Xiang Yang didn't dare to voice out his doubts at this time. Xiao Hua's cultivation can't be comparable to a nascent soul cultivator, right? That's impossible. Yan Qinglian shook her head. But as for Xiao Hua's cultivation, you and I already talked about it before. There's no point in talking about it now. You don't have to say anything, especially about Xiao Hua's cultivation. Now go to Xiao Hua's cave and tell him about junior brother Cui. Don't worry, although Xiao Hua is angry with junior brother Cui, if it really reaches the point of life and death, Xiao Hua definitely won't stand by and watch. So you're saying that your husband doesn't even need to go? Xiang Yang rolled his eyes. You're the eldest senior brother. You have to treat everyone equally. Words still need to be said, and things still need to be done. Yan Qinglian said with a smile. All right. Xiang Yang nodded helplessly. You should open the restriction. Your husband isn't Xiao Hua. How can I casually open this restriction? Pfft, Yan Qinglian covered her mouth and laughed. She punched Xiang Yang's shoulder and said, Why aren't you going? Hearing Xiang Yang's persuasion, Xiao Hua didn't respond. He said indifferently, Ever since little brother Cui Hongshan built his foundation, I've already called him senior. His life and death has nothing to do with little brother. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.